Chapter 1, Time Travel. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin.
It was natural to be a time-space traveler.
In this world, the ones who traveled far outnumbered those who did not. The question was where to go.
Sitting on a small stool and wearing open-crotch pants, Wang Bo raised his head and with his eyes blinking, looked vacantly at the old Chinese scholar tree in his yard.
Oh my God. Who can tell me what dynasty that I've traveled to? Jin.
It was the only information that he received after his time traveling. In fact, it was already marvelous to know the name of the country as it was a small isolated village. Among the over 100 villagers, the blind fortune teller was the only one who could read. There were rumors that after 30 unsuccessful years of trying to be a scholar, the old man cried all day long and finally became blind. After that, he made a living as a fortune teller. Although the villagers did not really believe him, there were some odd customs in this very ancient place. People preferred to comfort themselves at weddings and funerals. Thanks to that, he was able to barely make ends meet, and now and then he might even have a taste of meat when he got it right and received extra rewards from his guests. His life was not so bad. He was the only one in this village who could actually write. Wang Bo could tell that the writings on the long white flag in the fortune teller's hands were traditional Chinese characters. While the spoken language was hard to understand at first, he grew to understand it. It was Chinese with a strong accent. That was the reason why he thought he had traveled back to ancient China from the very beginning. Gradually, however, as he learned from a few words spoken by the villagers, he doubted his judgment. The country they lived was Jin, Great Jin. There was no such a dynasty in ancient China, except for the spring and autumn period, 770 to 476 BC, which this obviously was not because there was no chance that he could read the writings from that time. So, this was not ancient China. He just traveled to a world that was quite similar to it. In this small village, the old blind man was the only one who could answer his questions, but he could not ask the old blind man for help. He was still far too young. How could a 3-year-old boy wearing open-crotch pants ask something like that? Of course, he did not want to be seen as a freak. This was not like a fantasy in which it was okay if you were a prodigy and talked like an adult at birth. Just 3 days ago, some guy in the neighboring village was beaten to death because he was talking crazily and was assumed to be a monster by his villagers. So it was wise to keep a low profile. In his previous life, Wang Bo had a Ph.D. degree in Chinese literature and he was well versed in traditional Chinese, too. Furthermore, he had done some research on ancient Chinese history in his free time. So, besides traditional Chinese characters, he was not good at anything. Technically, it was a transmigration of the soul rather than time travel. All he had done was skip the 5-flavored tea of forgetfulness from hell. In his previous life, Wang Bo never had a strong body and worked in an office. At the age of 36, he choked on a mouthful of cold water and died. And when he was sober again, he found himself reborn into this world. Maybe God was ashamed that Wang Bo lived for nothing and died for nothing in his previous life, so he was given another chance to live. After years of adapting, he could finally fit in. It was not really a problem of fitting in, as he was merely a newborn baby who could not even take care of himself. He was born as one of the Zhous and his given name was not Bo. As a matter of fact, he still did not have a name. He was called Little Shiba. When you were born in the mountains like this, you would not really mind it. It was perfectly normal for a man reaching his adulthood to be without a name. Having a family name was good enough. The Zhous were native mountain villagers and he was the 4th son in the family. His oldest brother, 18 years old, was an honest hunter and farmer who got married last year. His second oldest brother, 13 years old, who horsed around every day, was a little jerk and a real headache for the family. His third oldest brother was 9 years old. And Wang Bo was 3 years old. The Zhous also had a girl, 17 years old, who got engaged at the age of 10, and it was about time for her wedding. The Zhou's oldest son was called Spiky, the second son Houndy, the third son Boxer, and the fourth son, Wang Bo, who should have been called fourth doggy. As for the daughter of the Zhous, she was automatically overlooked, just as every other disadvantaged girl was back in the old days. As the family already had too many little boys to feed, Wang Bo was called Little Shiba, meaning that they were not planning to have another little son. The Zhous were nothing but a normal family in this village, struggling on the barren fields and hunting. Though they did hunt, old Zhou was barely a skilled enough hunter to bring home much prey, and additionally, even if old Zhou got something, it was always traded for daily necessities. That explained why there was no meat on their table all year round, which nearly killed Wang Bo, who was used to lavish meals in his previous life.
Fortunately, he was only suffering minor malnutrition for a 3-year-old boy.
The corn gruel they had every day kept him from starving, and with a little luck, he could even have a taste of meat. That would be like the spring festival.
The mountain villagers were good at survival.
Their ability ran through Wang Bo's veins. After 3 years, he had gotten used to the black Chinese cornbread and the yellow, shit corn gruel, which did not make him feel gross anymore.
The secret was to close your eyes and get it over with.
It was the loneliness that bothered him the most, which was not like an internet meme. It was true loneliness. Imagine that a 30-year-old soul was trapped in a baby boy's body for 3 years. How much loneliness would he bear?
He could not say or do anything he liked.
He could not even put up a fight when people rubbed his face or flipped his small penis.
What a *king life, wearing open crotch pants. Luckily, he was not a baby boy anymore.
Though still wearing open crotch pants, he was not getting molested anymore.
Now in May, the weather was getting warmer.
He sat motionless on a small stool in his yard, staring steadily at the old Chinese scholar tree, with his thinking in a mess.
Little Shiba, Little Shiba. Come here. Time for dinner.
Without knowing how long had passed, he heard someone crying out in a rough but comforting voice.
Wang Bo knew it was Little Shiba's mother.
That is to say, the woman that he called mother now was calling him for dinner.
Wang Bo moved his ass from the small cold stool and ran home.
It was not like the previous life where people had 3 meals a day.
Here they only had 2 meals, one around 10 in the morning, the other around 5 or 6 in the evening, and it was now the latter. These were the good times.
When a food crisis occurred, they would have to put up with 1 meal a day. As usual, they had corn gruel and black Chinese cornbread for dinner.
They even had a plate of black pickles this time. The whole family surrounded the table.
Although women were inferior here, the villagers did not have too many rules. The 6 of them were sitting at the table, except for Wang Bo and his third older brother, who were both too young, eating on a small stool. Generally, old Zhou liked Wang Bo, and for no special reasons, just that the little lad behaved well. From his birth, this little lad had not brought much trouble to his father, who had 5 kids. It was true that mountain-born kids were easy to bring up, but still, Little Shiba was one of a kind. So far, he never pissed himself or crapped himself, which was unbelievable, especially compared to his 9-year-old brother, Boxer, who had just crapped himself the day before. Having something on his mind, Zhou did not say a word during their dinner. That was the reason why no one had the guts to make any noise, adding a heaviness to the table.
Blah, blah, blah.
When hearing that sound, which was a specific movement when old Zhou finished his last bit, Little Shiba was focusing on his half bowl of black cornbread. It was the signal of the end of dinner. Old Zhou had finished his meal. It was a rule for the rest of the family to stop eating until he had left the table. The odd part today, however, was that he did not leave.
Wang Tianlei is back home.
We'll pick a good day for you. You should get ready for your wedding. Huar, or Zhou Hua, was Little Shiba's elder sister. She was engaged when she was 10. Her fiancé, Wang Tianlei, the only son of 5 consecutive generations of his family, lived in the east end of the village. Wang Tianlei was 19 years old. When he was 16, he should have married the 14-year-old Zhou Hua, honoring the customs of their village. However, he had been serving in the army for 3 years until yesterday.
The only son.
Wang's mother was so obsessed with a grandson that, since the day her son had come back, she wanted her son to marry Zhou Hua as soon as possible.
Zhou Hua was not stunning, but pretty.
Being a 17-year-old girl, she was full of youthful enthusiasm. What would have Little Shiba called it in his previous life?
Youth. Yeah, that was it.
What was more, she was diligent and capable, and that kind of girl was popular in this village. If she had not gotten engaged at the age of 10, the Zhou's doorsteps would have been flattened by all those matchmakers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua blushed right away and her head lowered to her chest. Little Shiba did not have to look at her face to know that her face was as red as roses by now.
Little Shiba did not have a say on this kind of thing. All he could do was stand by and treat himself to a rich meal when it happened. What he did not expect was what a common wedding of 2 villagers could offer, and how it would bring incredible changes to his future. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, The Wedding and Legend of a Lone Wolf. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin.
In the early morning, the mist covered the entire mountain village, with trees and houses looming. Occasionally, the intertwined sound of 2 dogs barking and cocks crowing could be heard, which were ordinarily the only sounds in the village.
However, that day was totally unusual.
A burst of festival drumbeats arose in the village when the sun had just come out. Later, a group of people in red wedding gowns moved from the east of the village to the west, with drums beating and cymbals crashing. In the very front was a tall, strong man, about the age of 20, riding an old horse. He wore a big red flower on his head and a red wedding gown as well, with a joyful smile on his face. The horse was not tall and strong, but it was outstanding enough in this small mountain village. Thus, along with the way, it attracted each and every villager to look on, taking 1 hour to complete a journey of less than 1 kilometer. As usual, Little Shiba was sitting on a small stool in open crotch pants. But today, this small stool had been moved outside. Behind this small stool was a locked entrance door. This naughty boy smirked at those people with drums beating and cymbals crashing, sitting firmly on his small stool like Mount Tai.
Stop!
With a sharp yell, the wedding group stopped.
A gorgeously dressed matchmaker waved a fan and walked over to Little Shiba cheerfully. Oh, aren't you the Zhou's 4th son? Why are you here today? Are you learning from others to block the entrance door? Come on. Here are some candies. Leave the entrance door and enjoy them.
Saying this, she took 3 or 4 candies from nowhere and squeezed them into Little Shiba's hands. At the same time, pulling his sleeves, she tried to take Little Shiba off the stool, silently telling him that he should not block the way.
How can it be such an easy thing, to just give some candies? Where are the red envelopes?
Screaming, Little Shiba lifted his hands and threw the candies away, with one at the matchmaker's forehead, just right. My sister said that I can't leave without enough red envelopes.
The people around guffawed, as well as one Tianlei on horseback.
As he jumped off and walked over to Little Shiba, he pulled out a red envelope and squeezed it into Little Shiba's hands. Little Shiba weighed the heavy envelope in his hands. As he opened it, there were about 3 or 4 copper coins. He immediately stood up with satisfaction and moved his small stool aside, watching the bridegroom knocking on the entrance door.
Blocking the entrance door was actually a trick.
3 or 4 copper coins were a lot to people in the mountains.
Moreover, he was a 3-year-old boy with a 20 or 30-year-old soul.
Continuing the trick would only have made him embarrassed, as he did not intend to create difficulties. But behind the entrance door, Boxer, his brother, behaved the other way around. He enjoyably spared no efforts to block the door, so that those people spent more than half an hour there.
The next things were simple and people just followed the procedures.
Coming from another world, Little Shiba had never seen an ancient wedding. But obviously, the weddings in this small mountain village were not as complex as those in costume dramas during his previous life, let alone in novels. Instead, it was quite a simple thing here. All the people were reveling as the bride came in, and they went to celebrate the wedding in the bridal chamber, which definitely was no longer his business. What he anticipated most right now was the meal served at the wedding. Except for the period of the spring festival, he really had not fully enjoyed even one meal since he was born. In fact, the villagers barely tasted any meat in their diets this year, so this was such a rare chance to resume it. The wedding was very lively and every available villager was there. Each of them took their families as well, with the same plan in mind as Little Shiba. Food had not been served yet, but tea had already been on the dining tables, along with some must-have refreshments, such as melon seeds and peanuts. Thus, fellow villagers all sat around one dining table, chatting, cracking jokes, reprimanding their grandsons, or beating up their sons, nothing uncommon. Each and every face lit up with happiness as if the wedding was their own son's. A joyous atmosphere pervaded everywhere until a scream burst out from the door. It was a loud and sonorous scream, and not delighted, but terrified. Little Shiba's heart was suddenly lifted up into his throat when hearing that scream. That was because he knew it was his sister, Zhou. He was more than 10 years younger than Zhou, and he had been looked after and brought up by her from his birth until now. That was why she was very familiar to him. Similarly, Zhou had a great fondness for her cute youngest brother, for he was much more obedient than that naughty boxer. Thus, it was not strange that Little Shiba could recognize her voice at first scream. Zhou was still in the bridal sedan chair and had not yet moved into Wang Tianlei's house. Judging from the people's excitement around, she was nearly approaching the entrance door. According to the custom, brides could not utter sounds in bridal sedan chairs, let alone leave them. There must be something unexpected that was happening to elicit this terrified scream. Without thinking much, Little Shiba rushed out of Wang Tianlei's shabby courtyard. He came out with more than one person, as all people in the courtyard ran out. Seeing the circumstances, they were entirely shocked, so was he. What's that? A dog or a wolf? I've never seen anything that big. The bridal sedan chair had fallen apart. Fortunately, Zhou was fine, dropping only her red headscarf. On the ground was a puddle of a noticeable, scarlet bloodstain. Among 8 sedan carriers, only one was injured, who had left that bloodstain. However, he did not escape but surrounded the initiator of the evil, still with the other sedan carriers in a half-circle. Obviously, it was not aware of being besieged and still unhurriedly chewed its acquisition, a large piece of skin and flesh ripped from the left hand of that injured sedan carrier. It was a wolf, a big one, whose appearance was the same as those from Little Shiba's previous life. The only distinction was its size. It was just as big as a Manchurian tiger. He had never seen any wolf of this size. The wolf was covered by oily, glossy black hair from head to feet, and its left eye was most striking. A big scar covered its left eye and extended to its forehead, which was quite noticeable. The one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf in West Mountain has come down. The crowd fell into chaos just after that fearful cry. The one-eyed wolf in West Mountain. Hearing that, Little Shiba's heart was in his throat again. For people in this mountain village, the one-eyed wolf in West Mountain was legendary. Legend has it that it was the most ferocious beast in West Mountain. The one-eyed wolf was once the head wolf of a wolf pack. However, it was defeated in a fight and scratched blind by a last-gasp effort of the new head wolf. It was then discarded by the wolf pack and became a lone wolf that had to fend for itself. Such a thing was nothing strange, for it happened occasionally in wolf packs. But it was mysterious that 2 years later, the one-eyed wolf came back to that wolf pack again and killed that head wolf. And once defeating it, the one-eyed wolf bit all the wolves in that pack to death within 5 years. At last, it truly had become a lone wolf. It was just a legend, of course, something that had circulated throughout this mountain village for nearly 100 years. Little Shiba didn't even spare a glance at it. Back to the wolf pack 2 years later, and it spent another 5 years killing all the other wolves? Isn't that the description in the novels? How could you know that it was 2 years later?
And how could you know that it spent 5 years? The guy who left this legend was following the one-eyed wolf during those years, wasn't he? Moreover, the legend has circulated for almost 100 years. If it was true, the one-eyed wolf should be dead by now. After all, a wolf's life, only 20 years at most, isn't longer than a human's. 100 years have passed, and no matter how smart it was, it should be just bones. Could it be that it became a demon? It's ridiculous that until now West Mountain is still considered taboo in this mountain village. Hunters dare not go to West Mountain for fear of breaking the taboo. Now, how ridiculous was he being, for he just saw the one-eyed wolf with his own eyes, a taboo legend that had been circulating in the mountain village for almost 100 years. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, An Exciting World. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Wang Tianlei jumped in front of Zhou Hua with a sharp knife coming out of nowhere, confronting the one-eyed wolf. At that time, all the guests, most of whom were muscular teens, just came to their sense and grabbed weapons to fight with the one-eyed wolf. They were all hunters with years of experience and fantastic skills, the combination of which couldn't be ignored by the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf slightly bent his two hind legs and bowed its body. Suddenly, with a mild growl, the monster shot straight towards Wang Tianlei like an arrow. Wang Tianlei showed no fear and swiftly defended against it with his blade. Instantly, the wolf and the man were entangled with each other. With a murderous look, Wang Tianlei heavily flung his blade towards the wolf. Little Shiba could even clearly see a crimson light circling around the thick blade. What was this? Was it Do Chi or internal strength? The vicious tussle was quite a scene. Although more and more people were crowding around them, none of them could move forward to help Wang Tianlei because the fight was too fierce and intense. Gradually, people could only hear growling coming from a black shadow, the one-eyed wolf, and roaring from a red gown, Wang Tianlei in his wedding gown. Their speed and strength were so formidable that no one else could get in between them. However, it offered people a chance to grab some weapons. When all the muscular teen hunters came back, they were all steadily pulling their strong bows, aiming at the wolf and waiting for the right moment. The fight lasted for around 15 minutes. Suddenly, the two of them split up. Wang Tianlei bounded back but still was in front of Zhou Hua for her protection. Though his red wedding gown had been torn apart and his bone could be seen from a nasty scratch, he remained in a defensive position, stubbornly holding the blade. It was hard to decipher the red gown from the red blood. Nobody could imagine how much blood he had lost. Once they had split up, the muscular teen hunters took their chance and shot straight toward the one-eyed wolf. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen of arrows came straight at the wild animal. Thunk, thunk, thunk. To everybody's surprise, dozens of arrows couldn't hurt the one-eyed wolf at all. They just rebounded with a thunk noise. Howling like a thunderstorm, the one-eyed wolf stretched himself a little bit, scaring the crowd away. As the same size as a tiger, it fled into the mountain and just disappeared in a few blinks. Wang Tianlei was pale and shockingly looking at the direction where the wolf ran into, murmuring, "It's rare to witness such a wild animal forging its bone and tendon as strong as iron and steel." It was a while until the crowd finally came around to hurriedly check the injuries of the man. It was such chaos. Of course, Little Shiba was pushed aside by the adults. Was there something wrong with my eyes? No way, I saw it with my own eyes several times. There was no doubt that there was light flickering on his blade and he was jumping up several meters. There was no way that I saw it wrong. I wondered if it was a world of martial arts. After such a chaotic but thrilling scene, Little Shiba was more excited than nervous, because he found out the new world wasn't as boring as he had imagined. Maybe it could be a world where people practice martial arts, just like in the novel that he read before. If it was true, there would be a great chance to be immortal. If not immortal, it was said that those people with internal strength could live up to several hundred years old. Maybe I could be one of them. Little Shiba thought. However, right now, nobody cared about what was on a 3-year-old kid's mind or how was he doing. People's attention had already been drawn to Wang Tianlei. It was supposed to be a merry and happy wedding, instead of a chaotic and unfortunate one. But, fortunately, no one died. The groom Wang Tianlei soon passed out from his great loss of blood. But due to his burly body, he soon woke up after drinking several bowls of herbal decoction. What had happened was something inauspicious, but the mountain villagers now began to chuckle to themselves after the panic from before. Especially Zhou Xing, the village chief, who stood beside Wang Tianlei all the time and looked at him gently. The way Zhou Xing looked at Wang Tianlei was like he was looking at a rare treasure. Whereas, Little Shiba didn't pay attention to it. Even if he did, he wouldn't think it was strange. The strength Shou Wei just showed, though it wasn't a match for the one-eyed wolf, was far stronger than the hunters. Even if he was only a chief of a small village, it was still a crown to wear. Just like a proverb from Little Shiba's past life, a village chief is still a chief. He also saw the red light flickering around the robust blade of Wang Tianlei and he knew the meaning behind it. The most important thing, and the foundation, to live in the village was to have a strong body and swift movements. All the time, there were ferocious and fierce beasts living on the mountain, including pythons, panthers, and tigers, etc. The one-eyed wolf was one of the worst. What hunters could catch never went beyond some boar. Most of the time, hunters would run for their lives when they unluckily met with wild animals, because life was far more precious than a meal. There was no reason to trade a hunter for a beast. Wang Tianlei made him believe that the villagers could hunt more meat than ever before. With Wang Tianlei's leadership and extraordinary skills, the village, in the long term, could become one of the old forest's strongest groups, with more meat. On so many occasions, only one hero, instead of a few, could bring a village to prosperity. So, it was no wonder that he looked at Wang Tianlei in such a gentle way. After a month or so, the chaos of that wedding finally calmed down. As time passed, the worry that the one-eyed wolf would come back for revenge also faded away. People went back to their positions, including hunting, farming, etc. The only difference was when there was spare time, the muscular teen hunters would gather together in the wildlands north of the village and train under Wang Tianlei's instructions, arranged in rows. In Little Shiba's eyes, it was a lot similar to a scene in a kung fu film. But the trainer was not Huan Feihong, a well-known Chinese kung fu master, but his brother-in-law, Wang Tianlei. All in all, his brother-in-law was great. There was a tradition that Chinese people tend to blame all the unfortunate things on women, but he didn't blame all the fuss or blood from the wedding on his wife. The world here, though, wasn't Little Shiba's past life in China, but the traditions didn't change too much. So, family members of old Zhou were worried that others would turn on Zhou Hua and she would be considered a bane in her parents-in-law's house. However, it turned out they worried too much. As careless as Wang Tianlei might appear, he was always caring for Zhou Hua. Their honeymoon was so sweet that there were few who wouldn't envy it. It was such a relief for the Zhous. Though severely injured, Wang Tianlei came back to life vigorously after a few days' rest. Soon he became the head of the hunters, under the support of Zhou Xing, the village chief. He also suggested that the muscular teens should learn feats from Wang Tianlei, and improve themselves in the spare time of winter. Undoubtedly, it was accepted right away by all the hunters, especially the muscular teens, after knowing what Wang Tianlei was capable of. Therefore, there they were, standing in front of him, doing skill training. Little Shiba was sitting on a small stool with open crotch pants, looking carefully at and being excited by the movements that Wang Tianlei was teaching. He took a month to make sure that there were martial arts, not just external strength, but also internal strength. However, he didn't know whether the martial arts here were the same as the ones in martial arts novels. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Balancing the Inner and Outer Cycle. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. 1 month had gone by. Because he was the little brother-in-law of Wang Tianlei and still young, it was natural that Wang Tianlei would have his guard down. In fact, Wang Tianlei never had any intention of being on guard because he knew so little about martial arts and had only learned some basics. But the basics were enough for Little Shiba. This was a martial arts world. However, it was quite different from what he had read about in martial arts novels. Here, the martial arts focused on balancing the inner and outer cycles. In a novel, you could gain 100 years of power just by eating a piece of fruit. But here it was impossible. Even if there were such a magic fruit in this world, if a little child like Little Shiba ate it, then he would blow up like a balloon, turning into a mass of flesh with his blood in a roaring spray, and finally disappearing from this world. Wang Tianlei was skilled in the martial arts that he had learned from the army. At the age of 15, he was forced to be a dependable man and joined the army and learned martial arts skills from the army of Jin. But just like those of other countries, the skills taught by the military were the roughest and crudest, but also the most practical. The greatest benefit that he had gained from Wang Tianlei was not martial arts skills, but instead simply knowledge. Having been born in a closed-off village, Little Shiba knew little about the details of the world. And Wang Tianlei, having been a soldier for a few years outside, had been able to bring him a wealth of information. Although the martial arts he had learned were the most rudimentary, his 3-year military career had made him become the most knowledgeable man in that tiny village. This principle was similar to that of Little Shiba's previous life. In those remote western mountains, the most knowledgeable villagers were often those demobilized veterans. People who served in the army came from different places and backgrounds, and so each brought with them a diverse collection of trivia. Even though some of their news was exaggerated, Wang Tianlei still had a lot of general knowledge about the world, such as some basic knowledge of geography, the name of the emperor, the army he had served in, and the martial arts he had practiced. Unusual strength qigong, dark bare fist, 9-sword fighting styles and 1,000 killing punching. As the roughest meant of internal cultivation, unusual strength qigong could hone his internal strength and wield great power when combined with 9-sword fighting styles and 1,000 killing fist. It was most suitable for a battle array. As for dark bare fist, skin toughening was at the core of this fighting move. Internally, the warrior worked on his breathing and qi, while externally worked on his muscles, bones, and skin. These two maxims were the most widespread in martial arts circles, and also the most fundamental. In this world, martial arts sought to balance inner and outer cycle for both internal strength and external strength. Exercising internal strength was an inside-out process, while exercising external strength was the reverse. Both were equally important. If you practiced external strength without internal strength, you would only toughen your outer skin. And as for the other way round, you would be only a simple internal qi, which had no real use in the outside world. Training one's internal qi and external strength was a reciprocal process, and each was equally important. Internal qi exercises used internal strength such as unusual strength qigong, while external strength relied on punching skills such as dark bare fist. Both dark bare fist and unusual strength qigong were the standard martial arts skills used by the Jin army. Of course, internal strength and punching skills were the most basic skills. But how to practice was more complex. Taken, for example, external strength, except for punching skills, you would still need a large number of medicinal herbs to wash and forge your muscles and bones if you wanted to reach the most basic level. However, these herbs were very expensive and impossible for ordinary people to obtain. Even if you could get them, you wouldn't know the recipe for the medicinal soup for washing and forging. These were all secrets well kept by well-known rich and powerful families. Besides, there were countless medium and small-sized schools in the world who had a good grasp of some punching skills, internal strength, herbal potions, and so on. Most of their resources were ordinary. Along with such schools, you would be ready to hold your own out in the world, but would not be able to make a name for yourself. But that was enough for him for now. Wang Tianlei was totally surprised about his little brother-in-law's enthusiasm for martial arts, but he did not give it much thought. After all, who would suspect the whims of a little child of 3 or 4 years old? What was more, in order to ingratiate himself with his new bride, he spared no efforts to teach his little brother-in-law and passing on everything he knew, in order to show his generosity. In fact, he did not expect that a 3-year-old child would have the ability to remember everything that he had been teaching him. But Little Shiba could get it. He followed Wang Tianlei to practice punching skills and martial arts for a month. Throughout the course of this training, he obtained a sense of qi and could feel the tendons and vessels in his body. He was only 3 years old. Such a young age was perfectly suitable for practicing internal breathing, which could serve as a strong foundation. At such an age, the strand of qi from the womb had not totally dissipated and sensibility for the essence of the world was still at a high level. Besides, his soul from another world was marked with memories of a previous life. Therefore, he was able to stride effortlessly over the first barrier of practicing internal qi, gathering the pneuma and obtaining a sense of qi. After crossing the first barrier, the following stage of practice was step-by-step cultivation. That was true. But he could not practice casually because he was too young and his body was not fully grown. Generally speaking, children born into well-known families all started to practice their internal strength at the age of 2 or 3, to lay the foundation. Then they would begin to practice their punching skills at the age of 7 or 8. They would start with skin toughening exercises and continue on the skills of forging bones and changing tendons. At the same time, medicinal soups would be made to wash the entire body. Wang Tianlei mentioned this vaguely in the past, but Little Shiba kept it firmly in mind. Of course, besides some of the most basic punching skills of skin toughening, both bone forging and tendon changing were secrets of some schools that were forbidden to spread. It was impossible for a man like Little Shiba to grasp if he had no particular chances. So was the ordinary people. Fortunately, he had learned Taiji Fist. Little Shiba had been a man born and bred in a new and modern age and had an illustrious career as a civil servant in his previous life. As the saying goes, if a leader sets an example, it will be followed by his subordinates. In his previous life, the division chief of his department, an almost 60-year-old man, had worked all of his life and had few hobbies, although as he grew older, he developed a love for Taiji Fist. But Taiji Fist wasn't for common people. If you wanted to practice it well, you would better find a paid coach. As the division chief, he had the means and he set up an interesting class for Taiji Fist after encouraging the director to go and find a coach in the name of the department. Each person a gym suit. Although only a few people were interested in Taiji Fist in the department, many had attended the class. It was worthwhile just for the free Adidas suit alone. Wang Bo, Little Shiba's name in his previous life, was also a member of the class. Unlike those who tried it for only 2 or 3 days, he attended the class every day and studied hard. Within only a few months, he had grasped not only the frame of Taiji Fist, but also the pithy formulas, key points, and a little of every kind of aspects of it. He was even familiar with different schools, as well as the disadvantages and advantages of practicing Taiji Fist. It was not that he was really interested in Taiji Fist, and he was just trying to flatter the division chief. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Taiji Fist is kind of a plugin. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Suddenly finding himself in such an amazing world, he would not suck up to his leaders anymore. However, he still remembered how to practice Taiji Fist. Taiji Fist was also called a punching skill which focused on chi practice. Little Shiba had a better understanding this time, much better than in his previous life. He had learned nothing useful when he was named Wang Bo. This feeling became more distinct when he acquired a sense of qi in his unusual strength qigong. Every time he practiced Taiji Fist, a thin stream of airflow inside of his body would slowly flow with his movement and breath, without his intention. And the way the airflow flowed was quite different from that of unusual strength qigong. To be concise, when he was practicing Taiji Fist, the way this stream of airflow flowed inside of his body was much more complex than that of unusual strength qigongs. It could be deduced that the more complex the operating procedure was, the higher the level of internal strength would be. And it was clear that when compared with unusual strength qigong, this internal airflow was operated in a more complex way when Little Shiba practiced Taiji Fist. Surely, that was not all that he had figured out. Before acquiring a sense of qi, everything was normal and he could play out a full set of 18 movements of Taiji Fist of the Chen, one version of Taiji Fist. While after acquiring the sense of qi, the chi would flow with his actions and he could play, at most, to the fifth movement, single whip. Then he would lose his breath. If he refused to stop, he would become woozy and staggered as if he had lost all of his strength. At the beginning, Little Shiba was terrified. But after several times, Little Shiba found that although he felt he had lost all his strength at that time, he became more mettlesome when taking rests. There were even some surprising changes appearing in his internal chi. It seemed that its quantity did not increase, but the internal chi was more tenacious than that solely practiced by unusual strength qigong. Surely this was just his personal feeling. With such little quantity of internal chi, he could not find out what the real situation was. Could this be the legendary plug-in? Junior Leopard, who was called Little Shiba before, was secretly delighted about it. He turned out to be more diligent in practicing Taiji Fist. Having practiced 18 movements of the Chun for some time, Little Shiba decided to make some changes. It was still difficult for him to practice his 18 movements of Taiji Fist. For a long time, he ceased to advance. It seemed that there was something lacking in the operation of his internal chi. Therefore he gave up the 18 movements of the Chen and turned to practicing the 8 simplified moves of Taiji Fist of Li Dayan. The biggest advantage of Taiji Fist was its compatibility. Being widespread and suitable for both the young and the old, Taiji Fist was practiced by all kinds of people, forming various schools. Apart from the authentic Yang, Chen, or Wu, many other kinds of routines were derived for national fitness after liberation. The simplified version of the 8 moves of Li Dayan was the most widespread and the most suitable for beginners. Little Shiba was not a beginner, but the version of 8 simplified movements of Taiji Fist only could help him to mellow and connect his internal chi after altering several kinds of versions, as practicing Taiji Fist with internal chi was his elementary attempt. In other words, only in this way could his poor internal chi support him to finish a full set of practicing. He felt really comfortable after such a full practice. Days were always leisurely in a small village. The one-eyed wolf never showed up after the wedding. Time went by with nothing special except for days when Wang Tianlei taught muscular teens martial arts in the village during his spare time in the winter. Little Shiba also lived in such a way. In his previous life, Wang Bo was lazy and so was Little Shiba at first. But now, he was very interested in martial arts. Practicing internal chi was dull and tedious for others, but it greatly interested this bloke who came from a modern China. Every day he would unshakably practice unusual strength qigong for 4 hours and a set of Taiji Fist before he went to bed. Could there be anything cooler than being covered in sweat and completely draining one's strength before going to sleep? Some might say that sleeping with their wife was cooler. But the problem was that he was too young to have a wife. More importantly, he was not mature enough to do such a thing even if he had a child bride. Hey, ha, hey, ha. Voices resonated from the north of the village, spreading far, far away, sending back echoes off of the mountains. These voices were not strange in the village. Many kids like Little Shiba sat around and watched. They would cheer for brilliant moves as if they were watching a comedy. The muscular teens from the village felt shy at first, however, they became accustomed to it as time passed. After all, these kids were their neighbors or even relatives from the same village. How could they drive them away? Actually, they hoped that other people would watch them. But the audience they wanted were girls of a marrying age from the village. You could even hear them bellow at a higher pitch when a girl walked by. How wonderful it is to be young! Little Shiba sighed softly, sitting on a small stool. He touched his tiny limbs subconsciously and thought, what a pity that I'm so young. It may take me 2 or 3 years to join them. With time passing by, there were more and more villagers coming to the northern area to practice martial arts in their spare time. At first, the main force was muscular teens, but then some middle-aged people and youths also appeared. The youngest one was around 7 or 8. Little Shiba was eager to join them even though he was really too young. He could only sit off to the side and watch. Little Shiba, your mom is calling you for dinner. Little Shiba was watching excitedly when he heard someone calling him. I got it, Little Shiba responded. He cast a glance at that arena again, stood up, picked up his small stool, and ran back home. Hey, wait for me, Arya yelled behind him. She was here to call Little Shiba back. Arya was 5 years old, a little older than Little Shiba. She lived next door and the two families got along well. My mom wants me back home to eat dinner. That's me, not you, you know. So, don't chase after me. Little Shiba ran away quickly while lugging his small stool. It was true that he looked very young then, but actually, the soul in his 3-year-old body was over 30. He was unwilling to get close to other kids because he himself was not a kid. Little Shiba, you always act like this. Since Arya went to get you, you should at least wait for her. Little Shiba's mother just happened to see him running back with his small stool in front of the Zhou's house, followed by a breathless Arya not far behind. She could not help but scold him for it. Little Shiba ran into the house without saying a word. He deftly put down his small stool and sat to wait for his meal. His mother sighed helplessly after watching him being so conscienceless. We've got guests today and it's not appropriate now to teach this rascal a lesson. Cheers, my brother. The smell of a long-lost meat flavor mixed with the wine floated in the air ahead of Little Shiba. He twitched his nose and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Meat. There is meat today. We have guests, so we get meat. Sitting on the small stool around the table, Boxer and Little Shiba of the Zhous stared at that bowl of braised venison without blinking, and together they started to drool. Come here, Boxer and Little Shiba. I'm your uncle. Their guest laughed loudly when he saw the two gluttonous kids, then he snuck several pieces of fat to them. Thank you, uncle. Little Shiba said tactfully. Of course, these words garnered him more praise from his uncle. My dear brother, your Little Shiba is really clever. Very good. Uncle touched Little Shiba's head and asked again, what's your opinion about the things I told you last time? Old Zhou smiled happily at the mention of this. He lifted his wine glass in front of him and took a sip and said, he is not old enough yet. Just wait a while. That's true. Is Little Shiba 3 years old? Ho ho, he will be 4 after the spring festival this year. So you agree? This kid has been clever ever since childhood. He's pretty well behaved and I'm relieved with you looking after him for me. Old Zhou laughed. Little Shiba was sure that they were talking about his future. He continued to listen to their conversation and things were true as expected. This uncle, Old Zhou's blood brother, made a living in Qingyang Market, 50 miles away from here. Little Shiba had heard about Qingyang Market before. It was a town centralization. For people who lived in the mountains, even a small town was comparatively busy. He yearned for a life in a town centralization, similar to the typical wish that people in his previous life had to live in a city. His uncle had some interpersonal connections in Qingyang Market. He recommended Old Zhou's Little Shiba and Boxer to be apprentices in the town centralization with appreciation. That way, they could learn skills to make a living. After all, Old Zhou had 4 sons. Being an ordinary mountain person, it was difficult for him to raise all 4 sons with infertile soil and limited prey to hunt. Old Zhou had agreed at last, but he would like to wait for them to grow a little older, for they truly were too young. In other words, the decision would be readdressed after they had grown up. Qingyang Market? Little Shiba ate all his rice and meat. He picked his small stool up again and sat outside the house. It made no difference to him if he became an apprentice in Qingyang Market or not. He reincarnated in this new body with his previous life's memories. Therefore, he had little affection for his family members. It seemed that the relationship between parents and children was different from that of his previous life. More importantly, Old Zhou had so many sons, it did not matter whether he was at home or not. Little Shiba did not keep it in mind because life in this small village and life in Qingyang Market were much the same for him, and he did not need to move right away. Consequently, it quickly passed from his mind and he gave all of his attention to building his martial arts skills again. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, The Role of Plugin. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. The warm sunlight in winter greatly comforted Little Shiba. He was leaning against the wall, basking in the sun, and breathing slightly. The mountains in the distance meandered like dragons with gigantic ridges looming up like spikes on their backs. Scenery like this made him convinced that this place could not be Earth. How could it be possible that such towering peaks appeared on our planet? Each of them was higher than 10,000 meters, which had never been seen before anywhere in the world. Today, Little Shiba wore a brand new cotton-padded jacket, which was the first new clothes he had received since his birth. He always wore his brother's hand-me-downs, boxers or even houndies. This year was quite different. Hua made new cotton-padded jackets for both of her younger brothers. Her life had been much better off than at home since she had gotten married. Acknowledged as a man of profound capability, Wang Tianlei was not only known for his strength, but it was certainly the most outstanding part. Wang Tianlei was shrewd. Having been back from the army for a few months, he became a natural leader of the hunters and won their admiration. Seeing this, Little Shiba thought of the heroes in online novels. In such novels, the hero traveled to a primitive society and led the villagers to live a better life. He calculated the number of prey in private and found that under Wang Tianlei's leadership, the number of prey had been 5 or 6 times greater than before. To his delight, they now got the chance to eat meat every few days. That was much better than before. Wang Tianlei guided the hunters to sell their furs in Xingyang market. Since they hunted more prey now, the number of beasts that they hunted was largely increasing too. Compared to their individual work in the past, they gained more. In the meantime, they had a higher standard of living. A broad open space lay on the north side of the village, which was suitable for Wang Tianlei to teach the hunters to deploy some rough battle arrays and train them to interact with each other. As a result, for a few months, there were more gains and fewer casualties among the hunters. Actually, only several unlucky hunters were injured by their carelessness rather than by the beasts. In Little Shiba's eyes, everything Wang Tianlei had done seemed like it was out of a pastoral time travel novel in which the hero traveled to a primitive society. Sometimes he even thought that Wang Tianlei was a time traveler like himself. Having such a competent husband, Hua naturally lived a beatific and blissful life. It was especially true when she was carrying a baby. Wang Tianlei became more considerate and never asked her to do heavy work. To kill time, she began to make cotton-padded coats for her younger brothers. After all, she brought them up and shared a strong bond with them. In particular, Hua saw Little Shiba as her own, for he was clever and well-behaved as a child. At times, Little Shiba frequently gatecrashed as well as sponged off his sister's food and drink, and, incidentally, would get something valuable from Wang Tianlei's mouth. For a few months, he was completely immersed in the world of martial arts skills. Even the most superficial skills were enough for him to study for a long time. His practice of unusual strength qigong had encountered a bottleneck. A 3-year-old boy, as expected, was not strong enough to hold too much internal qi. Yet, he was too young to practice Dark Bear Fist. However, recently, when he was practicing Taiji Fist, he accidentally discovered that Taiji seemed to have the function of strengthening the body. The reason was that his strength was gradually building up. It was similar to the practice of Dark Bear Fist, a skin-toughening punching skill, while the extent of increase was less obvious than Dark Bear Fist. In fact, he felt that the increase in strength was from unusual strength qigong rather than Taiji Fist. To practice martial arts skills, one has to balance his inner and outer self. The practice of internal qi was an inside-out process that could build up your body. Of course, it was a step-by-step process that would appear only when you had strengthened your internal qi. Actually, the more profound your internal strength was, the healthier you would be. But, unusual strength qigong was just the most superficial internal strength that was popularized in the army and would be no good for your body even if your practice went into a profound phase. The internal chi in Little Shiba's body was extremely poor now and made little difference. In general, people should consider themselves lucky with such internal chi that it had not become a burden to their bodies. Obtaining any benefits from it was wishful thinking. In fact, unusual strength qigong in his body began to nourish his body, not merely the muscles, but his skeleton, veins, tendons, and meridians. It would have been a shock to anyone else. It was beyond imagination. However, he really made it, not because of his genius, but from Taiji Fist. It seemed that Taiji Fist purified the internal chi. Practicing Taiji Fist would reinforce his internal strength, and meanwhile, polish it and change some of its nature. Thus, forming an internal strength was similar to unusual strength qigong but yet in a completely different way. Of course, this kind of internal chi equaled unusual strength qigong from the essence. It was just optimized by Taiji Fist. Little Shiba slightly moved his body from the wall. Basking in the comfortable sunshine and doing nothing made him feel empty in his heart. It was even harder to be a lazybones after becoming diligent. The Zhou family was on the west side of the village, backed up to a small hillside. To the west were scattered a few houses, approaching the edge of the village. Tramping over the hillside, a steep cliff, some 1,000 feet high, entered into view. With nowhere to borrow force from, you would find it difficult to climb over it. The cliff was filled with bald rocks rather than prey and herbs, thus holding back the villagers. Between the cliff and the slope was a small piece of hollow, covering an area of about 100 square meters and overgrown with dense shrubs. Even the shorter shrubs were a meter high, that was high enough to shelter a child at the age of 3 or 4 and protect him from being found by others. Not to mention, nobody would go to such a secluded place. That was where he practiced every day. Hunkered in the clearing, Little Shiba practiced unusual strength qigong for 4 hours. As he was awakening from meditation, the sun had moved its way to set in the west. He stood up and practiced Taiji Fist. There were 8 types of Taiji Fist and 2 minutes were enough for him to finish it in his previous life. At present, however, practicing from the commencing type to the 5th type, Wild Horse Parts its mane, took him about 1 hour. In the 5th type, he twined his hands to practice cloud hands. At that moment, he felt just like he was holding a big ball weighing over 500 kilograms. The sweat, beading into drops on his forehead, were like pearls under the sunshine. Gradually, he crossed his hands, and transformed into the 6th type, stork stand, and accelerated his practice. When getting into the last type, cross hands, Little Shiba was soaked with sweat all over and entered into a relaxing state. Oh, I'm not sure whether there will be food left, but I'm sure there will be a scolding waiting for me. It was getting dark. Little Shiba heaved a great sigh and murmured that the mountain villagers only had 2 meals a day, and the time of the second meal was exactly when he finished practicing unusual strength qigong. At that time, his fighting chi was just completed, so he had to digest it through Taiji Fist, otherwise, the effect would get worse. Oh, it's all Arya's fault. Such a young girl should know better about chasing a boy. She has taken up so much time, now I have to suffer. The best time to practice internal chi was in the morning. But this theory was only appropriate for advanced internal strength. For superficial internal force like unusual strength qigong, it would make no difference. The reason was that to practice superficial internal strength, one did not need to absorb the pure essence of the world. It was just refined a lot, then blended with the internal chi and became sundry. When Little Shiba climbed over the hillside, there came the sound of his mother's shouts. So he trotted home with a bitter smile on his face. Little Shiba, you're playing around again. How many times have you done this? One more time, and you'll never come back. If you were carried off by a wolf, no one would save you. Little Shiba stood at the gate with his head bowed and nodded when receiving his mother's lecture. After teaching him a good lesson, she waved the broom in her hand and gave him a sound beating on his ass, then pointed to the meal and said, "Go eat quickly." Little Shiba sniggered and rushed to the kitchen as if he had been given amnesty. This little bastard is really worrying. Looking at his figure, she gave a trace of a smile on her face. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Ignis Skill. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Slow down, be careful. You won't starve. Don't eat with your hands, use chopsticks. Zhou Hua, 6 or 7 months pregnant, was sitting across from Little Shiba and watched him gobble down his meal. She was angry and laughing at the same time. She wondered what had happened to him recently. He was very amenable to previous encounters but became very disobedient in recent months. He aimlessly ran over mountains whenever he had spare time. He came back every time stinking and sweaty. When she asked where he had gone to, his excuse was practicing martial arts, which was absolutely incredible due to his young age. When he went out, he did not even come home for a meal. Alas, what he had done made his mother mad. She told him as long as he was late to come home, food would not be supplied. This way worked at first, but later Little Shiba became so smart that he had meals in his sister's home when his mother did not supply any food. Yummy! It's really yummy. Sister, you're really good at cooking, even better than our mother. While Little Shiba was eating, he flattered Zhou Hua through muttering. Because of these flatteries, Zhou Hua was very happy and concerned about him all the time, even though she was pregnant. You boy. You're so young, but smart. Eat your meal and stop saying such beautiful words. Wang Tianlei sat nearby, holding a thread-bound book and displaying dissatisfaction for the youngest brother. Hey brother, what are you reading? From the first time that he came to his sister's home to bum meals, he found the book that Wang Tianlei held was titled Ignis Skill. Judging strictly from the title, he was certain it was a secret tome of martial arts skill. Compared with his initial elation over the book, he was a lot calmer now. It was all because that he had already recited the whole book. When he first glanced at the 2 characters, Little Shiba scurried off with the book. By the characters and pictures on it, he identified it as a secret of internal strength. Moreover, it was more abstruse than unusual strength qigong that was taught by Wang Tianlei. From then on, he often had dinner away from home. He took eating at his sister's home as an excuse for reciting and remembering the secrets. Although Wang Tianlei deemed it as a treasure and saved it cautiously, he had a habit that after dinner he must pull it out and have a look at it every time, which naturally gave Little Shiba an opportunity to achieve his purpose. Naturally, Wang Tianlei could not protect it from him. It did not matter if he saw it, for a 3-year-old child did not know anything. Because Wang Tianlei was so lax in thinking, Little Shiba recited the pithy formulas of Ignis Skill within a month. The book was thin, with about 20 pages. What was more, this book was written in Chinese characters. Compared to English words that Little Shiba had learned in his previous lifetime, this book was much easier. Little Shiba, however, did not dare to practice, because figures in the book were only partially memorized. After practicing unusual strength qigong, naturally he knew that there should be no mistakes in the working flow of internal qi. Once there was a deviation, the person would be possessed by the devil, or would die immediately. Little Shiba had the ability to recite texts but did not have the experience to remember figures. He remembered all of the characters little by little but did not dare to ensure that his memory was completely correct. Therefore, he seized every chance to have a look, to ensure whether the pictures he remembered were right. As for the question, he asked repeatedly, "What are you reading?" His brother-in-law gave the same answer with 3 words every time. "I don't know." Previously, after hearing that reply, Little Shiba would say, "Oh," and keep silent. It was different today, however, because he only had one picture to worry about. Hence, he required a reason to obtain an opportunity to ensure the final process. Finishing the last mouthful of his meal, he scooted to Wang Tianlei's side and stretched his neck to be in front of the book with a pair of sparkling eyes. "Brother-in-law, what's this? Why do you read it every day?" "I'm King illiterate." Little Shiba's questions rubbed him raw. He put the book on his knee and said in obvious anger, "If I was educated, I wouldn't need to read it repeatedly. What do these pictures mean?"
Little Shiba inadvertently took the book which had gotten reversed. When he opened it, it just turned to the last page. Of course, the pictures on the last page came into his sight. These pictures are the working flow of internal qi. Wang Tianlei said to himself without any doubts. What a pity! These pictures are only able to be fully understood when coordinated with the characters on them. It doesn't matter. You can learn it. Little Shiba focused his eyes on the last page of Ignis Skill and blurted out, the old blind man can recognize the characters. Right. Why didn't I think of it? Wang Tianlei suddenly made a strange cry and straightened his body from the chair. The old blind man can see nothing, however, he still can teach us. Yeep. Yeep. I also want to learn it. Little Shiba said. He cast a last glance at the book and gently put it down. Brother, can you teach me after you've learned it? Is that okay? Anyway, that old swindler has nothing to do, and he's not able to support himself. We might as well give him a chance to teach us. It's not just for me, but for all people in the village. Whoever wants to study, it's okay. Especially those little kids, troublemakers, all of them should be forced to study. There are also some hunters who are full of energy. After practicing every day, these hunters can learn to recognize words, which could develop their minds and improve their hot tempers. In this way, the old swindler can get rewards, and doesn't have to pretend to be poor in the village all day. Is that all right? There were some doubts flashing on Zhou Hua's face after she heard that. Will someone else come to study? I don't care whether they come. In this case, they'll decide on their own. But all village kids like Little Shiba should. Hey, I suffered a lot from being illiterate. At that moment, he sighed with a sense of bitterness. You're just 20 years old, don't act like an old man. Hearing Wang Tianlei sigh, Zhou Hua frowned and pinched him unhappily. Teach us? Little Shiba was stunned by that until he digested what he meant, which made Little Shiba idolize him more. Was that not a campaign to wipe out illiteracy? It was a time when people's literacy was extremely backward. Like their village, excluding Little Shiba, only the old swindler, incapable of seeing things, was literate. Moreover, in this era, at least in the eyes of these villagers, there was no use in improving their literacy. For the villagers, only the gentlemen who lived in the county town could read and write, while their lives were to hunt and farm during the day and to create the next generation with their wives at night. What Wang Tianlei planned was much greater than these ordinary mountain villagers. It might, however, be very difficult to carry this matter out. Well, brother, I also want to learn to read. Can you talk to my father about letting me go to school? Can you? Of course, it's beneficial for you to learn at a young age. Hasn't father-in-law said that you'll be sent to Qingyang Market as an apprentice? If you learn to read, your prospects are much brighter than ordinary people's. Wang Tianlei said with laughter, patting Little Shiba's little head. Little Shiba twisted several times and got his head out of Wang Tianlei's big hands. Well, my brother, if the old blind man teaches you, you must tell me. Don't call him the old blind man anymore. He'll be your teacher, so you should respect him. Suddenly, Wang Tianlei said with a solemn look, these are rules and principles. You should keep in mind that rules and principles shouldn't be abandoned at any time. Yes, brother. Little Shiba nodded quickly, with an appearance of willingness to accept instructions. Well, boy, you've already had your meal, and it's time for you to go home. Our mother will blame you again if you don't go home immediately. After Little Shiba heard the words from his brother-in-law, he felt amnesty in his heart and said, Oh, okay, thank you, my brother. I'm leaving. He then trotted off and left Wang Tianlei's home. This is awesome. Now, the last picture has been insured, and the fact that I can read will be covered up. Good, really good, my brother-in-law is talented. It's a pity for him to stay in the village. But if not for his help, however, I wouldn't be so lucky.
Little Shiba, Boxer, and Houndy lived in one very large room. Although the Zhous were not a rich family, they had enough room. The three brothers lived in one room but were very far away from each other. What was more, they had their own soil bed. Though the soil bed was quite cheesy and inferior, it was very warm and practical. Little Shiba's bed was against the south wall where there was a hole whose size was just enough to let the bright moonlight through the window. After he climbed on his bed and covered up with his quilt, he groped around the mattress a few times and took out several pieces of crumpled paper. He then carefully looked at these papers with the dim moonlight through the small hole. A naked figure drawn by charcoal pencils was presented on the paper, and the figure was made up by a few black lines. At the junction of the black lines, acupoints were written down one by one, and it was the pictures that Little Shiba memorized from Ignis Skill. Today he was going to make a final confirmation. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Practicing in Xingyan Market. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Carefully hiding the piece of paper under the mattress, Little Shiba covered the quilt and took a deep breath. He then closed his eyes and started to stimulate the working flow of Ignis Skill in his mind. It would not have worked back when he had just arrived in this world, even if he got the full script of Ignis Skill and memorized all of it. The reason was that he didn't know the trick of practicing internal chi. But things were quite different now with him knowing the trick. Though unusual strength qigong was the easiest one among internal strength cultivation methods, it still shared a common trick with others. Ignis Skill was obviously much harder than unusual strength qigong, particularly in its details. But their beginning steps were pretty much the same. Going through Ignis Skill carefully, Little Shiba managed to have a basic idea of this mental cultivation method. The differences between Ignis Skill and unusual strength qigong lay in the two following parts. Firstly, the working flow of Ignis Skill was much more complex than the other one, which required a higher degree of concentration and controlling ability of internal chi. It took a much longer time to complete the working flow of Ignis Skill than it took for unusual strength qigong. Thus, it required better controlling ability. For now, Little Shiba could only sustain 2 days of concentration. Secondly, the way of absorbing the essence of the world. The so-called internal strength was absorbing the essence of the world and then making use of it with a special method. That was the fundamental principle of internal strength, no matter how superior it could be. Unusual strength qigong was the easiest one to swallow but the hardest one to digest, which could do great harm when practicing with heterogeneous pneuma. That was to say, with eating both good and bad food, the inability to digest all of it could only lead to an upset stomach. However, Ignis Skill had its own specific target. It seemed that it only absorbed the pneuma of a certain property and excluded the other properties. The reason why the working flow of Ignis Skill was much complex than the other one was that the process of digesting the pneuma with a certain property was much harder than with heterogeneous pneuma. The name of it has already shown that it only absorbs Ti pneuma of fire property from the essence of the world. Lying on the bed, Little Shiba thought in his mind with his eyes sparkling in the dark. Though Ignis Skill is harder than the other one, it's still a level 1 mind cultivating method. Otherwise, I would not have understood it. Wang Tianlei told me that he got it from the man he killed in the war, so the person who owned this couldn't be a kung fu master with super precious or difficult books. But this method really works for me. It's not too hard, nor too easy. I guess it's my lucky day. Thinking of this, he giggled and remembered the words his elementary teacher used to say in his past life. The teacher was always telling him to set a goal that suited him and could be achieved by practicing. As he grew up, those words became jokes. Nowadays, in a whole new world, those words came true in another way. It was said that building internal strength could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life, and Wang Bo thought so too when he read kung fu fiction in his past life. However, in this world, Little Shiba, who has already practiced internal strength, had learned that the rumor was not even half true. The truth was that your life could only be prolonged once you've already reached the advanced level of bone forging when practicing the external strength. Otherwise, your life was just shorter with increasing amount of internal chi.
Let me explain. The body was like a closed container with a limited volume of water. If it was forced to bear what was beyond its capacity, it could easily break. The relationship between the body and internal chi was just like that of closed container and water. The only way to bear a large amount of internal chi was to strengthen your own body.
Pushing it could only lead to an explosion.
Since one would gain pure internal chi with fire property by practicing the fire cultivation method, it required more than unusual strength qigong did, in terms of tendons and vessels. Therefore, it was imaginable that the speed of practicing the fire cultivation method was slower than that of practicing the internal chi of unusual strength qigong. But before that, Little Shiba did not need to absorb the fire property pneuma from the essence of the world. Instead, he should transfer the impure internal chi, which came from practicing unusual strength qigong, into internal chi of fire property. After knowing what the exact way of practicing internal chi was, Little Shiba was more anxious than happy. What I've gotten were just the simplest methods of strengthening the body and cultivating internal strength. But I could infer, just from them, how powerful I could become in the future.
Then what about those who have had advanced internal strength, mental cultivation methods, and body strengthening methods? How mighty would they become?
This is truly a scary world, and right now, I'm just a hillbilly stuck in a small village.
Life is short, and unless I'm the destined hero who can turn every challenge into an opportunity, I should just lay low. Hiding in this village will get me nowhere. My old man wanted me to be an apprentice in Qingyang Market, such a high hope. He lay in the bed, thinking of Qingyang Market.
Similarly, someone in Qingyang Market missed the small village. Qingyang Market was a small town on the fringe of Yunzhou of Jin, which was close to Misty Mountain. Remote as it was, the town was very prosperous because it served as the most convenient pathway to Misty Mountain, and a transaction site between Shirwan and Yunzhou. Yunzhou was the most remote among the 13 states of Jin, whereas Misty Mountain was the natural borderline between Jin and northern Yuan. However, Jin and northern Yuan have confronted each other for hundreds of years, but no war ever broke out at Misty Mountain. This was because Misty Mountain stretched tens of thousands of miles, and it was so called the Great Mountain, in which there were countless beasts, snakes and insects, and even powerful evil beasts that could not be resisted by human power. It was less likely, if not impossible, for a master of martial arts to go from Jin to northern Yuan through Misty Mountain by their superior strength, but it would be a joke to say that someone could cross Misty Mountain with tens of thousands of troops.
Thus, neither Jin nor northern Yuan would build fortresses or stock armaments at the periphery of Misty Mountain.
But there were some businessmen who were very interested in fur, beast core, and herbs. This was the reason why Qingyang Market was so booming, even it was not in an advantageous geographical position. No matter how prosperous Qingyang Market was, it was just a small town with 4 big streets, 2 of which were horizontal and the other 2 vertical, dividing the whole town into a shape looking like a Chinese character that means well. The most bustling part was in the center of, with a big warehouse. By the way, this kind of formation featured in all towns in Yunzhou, and except for the lane in the center of, there were 2 passageways at the end of East and West Streets. In the north was the yamen, government offices in feudal China, and in the south were small workshops.
All stores and hotels concentrated in the northeastern part of the town since it was close to the entrance of Misty Mountain.
The southeastern part was where rich and famous people resided, and vendors and folks lived in the northwestern part. Just like the yamen in the north, the southwestern part, which was the forbidden zone, was the place where the Black Dragon Triad owned.
The Black Dragon Triad was a gang of moderate size in Yunzhou, controlling dozens of small towns including Qingyang Market and all the docks in Qingyang Market.
Thus, people who imported or exported products needed to turn over a big sum of money to the gang, which was its main source of income.
Not all society gangs in this world were mafia.
In a sense, they were monopoly organizations controlling resources through its power. It was a gang-like, economic entity, and the main income of which was not from collecting protection fees, nor from recovering debt like the vulgar errands that Little Shiba had watched on TV before. What they had to do was to control the economic artery, such as ships, docks, and workers, whatever was involved with waterway transportation.
What was more, the commodities from Misty Mountain could not be easily bought by the outside merchants.
So the prey was mostly sold to the local merchants in the warehouse at Qingyang Market, while all those local merchants were closely intertwined with the Black Dragon Triad, many of whom were members of the Black Dragon Triad itself. Even the largest warehouse in Qingyang Market was controlled by it. In a word, the Black Dragon Triad was the dictator of Qingyang Market. Though it was a fact that the income of the village has been greatly improved with Wang Tianlei's help, the final price of the commodity was always being constrained by the Black Dragon Triad with little negotiating space. This was the hidden rule. As for the local authority, they just served as board chairman and did the tax collecting. However, it didn't mean that the Black Dragon Triad would dare to fight against the Yamen. The local officials were no more than 40 people, a dozen of whom could fight a little, and others were just ordinary. But the Black Dragon Triad wouldn't mess with anyone from the authority because the latter represented the government, the face of the Jin dynasty. Being a gang from the Jianghu at the lowest end of society, they weren't even a match for any authority. It may be true that the gang could turn the local authority upside down within 2 hours, with the only result being a much worse retaliation within 10 minutes. Therefore, arrogant as the Black Dragon Triad seemed to be, it still strictly abided by all the set rules for the gangs and kept peace with the Yamen. Let's put it in another way, the authority and the gang were just ganging up and acting in collusion with each other. It was not a strange situation to understand. The officials didn't have the advantage of numbers, and the head was reappointed every few years. Cooperating with the Black Dragon Triad, who had the actual local influence, was the only way to properly rule the place. Such a phenomenon was everywhere all around the country with everyone's knowledge. The only difference was that the small villages relied on the low-level gangs while the major cities relied on the specific super-powerful schools, a few of which were even closely related to the royal and distinguished families of Jin. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, The Black Dragon Triad rises to get inner elixir. Wang Shi enters Misty Mountain. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Within the southwestern region of Qingyang Market sat the Black Dragon Triad's branch altar of Qingyang Market. This was a piece of the building complex, nearly covering all parts of the southwestern region and even leaving no road for passers-by. Only through the Black Building Complex could we see how the Black Dragon Triad was oppressive in Qingyang Market. The outer wall, about 20 feet high, was stacked up with thick black stones. In the middle of the wall was a thick black iron gate, which was like a small-sized city wall. Inside the wall, tiled roofs and flying angles loomed and pavilions seemed to be hidden. Of course, these only could be seen from the outside. Besides members of the Black Dragon Triad, officers of government also lived in Qingyang Market. However, only bureaucrats, private advisors, and the head constable ever stepped over that black iron gate. There was a small garden in the northern corner of the branch altar of the Black Dragon Triad. In the garden was a 3-storied building which was small in size but had a refined shape. On the 4-corner upturned eaves hung golden bells, which would produce crisp and melodic ring sounds when the wind blew. In the night, a dim light shone out from a window on the 3rd floor. It was the only bright spot in the whole building. Behind the window was an empty room in which a piece of red carpet lined with a gold border was spread on the floor. The border of the carpet sparkled in the lamplight. On the north side of the wall hung a huge picture on which a black dragon flew in a cloud, with its claws extended and full of momentum. Under the gigantic picture was a gold armchair. At that time, a man of about 60 years old sat in the armchair, wearing a suit of gold silk garments with 2 cuffs embroidered with 9 twisting dragons. The 2 sides of the gold armchair were flanked by 4 silver armchairs. The armchairs were full of men and women, young and old. The youngest was an over 30-year-old woman with a pink face, on which showed a very unflattering evil chi. There was no sound in the room except the slight and long breathing sounds of the people. In that instant, even if one needle were to fall on the ground, its crisp jingle would surely have been heard. That's all. Everybody, the news is true. Half a year ago, the one-eyed wolf in West Mountain showed up in a village beside Qingyang Market but didn't hurt anyone. Instead, it was repelled by a sergeant named Wang Tianlei. Everyone, what's your opinion on this matter?
After a long time, the old man in the golden armchair broke the silence. His eyes wandered on the faces of the 8 people as if he saw through their thoughts just from their expressions. We've investigated Wang Tianlei. He was recruited into the army a few years ago, and defended the border of Shenwu city of Yuezhou as a Jiroro. As was said, his practice has reached the phase of a level 1 fighter only by using Dark Bear Fist and unusual strength Qigong. With just one step, he could enter the bone forging realm. It's just a pity that he has no strong background and even can't read. Unfortunately, stripped of his military merits, he came back here after his service had expired. It was the woman in red with the pink face but evil look who was talking to the others. In a few words, Wang Tianlei's main experience was told. A level 1 fighter? A middle-aged man, sitting opposite her, frowned. If the rumor about the one-eyed wolf is true, it may be a monster. It's impossible for a level 1 fighter to push the monster back, even if he has great strength. Altar Master Tong, are you questioning my intelligence? The evil chi became stronger suddenly on the face of the woman in red. I didn't mean that. Your intelligence has been always accurate. I just think that we seem to be missing something on this incident with the one-eyed wolf. After all, it's an evil beast. Even the lowest level evil beast can compare with a level 4 or 5 fighter. How can a level 2 fighter push it back? It's somewhat strange. Yeah, it's indeed strange. I didn't believe it at first. The old man in the gold armchair gently waved his hands and stopped the conflict. But after multi-verification, it proves that the intelligence is correct. I don't know why the one-eyed wolf left suddenly, but I can affirm 2 facts. Firstly, the news is true and the one-eyed wolf indeed exists. Secondly, it's sure that Wang Tianlei pushed it back on his wedding day. From the description of each party, the one-eyed wolf held the absolute upper hand at that time and even could kill Wang Tianlei at any time. But in the end, it left suddenly. In the eyes of those rough men, it was Wang Tianlei that naturally pushed the one-eyed wolf back. In other words, the one-eyed wolf was not pushed back by Wang Tianlei. It's possible that it left by itself, Altar Master Tong said. The woman in red gave a cold snort and turned her head away. We don't know why the one-eyed wolf withdrew voluntarily, we only need to know that it indeed exists. It not only exists, but it's an evil beast. When saying evil beast, a middle-aged man sitting diagonally opposite the woman in red could not help flashing a wildness in his eyes. Little Jean is right. The one-eyed wolf is an evil beast. This is what is most important. The old man nodded his head heavily with the same light in his eyes. It was an evil beast, that was what was most important. As long as it was an evil beast, inner elixir would exist in its body. And inner elixir of evil beast was the most precious treasure for these people who practiced martial arts and qi. In this world, inner elixirs of evil beasts were not the same as those of martial arts novels that Little Shiba had read. Of course, both had many similarities. Evil beasts gathered all the spirits and pneuma of the whole body to a place before they died, thus forming inner elixirs of evil beasts. Inner elixirs were different sizes. But generally speaking, no matter how gigantic the evil beast was, the generated inner elixir would be as small as a fist. For some smaller ones, inner elixirs were just as small as soybeans. Inner elixir was of great use. There was strong vitality in the core of an inner elixir, which was of great benefits for those who practiced martial arts. Medicine soup lotion was especially used to wash bones for people. And if you could add the inner elixir of the evil beast into medicine soup lotion, the effect would be greatly improved. Although the land was boundless and evil beasts existed in the vast mountains and forests such as Misty Mountain, it was difficult to find the inner elixir of an evil beast. The trouble was that you could not catch any. Except for those natural evil beasts. Evil beasts, even the lowest which had just evolved into evil beasts from ordinary wild beasts, had the power that was at least equal to a level 4 or 5 fighter. This was not the main excuse.
In the world, fighters with a 4 or 5 class cultivation were in abundance, but these evil beasts lived in the high mountains and marshlands. In order to find evil beasts, you had to go to places such as the depths of Misty Mountain, in which even inborn fighters could only seek self-insurance. Once he did not have good luck, he would lose his life, let alone be able to hunt evil beasts. What was more, there were not just evil beasts, but hordes of them. If you attacked one, others would be alarmed and you would be very miserable in the end. In human habitation or crowded places, it was nearly impossible to find an evil beast. But now, it seemed that the people of the Black Dragon Triad saw hope. The One-Eyed Wolf in West Mountain. The legend of the One-Eyed Wolf had spread for a long time. It had spread for almost 100 years. But the spread was not very wide, just in some mountain villages around Xingyang Market. In the early years, the Black Dragon Triad was not interested in such a legend and just regarded it as a groundless rumor. But it was different this time. Since a sighting of the One-Eyed Wolf had indeed occurred, it was possible that the One-Eyed Wolf was an evil beast based on the legend of the surrounding mountain villagers. Besides, it might be the lowest among evil beasts, the kind that was easiest to deal with, and evolved into an evil beast from an ordinary wild beast due to good luck. Generally speaking, such wild beasts were not very intelligent. The most important thing was that it showed up in West Mountain. For those villagers, West Mountain was in the depths of Misty Mountain. But for fighters, it was just the border of Misty Mountain. In such a place, except for odd animals such as the One-Eyed Wolf, it was impossible for evil beasts to exist. From this point, it could be seen that the One-Eyed Wolf should have only become an evil beast a short while ago. Otherwise, it would not have so easily exposed itself to others, nor continued to live in a place like West Mountain. But it would not be long before the spiritual intelligence of the One-Eyed Wolf was fully matured. After that, it needed to leave West Mountain and enter the depths of Misty Mountain. At that time, even if they tried, they would not succeed. Look at the weather. It'll soon snow. We must go into the mountain before it begins snowing. As long as we get the inner elixir of the One-Eyed Wolf, we've done a good job. We're willing to follow you, answered several people. Well, it does look like it's going to snow. This damn Yunzhou. It's snowing in winter. What a pain. The handsome young man stood at the door of a small inn in Xingyang Market, frowning, looking into the gloomy weather, and feeling the chill of the wind from the north. It seemed that something bad had hit his mind. His delicate body could not keep from trembling a few times. Well, my blood is almost frozen. Where will I find the strength to go into the mountain for medicine? That young man was 17 years old. He had an extremely handsome face. His rosy skin was tender, like soft bean curd, and water seemed to flow out from it with one pinch. He had a pair of big eyes that looked as though they were covered by a layer of mist. He wore a blue gown with a white silk belt at the waist, and a piece of jade hanging on the belt. His long black hair fell behind him, and was casually tied into a horsetail. The corner of his mouth showed a faint smile, as if everything between heaven and earth was a joke in his eyes. Well, it looks like I can't be lazy. I'd better go into the mountain as soon as possible. It's best to get medicine before the snow comes. Otherwise, I'll be trapped in the mountains and suffer from the cold weather. How do the two guys enjoy themselves on the mountain? Why did I come to such a damn place in the cold winter? How miserable! His face twitched 2 times. Then he turned and walked towards the inn. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, A Life Threatened opens Little Shiba eyes which tempts Wangxi. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Sister, it's the Spring Festival. On the edge of the Misty Mountain, the small village was swept up in an atmosphere of joy as the Spring Festival was just around the corner. This year marked a turning point for the village. Wang Tianlei had driven the whole village since his return. The gain had doubled several times with fewer casualties, which meant increased income and improved living conditions. In the spring festival season, even the old storyteller of the village could treat himself with meat occasionally.
Wan Tianlei had found him a job teaching people to read. Young women could buy cloth of different colors to make 1 or 2 new padded jackets, and even Little Shiba himself got one. Now, with the annual festival around the corner, happiness abounded in the prosperous village. Zhou Hua, whose belly was much larger and rounder than it was a month ago, was well protected by the Wangs. Her husband's parents would not allow her to work at all. All she had to do was eat, sleep, and wait for the big moment when she would give birth to a fat baby boy and make them happy grandparents. This was killing Zhou Hua, a mountain-born girl who had started helping her family out with everyday chores at the age of 4. Over a decade's worth of daily routine made her uncomfortable with such an easy life. She could do nothing about it. This was the reason Zhou Hua had nothing to do these days but sunbathe, sitting by the wall of her yard, eyes closed, resting her hand on her big belly. Lately, however, it seemed it would soon snow with the dark sky and fierce north wind. In such terrible weather, she stayed indoors, sitting by the charcoal stove. A thick cotton curtain hung on the door, making it a warm haven. Little Shiba visited and talked with his sister regularly for the chance to have a few more peeks at the Ignis Skill. He could not afford the trouble he would get himself into if his memory failed and he misunderstood one of the acupoints. Seeing her little brother bounce into the room, Zhou Hua laughed and said, "Yay! It's almost Spring Festival. Want your lucky money? Don't worry. You'll get it. Now that you are married, you have to give me lucky money, too." "Hooray!" Little Shiba laughed and said. Actually, in this village, kids were lucky to receive 1 or 2 copper coins as their lucky money. He didn't really care about the money. They stayed in the warm room, talking to each other from time to time. Instead of going deep into the mountains, Wang Tianlei was practicing shadowboxing with the young men in an open space in the village. They didn't go hunting in the woods for 2 basic reasons. The first being that they already had enough animals for food and other basic daily necessities. The second reason was that with the weather getting cold, the northern winds blowing and the first snow coming, the hunters wouldn't find anything even if they did go hunting. The cunning beasts in the woods had already stocked enough food to get themselves through the winter. They were hiding in their caves and waiting for the first snow of this winter. The men would rather take advantage of this time and practice boxing and combat tactics, and hope for better harvest when the snow stopped. Time flew by peacefully and happily. Little Shiba chatted with his sister for a little while, scanned Wang Tianlei's Ignis Skill again when he had the chance and would then put it back, fully content. It was almost time to go home as it was starting to get dark outside. "It's too late. Why don't you stay here tonight and have dinner with us?" Zhou Hua said. Little Shiba shook his head immediately and said, "No, thanks. Mom will be upset if I come home late again." Zhou Hua laughed and said, "You don't say. You should be a good boy and not make her worry about you all the time." "Sure." Little Shiba waved his hand impatiently and ran to the door. He ran fast because it was getting dark and his mom would definitely be harsh on him if he was late again. As soon as he reached the woodshed and was about to step out of the yard, he heard a loud bang coming from the yard, and then, a scream. "Sister?" Little Shiba suddenly stopped, his heart fluttered. That was Zhou Hua. What happened? There was no time for hesitation. He picked up a wood chopping axe from the ground, and headed back to the yard. The moment he arrived, Little Shiba saw Zhou Hua stagger from her room, panicked. At the same time, Wang Tianlei's father heard the big noise, and rushed out from a wing room. What happened? Wang Tianlei's father was hardly an old man. He was a strong man in his mid-40s. Seeing Zhou Hua flee out in panic, he ran to her aid and helped her stand. BB bear. Bear. A bear. Roar. A loud roar came from the room, the walls and door collapsed. A black bear, over 3 meters high, rushed out from the ruins of the destroyed pitiful little house. A bear? It was actually a bear. Little Shiba thought his heart would explode. He knew that the worst had come for them. Living at the edge of Misty Mountain, he didn't know much, but he had heard about bears hunting down in the village in winter. To save enough energy to get themselves through the cold winter, the bears were the fiercest during these days. There were stories of hungry bears that could not find sufficient food and had decided to take their chances downhill, bringing mass casualties to the villagers. The bears wouldn't leave until they took many human lives. Such catastrophe didn't happen frequently, but occasionally every few years, which was why the villagers had let their guards down. No one had seen it coming today. No! Little Shiba heard 3 screams, one of which belonged to Wang Tianlei's father, who rushed to protect Zhou Hua when the black bear came to her. It was not so much because he cared about her safety but because he was nervous about the unborn baby. Unfortunately, as strong as he was no match for the gigantic beast. Before he could throw himself against the bear, he was struck on his shoulders and sent flying. He wanted to stand on his feet again, but it was in vain. The bear had no interest in him, staring at Zhou Hua's belly instead. It seemed that it was attracted by this strange-looking big-bellied creature. Little Shiba took a deep breath and raised his axe. He was so scared, his body trembled and he nearly pissed himself. But when he saw Zhou Hua had stumbled and fallen to the ground and the black bear swooped down on her, he suddenly found his courage from nowhere. He shouted loudly and ran toward the bear, axe in hand. The black bear glanced at the small youth and just ignored him. Although it was a beast, as one of the few mighty ones among the Misty Mountain, the bear could easily tell what its enemy was capable of. The bear saw no threat, as the youth was no bigger than a skinny monkey. Bam! Not surprisingly, just like Wang Tianlei's father, he was knocked into the air by the bear's paw, who clearly didn't strike gently just because its enemy was a little kid. As Little Shiba weighed less than the last victim, he hit the wall of the yard with a thump. Ah! Little Shiba made a loud noise, his mouth spurted blood and his body crashed into the ground. Is it over? Are they done? Lying on the ground, Little Shiba was still alert, which surprised him. It was beyond his understanding that he hadn't passed out after his weak body took such a serious injury. He was not a hero who would give his own life to save another. He should have made a run for it right away. He never thought that he would throw himself at the black bear and fight it. Now he wished he hadn't done it. Yet, still, he felt an impulse to stand up and keep fighting. It was nothing but an impulse. Although he practiced martial arts, he had taken a serious strike from the beast and fallen forcefully to the ground, totally smashing his body. His eyes were the only thing he could move. Little Shiba struggled to open his eyes, seeing the fierce beast open its huge mouth. It was about to bite Zhou Hua. He regained his strength somehow, suddenly pushed the ground with his hands and surprisingly stood on his feet again. Just when he was ready to put up a fight, he felt a shock throughout his body and a sudden, burning headache. He buckled over in pain, holding his head, howling. "No!" Howling like a wild animal, Little Shiba startled the bear, which was about to bite Zhou Hua. It raised its head, confused. Looking at the howling youth standing on his feet again, the bear was stunned. In the woods, all it took to kill such a little monkey was a strike from its paw. It had never seen a monkey who could take a punch like he had. Little Shiba was stuck in an odd state, not knowing what was wrong with his body. He had a burning headache followed by muscle spasms and twitches, and then all he could see was infinite darkness. No, it was the shade of blood. He tried with great effort to open his eyes, but his sight was blocked by blood. What's happened to my eyes? I can't see anything. Little Shiba struggled to open his eyes in severe pain, but still, all he could see was endless blood. Why? Am I blind? He was extremely scared, but the unbearable pain didn't allow him to think. He wished he could just pass out or die for good, rather than suffer like this. But he didn't get what he wished for. He was conscious. He was more alert than ever, or at least he felt like it. No! Ah! Little Shiba was howling again, louder than before. The beast was so irritated that it left Zhou Hua and headed towards Little Shiba, preferring to solve this first before treating himself to his prey. The beast didn't and couldn't notice that Little Shiba's eyes glowed supernatural rays of light. In fact, in such a tight space, no one did except for one man. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Condensed Defensive Airflow and the Three Realms and the Mysterious Realm. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Oh, his eyes. No one knew that a handsome young man had been standing atop the roof. It was the man that had previously appeared in Xingyang Market. He had intended to go deep into Misty Mountain to pluck herbs, but when entering into a small village on the edge of Misty Mountain, he had come across a black bear foraging for food and then followed it here. Of course, he was not a man who would do a courageous act for a just cause, and he had no intention to defend the village. He was the sort who always acted according to his feelings, and it was curiosity that drove him to follow the black bear, just to see what would happen. He just wanted to ease the boredom of the journey, and had not expected to witness such an incident. When Little Shiba dashed toward the black bear, the handsome young man could not help grinning, laughing at this boy's audacity. He was very surprised that a boy, only 3 or 4 years old, should be able to stand up after suffering such a heavy blow. At least, it seemed that his willpower was certainly excellent. Because of this, he gazed at Little Shiba appreciatively and got ready to give him a hand. Just at that moment, he caught sight of Little Shiba's eyes. Little Shiba roared, and a plume of thick blood appeared in his eyes. It looked just like the clouds of the evening sunset reflecting a red glow across half the sky, clear and bright ruby red. His pupils darkened against the thick blood. Around his pupils, a faint circle of black veins loomed up, showing some hint of devilishness and mystery. It seems just like those eyes from the legends. But it's said that such eyes have become extinct. How can they appear here? Well, he seems to know a bit about martial arts, although his internal chi still seems somewhat superficial and diffused. It's better than nothing. Let me have a look at the boy with such a pair of legendary eyes and see just how much ability does he have. The younger retracted the index finger of his right hand. With great interest, he fixed his eyes on Little Shiba, who had been standing up staggering when the black bear made a lunge for him. Hey, boy, do not let me down. Otherwise, I'll eliminate everyone here. Ah ha ha. The younger let out a grin, spreading an atmosphere of bleakness with his cold breath. The black bear was so fast that it rushed in front of Little Shiba in the blink of an eye. He wielded his colossal paws, slapping Little Shiba. Seeing that the black bear was so fast and so close to Little Shiba, Zhou and Wang Tianlei's parents all covered their eyes. They would never have thought that Little Shiba could escape from such a dangerous situation. Ordinarily, there would indeed have been no chance for Little Shiba to escape. But he twisted his body and rolled on the ground just as the black bear launched his attack. A blinding flash of strange light was sparkling in his devilish eyes. At that crucial moment, he suddenly saw a world that was totally different from all that he had known before. In his eyes, the whole world slowed down, just like in those slow-motion scenes on TV in his previous life. He could even see clearly that the black bear had slowed down when lunging toward his head, thus enabling him to dodge easily. So, he gently twisted his body to dodge the black bear and then unintentionally fell into a somersault, rolling toward an axe that he had dropped before. With a quick yank, he pulled it into his hand. Failing to knock Little Shiba down, the black bear flew into a rage and swooped down upon him, snarling. This was his chance. Aware that the black bear was about to pounce on him again, an idea flashed through his mind. He shrank back, turned a somersault, and seized the opportunity to give the bear a fierce slash. At that time, the black bear was roaring and did not see that Little Shiba was about to hack at him, so it did not dodge the axe. Little Shiba took this advantage and with all his strength chopped deep into the bear's throat. Hacking at the bear had drained Little Shiba's strength. He turned over and lay on his side, unconscious. Little Shiba. Zhou called in a squeaky voice. Then, she felt a burst of pain in her abdomen. What rotten luck! She's going into labor. The younger's face contorted upon seeing Zhou. His figure flashed by and then disappeared from the roof. Almost at the same time, a crowd of people, hearing the cry, flooded into the courtyard. However, they were too late, just like the cops in American TV shows. What's this place? What am I doing here? Little Shiba was aching all over and, as if he had been tied up, he could not move his body. But at least he felt that his mind was still clear. But this feels wrong. Did I have a nightmare or something? Soon, Little Shiba confirmed that something was wrong. The feeling, which he often encountered in his previous life, was not strange to him. It was a nightmare. A nightmare might be a rare experience for ordinary people, but he had suffered a lot on account of his heart problem. Especially when he was having an afternoon nap, he often felt that there was a ghost on his bed. So he was not nervous, but thought gloomily in his mind, could it be possible that I have a heart problem in this life too? Perhaps the black bear damaged my heart and so the nightmares from my previous life are beginning to repeat? Oh, what is? My tendons? My veins? Soon, Little Shiba realized what was different about this nightmare. In his previous life, even if he had a sober consciousness, what he saw and heard could be quite obscure. But now, what he saw was extremely clear. He could distinguish every vein, every bone, and even the internal chi that was scurrying around in his body. This is unusual strength qigong. Little Shiba was pondering over whether or not the internal chi was actually unusual strength qigong. In the past, he could just feel a tiny current of heat flowing through his tendons and meridians and thought everything was going well. But now, he could see the tendons and meridians of his whole body and could even watch the internal chi flowing through them. It was really different from what he had imagined. He had originally imagined that unusual strength qigong, despite only being the very most superficial internal strength to be widely used by the military, could nevertheless be used to practice internal chi. It had indeed proved to be a useful skill, but now it seemed that it was not quite useful enough. After practicing for about half a year, the internal chi of unusual strength qigong was still as weak as the pinky of a baby. Little Shiba had not expected it to become strong in such a short time. However, his chi was formless and disorderly, and it felt as though there was a white worm wriggling in his tendons and meridians. And of course, his muscles and his circulation were not worthy of praise. Before practicing internal chi, Little Shiba was young and his tendons and meridians were not completely closed. Because of this, Wang Tianlei envied him for getting double the results with half the effort and making much more progress than him. Little Shiba was very pleased to hear these words from him. After all, everyone loves to hear praise. Looking at his own tendons and meridians, Little Shiba became aware that what Wang Tianlei said was not completely correct. The internal chi of unusual strength qigong only went through a few veins, and besides, some veins got blocked to different degrees. All in all, they were not as unimpeded as Wang Tianlei had made them out to be. Is this the legendary inner vision? Little Shiba turned a blind eye to the blockages in his tendons and meridians, now that there was no good way to solve it. The unusual strength qigong was able to go through the unimpeded tendons and meridians, and furthermore, inner strength of fire tripled the course of the unusual strength qigong, so it was obvious that the rest of the veins would be unimpeded after practicing Ignis Skill. Of course, it was too early to think about it. The top priority was to figure out why he suddenly got the inner vision. Did I regain consciousness before death? Or am I dreaming? That boy must be indestructible, thought the younger, who had appeared in Wang Tianlei's yard before. He was walking against the cold wind toward Misty Mountain one step at a time, with a bitter smile on his face. That chop had perfect timing and proper speed. It's even hard for an old hand with over 10 years of training to chop so precisely in such a high-pressured situation, let alone a small child. Yet he could pull it off by perfectly combining his limited internal chi and muscle strength. Hence, it all must be to the credit of his eyes. Thinking of Little Shiba's bizarre red eyes, the younger's face twitched slightly. An extinct bloodline? If I take him to the mountains, what would the old fellows think? Would they laugh their heads off? Well, perhaps not.
Those 3 old fellows might kill the boy in secret just like they had done to Yunshan.
Ha! Who knows? They seem to kill me, too.
The cold wind, though mounting to a roar, could not stop the younger. Just about 1 foot away from him, there seemed to exist an invisible barrier that forced the wind current to split off into 2. If a man of perception was watching such a scene, he would have surely gasped in astonishment.
Protective Gang Chi.
It must be protective Gang Chi. Only a man whose cultivation had come up to level 7 would be able to condense a defensive airflow and cultivate the protective Gang Chi.
A level 7 expert? How many were there in this world?
Among billions of people in Jin, only 100 or so experts were at level 7. But now, here was one, at such a young age and appearing on this desolate misty mountain.
He seemed like a youth in his 20s.
Practicing martial arts skills to a high level could help one retain their youthful looks.
That was to say, if you achieved success in your 40s, you could retain only the appearance of someone in their 40s. And if you did it in your 50s, your appearance could remain that of yourself in your 50s. It was unheard of that a man who achieved success in his 40s could turn to 20 overnight. That was impossible unless your strength was above the level 9 and you had entered the legendary mysterious realm. The mysterious realm.
The martial arts skills in this world emphasized balancing the inner and outside cycle.
3 realms were included: skin toughening, bone forging, and tendon changing.
Aside from this, the 3 realms were further divided into 9 levels. Skin toughening belonged to the lower 3 levels, the bone forging realm to the middle, and the tendon changing realm belonged to the upper 3rd. The upper 3 levels were what people called copper skin, steel tendons, and iron bones. And above these 9 levels was the mysterious realm. Only by passing through these 3 phases could you get into the mysterious realm. It was said that some elders in the world's largest schools were able to get into the mysterious realm. But no one had ever witnessed it, so this remained no more than a legend. Protective Gang Chi was a sign that someone had entered into level 7. Since this man could unleash the protective Gang Chi, he must be at least an expert in level 7. In that case, there were 2 possibilities. First, his cultivation had reached level 7 while he was still only in his 20s. Second, he was actually an old man who had reached the mysterious realm, and his mastery of cell viability within the body had helped him to rejuvenate himself. Either way, it was enough to know that he possessed extraordinary talent.
What's that sound?
How strange it is. Accompanying the cold wind, a burst of growling and grinding interweaved through the air, falling into the younger's ears.
There seems to be some fun to be had in the West.
The younger chuckled. His figure moved slightly and floated away to West Mountain, like a leaf floating with the wind.
Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Wang Shi coveting the secret skill. Translator, Transin editor, Transin.
It was the dead of night and the whole mountain village was in peace and darkness, except for the faint light in the house of the Zhous. The pale yellow light looked like a small beam, tearing out a piece of brightness in the endless night. Wang Tianlei was laying down on a small table, quietly snoring. It seemed that he had fallen asleep. Mrs. Zhou was sitting in bed lethargically, occasionally wetting a towel in a nearby basin and putting it on the forehead of Little Shiba, sighing every now and then. What had happened the day before made her totally scared. Yesterday, a black bear rushed into her daughter's house, and her son, Little Shiba, came out boldly, holding a hatchet, and directly hacked into the black bear's throat by some chance just when his sister was about to be swallowed. Little Shiba killed the black bear, and her daughter was rescued. However, Little Shiba himself was injured under the bear's paw and was unconscious until now with a high fever. Her daughter was shocked and almost lost her impending baby. Fortunately, with God's blessing, the woman was so lucky that she gave birth to a white and fat boy safely, giving Mrs. Zhou a grandson. Such joys and sorrows occurred in just one day. She did not know whether she was going to be happy or not, but in general, it seemed that happiness held the upper hand. A doctor from Qingyang Market had diagnosed Little Shiba, and said that he was a lucky guy. Although he was hit by the bear's paw, he was not injured seriously,
with only some of his bones and muscles hurt and some of his skin scratched. He would be fine after a period of resting. However, it seemed that Little Shiba was frightened yesterday and had caught a fever that night, lasting for a whole day with no evidence of relief. Mrs. Joe could not think of a better idea than cooling him with a wet towel. Her son-in-law, named Wang Tianlei, was a reasonable man. He knew that Little Shiba did not only save his own sister, but also saved his parents and the baby in his wife's womb, which was a great blessing for the people that lived in the mountains. Therefore, he put his newborn baby aside for that moment and ran around for Little Shiba for 2 days. He got a doctor from Qingyang Market and took care of Little Shiba in every possible way, without resting for 24 hours. Only when Little Shiba managed to keep the fever down did Wang Tianlei fall asleep on the table gently, feeling relieved. People always say that one who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune forever, and I'm wondering whether you, my boy, are really so blessed. Looking at Little Shiba, whose face was covered with sweat, Mrs. Joe sighed in her heart, with a little tender love in her eyes, but actually, more confusion. Little Shiba, who remained unconscious over the past days, twitched his face suddenly as Mrs. Joe was entranced by him. He showed a painful expression, and then suddenly opened his eyes as if shocked by something. The brightness in his eyes dimmed for a second before he sat up from the bed. "Little Shiba, you woke up. Are you all right?" Mrs. Joe quickly grabbed his body and tried to support him, and then asked him with concern. At that moment, Wang Tianlei, who had been sleeping on the table, was awakened by the noise. Seeing Little Shiba sitting in bed, he jumped up all of a sudden. "Little Shiba, you woke up. Great! I knew that you were blessed by the gods since you were capable of killing the big black bear. I never believed that you would be defeated." Having just woken up from the long sleep, Little Shiba looked a bit lost in his eyes. He looked around blankly and asked, Where am I?" "You are at home." Mrs. Joe suddenly hugged Little Shiba in her arms, with tears bursting from her eyes. "You bad boy. You scared me so badly. Hum. At that moment, she could not continue her words anymore, clasping Little Shiba with cries of relief, as the heavy burden in her heart began to recede. Little Shiba regained his consciousness gradually. Suffering from a dry mouth and with nothing in his stomach, he felt extremely thirsty and hungry. "Mom, water. I want some water." He struggled to speak since he was a little out of breath in Mrs. Joe's tight hug. "Oh, water. Of course you need water." Hearing this, Mrs. Joe quickly let her son go, and suddenly remembered that her son had been in a coma for 2 days without drinking or eating. She released Little Shiba in a hurry, wiped her tears and said, "Well, stay here for a moment. I'll get you some porridge." "Thank you, Mom," Little Shiba said in a hoarse voice and nodded. At that point, he felt that his throat was smoking. Seeing Mrs. Joe hurry to leave, Wang Tianlei took the opportunity to go over to Little Shiba on the bed and said, "Little Shiba, at this time, your brother-in-law, must express my great thanks to you." "My brother-in-law?" Little Shiba was still in confusion then, but seeing Wang Tianlei, his face changed suddenly as if a certain memory had just resurfaced in his mind. He asked, "Oh, is my sister all right?" "Yeah, they are both safe and sound thanks to you." "Both?" Little Shiba blanked out for a moment and then immediately realized what his brother-in-law meant. He suddenly cried, "My sister gave birth to a baby? I'm an uncle now." Before his voice had died away, he had a burst of a coughing. "Ah, yeah, your sister and the baby are both all right." Wang Tianlei quickly leaned forward toward him and patted his back. "Oh my God, you can't get so excited. How could I explain to your sister and my parents-in-law if something happened to you again?" Hey. Little Shiba laughed gently. He did not speak, and actually, he did not dare to speak, since when he did, his throat was so sore as if it was being torn, and he was really uncomfortable. So he just sat there, listening to the words of gratitude from Wang Tianlei, gleaning the information that he wanted to know. From the current situation, he knew that his actions this time could be considered a worthy thing. The dead black bear that ran into the village to cause trouble was lying in their yard now. Once the snow had stopped, its skin would fetch quite a lot in Xingyang market. Although its meat had yet to be treated in the busy past couple of days, Little Shiba knew that the bear's meat, in addition to the small parts used as gifts for the neighbors and relatives, would mostly be sold in Xingyang market together with the bear's skin, leaving only a quite small part at home for food. In this way, my brother-in-law owes me a lot. Hey. It will be much easier next time when I want to gain advantages from him. Looking at the excited Wang Tianlei, Little Shiba was also secretly excited in his heart. At that time, Mrs. Zhou pushed the door open and came in with a bowl of porridge in her hands. Come on, Little Shiba, have some porridge. You'd better not eat too much though, since you haven't eaten anything for days. It was natural for Little Shiba to understand. Then, Wang Tianlei stood up and said, Mom, now that Little Shiba has awakened, I want to go back, and... Well, go back now. I know that you can't wait to see your baby son, right? And tell Huar that Little Shiba has awakened, and not to worry about him. Okay. Wang Tianlei quickly replied and then excitedly ran toward his home. Misty Mountain, West Mountain Pass. The younger's body was floating in the wind, traveling at an extremely fast pace, and he arrived at the entrance of West Mountain in seconds. It was a place where the voices of heavy howling and reproach came from. The entrance of West Mountain at that moment was already in a mess, with dozens of corpses toppled down on the ground in a disordered fashion. All of them were killed by critical strikes without any opportunities to resist, and each of them had only one mortal wound, 3 quick and forceful claws in their throats. Looking at the inside area of the mountain pass, there were dozens of people besieging a giant wolf that had only one eye. An evil beast? Seeing that one-eyed giant wolf, the younger's pupils shrank. Oh my God, it's an evil beast. I wondered why there was a powerful palpitation when I heard the heavy howling. Well, I never imagined that I could encounter an evil beast in such a remote and backward place. The younger squinted his eyes. The smile on his face was increasingly expanding. Inside of the West Mountain Pass, the one-eyed evil beast was caught in a siege, but it was able to move freely and was not injured when common swords sliced against his body. Even as it was attacked by so many people and swords, the evil beast was still fierce and attacking. However, its body was not totally unwounded. There was a sword mark extending from its back to its right hind leg. The bleeding wound affected its movement, and that was the reason why it could not get through the tightly grouped siege, even though it was still agile and its claws were still sharp. At the same time, the younger realized that a small part of the people who were besieging the wolf were level 3 masters of martial arts, among whom one older man was impressively a level 4 fighter. He held a sword, looking forceful, and had a thin streak of blood still left on his blade. The younger guessed that the wound on the back of the wolf was his masterpiece. Such an old man is only a level 4 fighter? He has lived in vain. I think he had no reason to siege the evil beast here, except for coveting the effect of its inner elixir. It is possible that he wants to use it to prolong his life or to improve his force. Are you eligible to get it? The younger stood silently in front of the West Mountain Pass, looking at the scene inside with a hint of a sneer visible on his face. The people in this battle were the elder of the Black Dragon Triad and the altar master of its branch altars, together with dozens of elite masters of martial arts from the Black Dragon Triad. In order to kill the one-eyed wolf, the Black Dragon Triad came fully prepared this time. Numerous masters of martial arts were included in the team, and no one among them was a fighter lower than level 2. However, they still underestimated the strength and wisdom of the one-eyed wolf. However, the situation was not very optimistic now, even if the one-eyed wolf hurt one leg and had no possibility to escape. All of the people in this battle would be eaten by the one-eyed wolf when it needed to replenish its energy. God knew how tenacious the vitality of this beast was. It had been over an hour since it was wounded, and its blood should have been exhausted, even if it dripped out drop by drop. However, it seemed that the one-eyed wolf was not affected and still full of vim and vigor, even though the blood on its back was flowing, just the same as it was an hour ago. It was the people who would not be able to hold out. I'm afraid that it's not the right way, sir. It seems that the beast is endowed with endless strength and energy, and we might be overwhelmed if this continues, Little Jean shouted at him. Among all the people that suffered in the fight, he was the best with his exquisite lightness skill and was busy containing the beast, which was the most tiring task. Damn! By my best guess, the blood of ancient animals might exist in this beast's body, and now, that blood has been awakened. Well, I don't believe that so many of us can't exhaust it, the elder shouted, and suddenly stabbed out with his long sword before his body went back 2 steps. Seeing this, all the people fighting against the beast revealed a delighted expression as if a certain awareness jumped into their bodies. They also went back a few steps, not far from the center, and surrounded the one-eyed wolf tightly, giving it no chances to run away. Is this a secret skill? Seeing that the elder went back all of a sudden, gathering his whole strength on the sword, the people around felt an overwhelmingly strong and choking sense of death. The elder held his sword high, directing his internal chi violently. Then, the body of the long sword was covered by a black mist, accompanied by bursts of low but forceful screams, as if they were the roars of endless discontent from depressed dead people. It turns out to be a secret skill. Oh my god, it's really a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch, not only the inheritor of an extinct bloodline, but also people with secret skills. It seems that this secret skill has extreme power, and cannot be matched by common skills. Fortunately, the elder with this skill doesn't have enough capacity to give it free rein. The younger frowned gently and was shocked by the power that burst forth from the elder. Indeed, it was impossible for a level 4 fighter to bring out the full power of that kind of secret skill. The so-called secret skill was an independent branch of martial arts skills in the world. Each kind of secret skill basically needed to coordinate with unique ways of using chi. How to use strength was called technique, as well as how to use chi was called mental cultivation skill. The essence of secret skills was combining the internal chi and strength and use them in special ways. In a sense, it was something like playing arcade games. A compositive technique was the most powerful one. Of course, great power was only one of the 3 greats of secret skills. The 3 greats of secret skills were respectively, great power, great harm, and great consumption. Great power explains itself. A fighter with secret skills would be endowed with the ability to challenge the fighters in a higher level. For example, a level 4 fighter with secret skills might defeat a level 5 without secret skills, and even a level 6 fighter. Of course, it would not be so easy if the opponent had also mastered the same skills. Great harm referred to the use of secret skills that would harm the body. These powerful secret skills would generally cause damage to the body after they had been used, and could not be used again for a long period of time in the future, otherwise, they would hurt the body. If they were forced to be used, they would probably cause a lifelong disability. Great consumption was the same as great burden. It would make the internal chi of the body exhausted once the secret skill was used. Therefore, generally speaking, no matter what kind of secret skills, there was only one chance to succeed, and if it failed, it was difficult to have enough power to battle again, and even escape would become a luxury. So even a fighter with a certain kind of secret skill would not use it until the last minute. And with respect to the secret skills, as the name suggests, they were secret, and each kind of secret skill had its own unique method, and so they were only mastered by a tiny minority. Moreover, the more powerful the secret skill was, the more secret its practice method was, and the more difficult its process of practice was. In addition, in the opinion of the younger, no one would generally have a secret skill in such a small place near Misty Mountain. Well, the elder in front of him was the one with a secret skill, a very mysterious secret skill. I don't know what stroke of luck hit him, but seeing the momentum of his sword, the power of the secret skill must not be small. I wonder whether the evil beast will be overwhelmed or not. The one-eyed wolf was an evil beast and was endowed with a spiritual mind, which could not be matched by human beings. It had already found problems after the fighters around it started to retreat, so it stopped, without trying to drive out of the encirclement. Instead, it shrunk its body, making a gesture of attacking, and the green hair on its whole body stood erect suddenly, looking like steel needles nailed onto its body. The wolf hissed as it exhaled, with 2 strands of white gas cycling around its nose. Oh, the elder suddenly exhaled and shouted, with his long sword stabbing toward the one-eyed wolf fiercely while the wolf moved at the same time. After its calf-sized body moved forward, its previous body was split up into 3 shadow figures in 3 directions, roaring and rushing up. The middle shadow figure was right on the sword chi of the elder, and was killed in a second by the sword chi, and the other 2 shadows were not affected and rushed up from the left and right sides respectively. The elder was so calm and directed his long sword. It unexpectedly split into 2, a black one and a white one, and went to assault the 2 sides of the one-eyed wolf respectively. With a mournful screaming, the 2 fast flows split the shadows before they could pounce on him. Roar! The sword chi dashed against the shadows in one place, and almost disappeared at the same time. After 2 wolf shadows vanished into thin air, the one-eyed wolf finally came out in its true body in front of the elder a foot away, roaring, with blood unwillingly spewing from 3 deep visible wounds, and its body slowly fell down. Howl! Seeing the one-eyed wolf falling down, the elder drew in a breath and his body also lowered from midair, collapsing on the ground. Elder! Leave me alone. Go fast. Kill it and take out his inner elixir. The elder fell down on the ground and cried when he saw the people crowd around him, with black blood flowing out from the 7 holes in his head. At the same time, his skin that was exposed on the outside also oozed drops of blood. The final attack just now almost exhausted his entire internal chi. Yes. People replied immediately and rushed toward the one-eyed wolf, preparing to dissect the wolf and to take its inner elixir away. Stop! Stop! A clear voice sounded, then a white shadow flashed out and instantly circled around the crowd in front of the one-eyed wolf. With a poo-poo noise, dozens of the elites, including the 5 altar masters of the Black Dragon Triad, fell down on their backs while the shadow stood on the ground, each with a finger-sized bloody hole in their forehead. This is a treasure, it is not your turn to kill it. The white shadow stopped. He was the man who had just watched the bustling scene from the sideline. Watching the elder lying on the ground with a smile, he flicked a finger of his left hand, and a drop of tiny blood flew off. Your secret skill that you used just now is really a good one. I never imagined that someone here had secret skills. Great, great. Give the secret method of practice to me, and I'll leave you with full corpses. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. What? It happened so quickly that the old man couldn't respond at all. From besieging the younger to being killed, dozens of the Black Dragon Triad elites all lost their defense within one breath. On the one hand, this was because his attack was so sudden, but on the other hand, it proved that his mastery of posture and motion was brilliant. Even if he hadn't taken them by surprise, few of his opponents could have held their ground for long against such skilled movements. With such speed, his level of cultivation must already exceed level 6. Racking his brains, however, the old man couldn't figure out just who the young man with such wickedly handsome features could be. He wondered when on earth such a youthful expert could have appeared in Yunzhou of Jin. Even if you want to kill me, you should let me know who I am slaying, right? And as for the way to practice the heavenly sword of Qisha, do you really think that I'll give it to you without a fight? After decades in the Jianghu, he had experienced every kind of storm. It was clear that he couldn't survive much longer, for the younger had adopted so many vicious means. So he simply lay on the ground and operated qi secretly, so as to rupture his heart vessels by himself. But a current of wind from the younger's figure had fixed onto his chest before he could operate the only internal qi left inside his body. Then, he felt he was stagnated and limp as a noodle. He could no longer direct qi to rupture the vessels, let alone bite his tongue and commit suicide. Don't cling to wishful thinking anymore. In front of me, I forbid you from suicide. The younger squatted beside and edged closer to him, enunciating each word clearly. With a merciless expression in his dark eyes, he continued speaking. Your behavior dissatisfies me. First I will punish you, and then I'll interrogate you. After saying that, the younger softly pointed onto the elder's forehead. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and exuded an expression of extreme hopelessness. He wanted to howl, but no sound came out. In one breath he started to cramp slightly. As time passed by, the extent of the cramp grew greater and greater. All the pores of his body began to bleed, so did his 7 apertures. It was even more severe than the pain that could be inflicted by the yin and yang heavenly sword. After inflicting this upon him, the younger left him alone and turned away, walking towards the one-eyed wolf which lay lingering on the ground. The one-eyed wolf twitched its eyelid weakly. It rolled a glassy eyeball to take one glance at the younger, and then looked away. It believed that today would be the day it met its final fate. Whether those people or this young man, all seemed to have the wolf in their sights. It had tried its best, it knew that it would not live much longer, even though the first group of people had all been killed. Therefore, it showed no fear in seeing the younger appear at last, showing only a temperament of indifference, being as unsentimental about death as it was about life. You damn wolf! In sensing this dying one-eyed wolf's sight, the younger's eyes twinkled. He squatted in front of the wolf as if he had found a new world. After searching his pocket, he brought out a vermal pill and fed it to the wolf. The wolf felt that vermal pill immediately burst into a warm flow upon being swallowed. The efficacy of the pill dispersed to all its tendons and vessels, coursing through the wolf's veins, and started to cure its wounds. The one-eyed wolf ought to have been in a state of desperation. It finally looked back to the younger, full of confusion. It seems that we have opened a psychic connection. Aside from your inability to speak, your spirit is little different to that of humans, am I right? The younger smiled and said, if you understand, then nod. If you understand but feign confusion, then I'll nail you on the cliff and let you bleed to death. Those words were said with a smile, but the one-eyed wolf trembled in terror. Looking at the younger's icy eyes which contrasted sharply with his smile, the one-eyed wolf nodded its head hastily, just as it felt a stream of cold air rushing to its head. Good job. I'm different from those who want to harvest your inner elixir or plunder your essential blood and flesh. Such things are of no use to me. But, you have the bloodline of an ancient and supernatural beast. Though your bloodline now is faint and of limited strength, its potential is inestimable. At present, I am with no spiritual creatures, so I shall make you this offer. How would you like to make a blood bond with me and pledge loyalty to me? Spiritual creatures? Blood bond? The one-eyed wolf didn't know what these two phrases meant. But it could not help itself from flinching back, and a feeling of unease came over its body. Under such circumstances, however, it had no chance at all to resist. The words "you agree" had barely left the lips of the younger, and before the echo of his voice had died away, he had already cut his finger to draw, in blood, some abstruse rune on the one-eyed wolf's forehead, leaving no time for it to respond. At the same time, the younger dripped another drop of blood above the rune. Right when the blood mixed with the rune, a glimmer of light flashed out. The glimmer disappeared very quickly, as if it had permeated into the one-eyed wolf's forehead. Meanwhile, it felt as though something had burrowed into its consciousness. The wolf tried to concentrate and seize control of whatever it was which had entered its consciousness, but it was no good. At this point, it heard the younger's voice from its ears, well, stand up now. Stand up? Though it had taken a strange pill which had largely fixed up its wounds, standing was still difficult. The one-eyed wolf was about to refuse when it found it had lost control of its body and started standing up gradually, obeying the younger's voice. It felt a burst of pain but could do nothing to resist. Not bad at all. Seeing the one-eyed wolf standing up, the younger felt highly satisfied. It seems to me that you must be drawing upon your instincts to practice. With such a thin bloodline of ancient supernatural beasts, it is impressive that you can practice to such a high level. Nevertheless, you are less able to step forward if no one directs you. Now that you are my spiritual creature, I will never treat you unfairly. I'll impart to you the authentic way of the evil beast to help you in your practice. Ooh. The one-eyed wolf howled, as if to confirm that it had understood what the younger said. It walked toward him and wagged its tail unceasingly, cute and obedient. The younger turned back this time, looking at the elder, whose back was humped like a ripe shrimp's and who was foaming at the mouth. Now, how about you? Are you ready to reveal the way of the heavenly sword of Chisha? The trembling elder nodded ferociously. He had lost all control of his body now. His trembling made it even more difficult for him to nod his head. Some would take his nod as an inertial convulsion if they weren't paying attention. Are you nodding or shaking? The joking voice from the younger came to his ears again. He opened his eyes with difficulty. This handsome youth standing before him seemed to him to be a youth of diabolical evil, as if he had come from the dungeons of hell. How terrible he was! The phrase "meat on the chopping block" could serve as a vivid and apt description of the situation he had found himself in. He nodded with all his strength this time, with a look of pleading in his eyes. He wished now not for survival, but for a swift death. Well, such great progress. You ought to have acted like this from the start, so that you may have suffered fewer torments. Instead, you chose to puff yourself up at your own cost. After all, we all know it's not easy to be a hero. The younger shook his head with a smile, pointing at the older's forehead again. Now, you can speak out loud. The older man breathed heavily. Instead of saying any words, he managed to point to his chest with his right hand. The younger squinted his eyes, raised his hands, and cut open the elder's shirt front, revealing his muscular chest. It seems that it was a good idea, the younger sneered upon seeing the scar. He waved gently and carved out a huge bloody gap above the scar. Casually, he fetched a black scroll which looked like paper and silk. The younger changed his expression all of a sudden. His seemingly perpetual smile disappeared in a flash after he had taken a few glimpses of that scroll. Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. This is not a secret skill but a special technique. I never expected that my assumption would be so wrong. The younger raised his hand and tucked the scroll into his sleeve. And then with a casual flick of his sleeve, made the body of the elder spring up through the air, crashing into a pile of jagged rocks several meters away. He spat blood out of his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground. His body sprung up into the air one more time, and after that, no sound could be heard. The younger paid no attention to his death. He flicked his sleeves again, and his body moved like a falling leaf floating in the wind, leaving behind him a ground strewn with corpses and other such residues. If Little Shiba had been here and had seen what had happened just now, he would have gaped in astonishment. The ruthless means by which the younger had captured the one-eyed wolf showed clearly that the martial arts world was not as he imagined it. At least, it was not a simple world. While what happened next proved this further still. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Little Shiba's Fantasy to the Eyes. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. West Mountain Entrance, Misty Mountain. Scattered corpses lay in a mess. The mountain became more and more desolate as a burst of chilly wind blew. In the coldest time of winter, corpses were frozen to become hard objects, and any blood that was above the ground was frozen by the chilly wind in just half a day. All of a sudden, a burst of gloomy and cold wind blew over. That burst of strange wind was extremely cold. When it blew across the corpses all over the ground, the frozen corpses that were made slight cracking sounds like breaking sticks. All of the corpses in the entrance of the West Mountain were cracked by that sudden frigid wind. As the wind blew, the corpses were being eroded. Finally they broke apart. While the corpses were eroded by the frigid wind, the body of the elder, which was thrown away by the mysterious youth, underwent an amazing change. The elder's body made cracking sounds as the frigid wind blew over it. But with the last sound, the skull of that body suddenly broke. A puff of black smoke came out of the skull. This black smoke became thicker and thicker and darker until the point that it was about to be coagulated. In the entrance of the mountain, the wind was blowing mightily. The black smoke was nearly blown away into dust. It was carried off by wind for several feet and then seemed to exert a force around it which caused the wind to stop. There were blasts of cold wind, blowing back and forth incessantly. Tough as the wind was, it couldn't resist the unchanging natural force. In this endless cold wind, the black smoke dissipated to a large extent. Finally it rode down the mountain on the cold wind. The crack of the morning sun slowly peeked over the towering ridge and shone down on that little village at the foot of Misty Mountain. Like a baby's face, the weather in the mountain changed with uncertainty. Yesterday, dark sky covered everywhere and the wind blew all around. From time to time, there was even a snowflake falling down from the sky, but today's weather is as if the bright sun is about to rise. Little Shiba woke up very early. He had been lying in the bed for many days due to the wound and felt uncomfortable because of not being a martial arts. What unpleasant days! Today his fever finally dropped. He felt refreshed after a sound sleep and all constraints were relieved in one moment. Softly Little Shiba got up and went to a vacant space under the cliff in his courtyard to play Taiji Fist. Different from the past, he played the simplified Taiji Fist twice, but neither was unhindered. There is an old saying that heart goes with consciousness and consciousness goes with chi. Anyhow, he couldn't combine his consciousness with chi. It was not because of too many distracting thoughts, but rather because he could clearly feel the chi and blood flowing in his tendons and vessels when playing. In other people's opinion, Little Shiba was heavily injured with a terrible fever and in a coma. As a matter of fact, he did not sleep at all for 2 days. His whole spiritual mind and soul was in a wired state which was caused by his eyes. When Little Shiba was going to be killed by that black bear, his eyes underwent mysterious and even marvelous changes. He was not able to detect anything special when he was in danger. However, when he was in the coma, he felt like he was in a dreamland. He floated up to a hollow. This place was like a universal image he watched in the previous life which was filled with darkness and emptiness, nothing but one eye. Later he realized that this eye was very likely to be his eye. A huge eye was floating in the hollow. It was golden. In the bottom of the eye, there were several wisps of strange black lines which emitted golden light. The golden light was the only illumination in the hollow. At that time Little Shiba felt like he had become a ball of mist floating in the hollow. He could take control of his body. The body could move at his will to some degree, but it could only move around for a bit. He had tried to move to that huge eye once. But no matter how hard he tried, the huge eye kept hanging above his head and a constant distance remained. He doubted whether he managed to move at all in the mysterious hollow. The so-called movement was only an illusion in his consciousness. Surely there were some kinds of abstruseness which he couldn't explain. Not knowing how much the time went by, he felt a shock suddenly. Then, the eye disappeared and so did the hollow. He woke up and returned to reality. It seemed it had been over. While in the following days he realized some changes had taken place in his eyes. When Little Shiba focused his consciousness on the eyes, a series of changes would soon appear. First of all, they would turn to be lightly golden, together with some indistinct black lines which were the same as the huge mysterious eye hanging above his head in the hollow. With such eyes, he could see clearly not only things in front of him but also objects behind him. That was to say, when his eyes turned to be light golden, a 360-degree perspective would be formed. There would definitely be no blind spot in his view. In addition to this, his vision and insight increased in strength. Now he could see faraway objects that were previously vague. The scope of his vision became larger, and so did his sensitivity. Above were purely changed in his eyes. Except for those two parts, there was one more important thing. He had an inner vision now. As long as he turned his eyes to red, he could observe his inner condition clearly. From blood flowing, skeleton constitution, rot of internal chi in the tendons and vessels to even his metabolism, nothing could escape from his amazing eyes. Except for inner vision, what he paid more attention to was his multiple times improvements in his ability to control his internal chi. Now he had fine control over his internal chi. In the past, he could only operate his internal chi according to a fixed working flow by feeling. To avoid from being possessed by the devil, he did not dare to go a step beyond his prescribed limit. With all under his monitor, he could stop his operating internal chi or slow the speed or do some reverse on an acceptable scale at any time. More importantly, this control had great benefits for him to practice Ignis Skill. Though fire cultivation method was a little more profound than unusual strength qigong, it was a kind of advanced rudimental method of internal strength. There were lots of delicate and intricate points. Especially the point of absorbing a typical attribute of fire from nature into his body and refining it into internal chi while expelling attributes of other properties which were absorbed by mistake. So the fire cultivation method had an essential difference from unusual strength qigong, which absorbed everything. The progress of refining and expelling nature attributes required a fine control of the internal chi. It was just that this ability made it so that Little Shiba could not practice Ignis Skill, even though he had practiced the method for so long. Now that this challenge was solved. Of course, this didn't mean that Little Shiba wasn't grateful for the free gifts. He also realized that it was demanding for him to keep such a state. Not only was his spirit consumed, his body also suffered great burden. The maximum his current body could handle would enable him to maintain this state for at most 15 minutes. What did maximum mean? It meant to be tired out and sluggish. He had fallen into a sound sleep as soon as he went to bed and slept for one day. However, he still hadn't completely recovered the next day. Subsequently, Little Shiba had never maintained that state for too long at one time after the first experience. He would maintain that state for at most 10 minutes. With this 10 minutes, he could get some knowledge about his inner body and prepare for practicing the fire cultivation method. He dared not to practice for lacking enough control on the internal chi before. With his newfound adaptation and observation, however, he was confident in practicing Ignis Skill safely even if he didn't maintain that special state. Under such circumstances, he couldn't wait to practice. Oh, Little Shiba exhaled deeply. After playing a set of non-standard Taiji fist, he felt quite helpless. No wonder people always say that the one who knows nothing fears nothing. I thought I had gotten some achievements in playing Taiji fist previously. I see now how disappointing it was. I have a deeper knowledge of internal chi flowing, chi, and blood operation now. I suppose I can strive for further improvement, but I didn't expect to create an imbalance between internal chi and movements. This isn't because of Taiji fist but because of me. I only figured out the operation of internal chi, and blood but haven't mastered it yet. There's still a long way to master it and combine it with Taiji fist's consciousness. Well, codes of Taiji fist I recited in the previous life are of significance actually. I used to pay no attention to them, but as I played just now, some reactions inside my body seem to confirm some of the codes. I must write them down before I forget them. Just as the saying goes that the palest ink is better than the best memory. It would be a huge loss if I forget them. Little Shiba stood up straight, thinking about all the things that happened in these past days. He kept exploring functions of his eyes and took few other things into account. My eyes are kind of similar to the Sharingan. Is this a Naruto world that I've arrived at after time traveling? Nope. There are no Chinese characters in the Naruto world. And there are no ninjas in this world either. Maybe it's a coincidence. I wonder if this pair of eyes has the capability of copying others' martial arts. Thinking of this, Little Shiba couldn't help licking his dry lips. He was immensely interested in this idea all of a sudden and eager to give it a try. But soon after, he was depressed that there was no one for him to test on whether his eyes could copy martial arts or not in this remote village. The strongest man in this village was his brother-in-law, Wang Tianlei, from whom Little Shiba had learned all his martial arts. Actually, Little Shiba was more proficient in some details than his brother-in-law. As for other people who were taught by Wang Tianlei, they couldn't match him at all. Ah! Suddenly, Little Shiba thought of a man. Wu Qinglong is the best man among those who know archery. It's said that his father is also skilled in archery. I wonder if it's true that they've practiced ancestral archery. People say they won't let anyone observe their practice, and the only chance to do that is when you're hunting together with them. It's really a pity that I'm too young to go hunting with him. Or else I'll have the chance to observe him shooting. Little Shiba thought in his heart. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The Newfound Special Technique. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. After practicing Taiji Fist for a while, Little Shiba was very disheartened. The practice was not nearly as perfect as he had thought, rather it was quite defective. However, even though he was not exactly pleased with the results, it did not worry him because he knew what had gone wrong. His lack of control between his own internal qi and his qi and blood could only be fixed with time and practice. It definitely was not a problem that he would be able to handle in a single morning. He looked at the sky, guessing that his family was probably awake. If Mom comes in without finding me, then I'm afraid I'll be beaten badly. Thinking of this gave him a strong sense of uneasiness and convinced him that leaving was a wise choice. He turned around and started walking home, unaware that there was black smoke that had been blown here from a nearby cliff. It was simply being guided by the wind at first, freely flying in the air. However, as it was less than 100 feet away from Little Shiba, it suddenly flew faster, as if it was attracted by him. Little Shiba was totally unaware of the faint smoke and was unguarded. As such, it did not take long before the black smoke caught up with him and burrowed into his head. His body suddenly stiffened and a confused look appeared on his face afterward. Thump! His body made a loud sound and fell to the ground. 1 hour later, the anxious Zhou family finally found Little Shiba behind their courtyard, lying on the ground unconscious. This left the family in a state of panic. How in the hell did I come back here again? He felt himself fall into an infinite void, and atop of him floated a strange eye. Little Shiba felt somewhat dizzy and he figured out that he had really fainted. However, he had no idea why he had fainted. He was only awake for a short time and his body seemed to be recovering quite well. In his strange eyes, he simply could not find anything wrong with his body. If that was so, why did he suffer a blackout like that? Soon after, he realized the answer. Within this empty void, he caught a glimpse of something that simply did not belong there. A cloud of black smoke. It was floating not far from him. He could not figure out what it was, but he could sense danger from it. He quickly backed away from it. It followed him as he stepped back. His heart nearly skipped a beat when he realized that. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen anything like this. The unknown was always a source of fear for people. Even though Little Shiba had the knowledge of 2 lifetimes, he still succumbed to fear. The extremely strange smoke kept following Little Shiba. He did not know how long he had run for, but he knew that he could not get rid of it. It got closer and closer in an instant. Finally, it suddenly wrapped around his body. No! After the smoke had latched itself onto his body, Little Shiba tried to cry out but he could not. He was clueless to the fact that he was the same as that black smoke. The only difference was that he was much denser and thicker than the smoke that was pursuing him. This feeling of screaming was not an actual scream coming from his lungs, but rather, coming from his soul. This is. After he had felt himself screaming, Little Shiba realized that the situation was not as bad as he had thought. It was not as horrible as the bad spirits he had heard of in folktales, or as terrible as the body-possessing spirits that were depicted in many online novels. Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword? The black smoke began to fuse with Little Shiba's body. All in a single moment, countless memories began to flow into his mind. He stopped running and started digesting all of the new information that was being crammed into his brain. Li Haoran, Elder of the Black Dragon Triad. That was the first message he received. The One-Eyed Wolf of West Mountain, Evil Beast. Inner Elixir. That was the second message. That devilish younger. That was the third message. The wind is really fierce, it's going to blow my soul away. The last message, which was also the most complete, was Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. This method of practice is quite strange. Its system seems totally different from inner force or sword chi. After he had gotten the message about the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword, Little Shiba started to contemplate slowly. From that message, he could understand what had happened. It must have been a person's soul, the soul of a poor guy who was murdered. The only reason why it survived after the body had died was due to some sort of secret skill. It was because of this that he was able to be reborn by possessing others. He could have lived for a second time just like Little Shiba, but he was not so lucky. Souls are incredibly weak. Usually, when people died, their souls would depart if there was no accident. And some people with strong will would maintain their souls after death for a while. However, no one could maintain their soul forever. As time went by, their willpower began to weaken and their soul began to fade. The clear exception would be those who had practiced a secret skill and, thus, had strong spiritual power. They could retain their spiritual sense after death and were able to be reborn by possessing others. But how many people could do this? Not only that, even if one had practiced some sort of secret skill and his spiritual power was strong enough to possess others, there was a condition. The condition was that one could only possess others without external influences. No matter how strong spiritual power was, it was totally no match for natural power. A gust of wind could easily blow away the soul, let alone when one was out of luck and met some bad weather. Thunder was enough to tear the soul apart. Li Haoran had practiced Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. Although it was not a secret skill to enhance the soul, it could strengthen the soul as a great special technique. So when the body died, the soul did not depart and neither did its consciousness. However, he had died at West Mountain Pass, which was known to have strong winds. Therefore, the soul was blown away and had no spiritual sense at all in such a terrible condition. All that was left were deep memories in his mind. His memories were blown to the Zhou residence, which was exactly where Little Shiba was practicing. The moment the remaining soul had noticed Little Shiba, it rushed toward him, for it instinctively saw him as a possible vessel. Without its consciousness, that soul was nothing more than a culmination of memories all formed together. Such an amalgamation could never threaten anything. Hence, it did not take Little Shiba much time and effort to digest all of those memories. Li Haoran's memories were scattered and incomplete. As such, other than the soul's name and identity, Little Shiba knew nothing about it. Of course, the memory of the younger, who had slain him, was still very much alive and complete as the soul's final memory. After receiving all of those memories, Little Shiba was able to understand Li Haoran's hatred and fear of the younger. How did such an expert end up here? I even don't know what he comes here for, I just hope he doesn't start causing trouble. Within Little Shiba's mind, there were fragments of the younger killing others. The younger's whole body emanated an aura that caused Little Shiba's whole body to shake in fear. However, it was not long before Little Shiba started to concentrate on the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. Being a warrior, the most profound things in his mind were cultivation methods of martial arts skills. Li Haoran was no exception. That cultivation method was etched into his very mind. Even though he had died and turned into a lonely soul, the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword, which he got by accident, was still able to drive itself into his mind, completely and entirely. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, The 4-Year Harvest. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Come quickly, he's awake. Little Shiba's awake. Little Shiba had just regained consciousness. While he was still a little dazed, the loud voice of Wang Tianlei started to ring beside his ears. Later, he heard a bang, noise and then the sound of a door opening before his mother burst into tears and wrapped her arms around him. You little bastard, you could have frightened your mother to death. Oh, my! So hopeless, so dispiriting, and so unlucky. It was really very simple. After waking in the morning and discovering that Little Shiba was gone, the Zhou family flew into turmoil searching all over for him. Finally, in a thicket behind the wall of their courtyard, they found him lying unconsciously on the ground. They then hurriedly carried him home, just in time to catch the physician as he was preparing his luggage to leave. After a brief flurry of activity, things were finally settled. However, Little Shiba's mother fainted because she was so worried and shocked. Just as she was carried out, the yell of Wang Tianlei was heard throughout the house, telling everyone that Little Shiba had regained consciousness. She awoke from her coma with a quiver, and then burst into the room, leading to the scene described above. But this moving scene did not last for long. After seeing that Little Shiba had come to himself with no big problems, everyone started to calm down. But, just as soon as they had settled down, Little Shiba got into trouble. Perhaps the so-called to revenge sooner or later is a vivid depiction of now. With an air of resignation, Little Shiba lay down on a pile of dry wood, with his hands clasped behind his head. With an embittered smile upon his face, he stared up at the mess of dusty old cobwebs drifting in the breeze above him and listened to the sound made by his stomach. Only a day had passed since his regaining consciousness when old Zhou, his father in this life, had shut him away into the woodshed and forbidden him from eating for 3 days. Old Zhou was a true, born and bred mountain villager. He was an expert at hunting in the mountains, but as for raising children, that was not his strong point. He believed in a dictum from Little Shiba's previous life: spare the rod and spoil the child. This was indeed a crude and direct style of education. Little Shiba had always been obedient and thus, until now, had given old Zhou no reason to take action against him. He had never been shut into the woodshed like this before. Normally, it was Boxer. But how times had changed. Now, it was Little Shiba who was really in trouble. Just after he had regained consciousness, old Zhou had decided that he would not tolerate him running about, causing trouble. So he sent him to the woodshed, the same way he used to punish Spiky, Houndy, and Boxer, starving him for 3 days. Over the next few days, old Zhou was most satisfied with his actions, because after 3 days of being locked away, the well-behaved and obedient Little Shiba of old was back, and he did not give old Zhou any further reason to worry. How time flew! 4 years had passed before anyone knew it, and Little Shiba was already 8 years old. Most people see the time between ages 4 and 8 as a rather muddle-headed and simple period, yet also a time of purity and innocence. But to Little Shiba, these 4 years were the most enriched, so that he wanted to shout out hallelujah. Thanks to Wang Tianlei and the old blind man's combined efforts, in those 4 years all the younger villagers had learned how to read and write well. Perhaps they were not well educated, but at least they were literate, and when sending letters to distant relatives they would no longer have to try hard to get someone else to write for them. Of course, it was unavoidable that their writing would still be littered with minor errors here and there. But overall, this was a remarkable achievement. Little Shiba was not especially interested in this achievement, however. It meant that he no longer needed to painstakingly hide his literacy from others. The children of his age in the village could basically all recognize a few characters, and there were even 1 or 2 prodigies who could already recite ream after ream of classical poetry and even entire essays of the sages. Parents of these prodigies, with great impetus, would always push them to go and take part in the preliminary rounds of the imperial examinations. He was not a child prodigy and was not very interested in the cultural system of this world, which so strikingly resembled that of ancient China. So long as others knew he was literate, that was enough. His practice of the Ignis skill had gone smoothly, and his eyes began to mutate. After mastering the method of the yin and yang heavenly sword, he had overcome the most difficult part of the Ignis skill. He had been able to absorb fire attributes from the essence of the world, and by undertaking special mental cultivation methods of internal strength, he had transformed the energy of fire attributes into a unified internal chi and contained it entirely within his body. This was the most fundamental principle of most of the internal strength throughout this world. Of course, it was not easy to do this at all. Between heaven and earth, there was not only one type of fire attribute but countless types. For example, the fire attribute pneuma emitted by the sun above our head had hundreds of variations, among which the most well-known was the sun's fire. Even just a little of this kind of fire was enough to melt steel, so with the exception of characters of legend, there were few that could handle the sun's fire. Of course, the Ignis skill was only the most basic mental cultivation method of internal strength with a fire attribute. Little Shiba did not yet know this, and with his current level of sensitivity to the essence of the world, he was also not able to sense much. Due to vigorous training, Little Shiba was able to completely transform unusual strength Qigong into Ignis internal Qi and was able to wield its power. He had merged its force with the 1,000-killing punching skill. Aside from this skill's own inherent power, it was now combined with the power of the Burning Fist. When fully unleashed, it could have a destructive force many times stronger than the regular 1,000-killing punching skill. Just then, he realized after his internal Qi had been slowly transformed into the Ignis internal Qi by unusual strength Qigong, there also seemed to be a strange effect on the inside of his body. His muscles, bones, tendons, and meridians seemed to be solidified and strengthened. Wang Tianlei had once told him that the from internal to external method was correct. Appropriate internal vigor could be beneficial to the strengthening of the body. Internal strength and external strength were both parts of the same reciprocating process. In a sense, Little Shiba's punching skill could be said to be at a basic level. Within the last 3 years, he was not able to make much progress. If he wanted to forcefully upgrade his abilities, he would have to destroy his own body. It could be said that his internal and external strength had already reached the limits of his present age. He had just turned 8 years old, and the body of an 8-year-old lad was not yet fully grown. It had not even reached puberty yet. His skeleton, chi, and blood were all too weak. If he forced himself to upgrade now, no matter if he was successful or not, his future achievements may end there. He feared that if he forced to upgrade his strength in his present physical condition, then it could lead him to be stuck in the body of an 8-year-old for his entire life. That would really be a humiliation. So for the last 3 months, he had instead put all of his energy into the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. The Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword was an astonishing martial arts skill. However, within Li Haoran's memory, he still did not know that this skill was regarded as a special technique. As was said before, the standard cultivation method of martial arts skills was to channel the essence of the world into the body, and transform it into a source of internal Qi through the mental cultivation method of one's inner strength. And then, this internal Qi flowed along its own course, providing moisture for and carefully nourishing the body's tendons, meridians, Qi, and blood. This process was known as, from the internal, to the external. The Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword was a unique martial arts skill, one that Little Shiba had never imagined before, and he even thought of it as a martial arts system entirely outside of his knowledge. Of course, this was also a reflection of the fact that his martial arts knowledge was not so extensive, and still merely lingered around wuxia novels and cartoons. If one wanted to practice the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword, he should directly take an evil Qi, make use of a secret method similar to that of the mental cultivation method of one's internal strength, and then smelt the absorbed evil Qi until it was distilled into sword Qi without parallel. Finally, stored all of the sword Qi within his body. It sounded as though this was not very different from the art of inhaling and exhaling internal Qi, but in essence, the difference was really huge. He who practiced internal strength needed to absorb the essence of the world, and indeed there were countless types of world essences, possessing all kinds of properties. These innumerable types of pneuma could be divided into 2 main categories. One type was spiritual Qi, and the other was evil Qi. The type of Qi that could be absorbed and transformed into internal power was very rare, and this type of easily absorbed and transformed Qi was called spiritual Qi. Its typical property was mild, and even the essence that could be absorbed and transformed into the pneuma of fire attribute through the Ignis skill was rather mild. However, the essence which could be taken into the body as though drinking water was mostly spiritual Qi. Evil Qi was that kind of world essence which could not be transformed into internal Qi. Evil Qi was just like seething hot boiling water which would burn you if you just touched it, not to mention drank it. Evil Qi had fierce properties, but at the same time, its power could not be compared to the kind of world essence which was mild, the pneuma of fire attribute that Little Shiba absorbed and transformed through Ignis Skill was just one of the common sort. The difference between the power of this pneuma and the sun's fire was enormous. Thus, in order to utilize this fierce essence of the world, a special technique was needed. The special technique passed down since antiquity integrated every method and every martial arts skill of each type of internal chi. It combined all the traits of evil chi to create a kind of secret skill which could transform the fierce evil chi that fighters could not safely absorb into a fixed form and contain it within their bodies, tendons, and meridians. Because the pneuma that this special technique transformed into was of unparalleled ferocity, it was an almost impossible task to hold it inside one's body for one's own use of internal chi. But through this special technique, it was possible to solve this annoyance and made it stay in a fixed form within one's body. For example, the yin and yang heavenly sword was made by distilling evil chi into a peerless sword chi, and after being distilled into sword chi, the ferocious properties of the evil chi were stabilized and transformed into the lethal force of this sword chi. However, it was not just any type of evil chi that could be refined into the yin and yang heavenly sword. No matter what kind of special technique, its requirements of evil chi were extremely high. For instance, the yin and yang heavenly sword required simultaneously smelting two types of evil chi with diametrically opposed characteristics, one extremely yang and the other extremely yin. And even if it was smelted successfully through this secret skill, it could still not be stored in the body to be at your command like true internal chi. It could only be fixed into a particular form. As for keeping it contained within one's tendons and meridians, the key point was that storing sword chi within oneself required one's muscles and vessels to have a far greater degree of tolerance and resistance than ordinary muscles and vessels had. Little Shiba had just turned 8, and his bones, muscles, tendons, and meridians were not yet fully developed. So, even if he could find two types of evil chi with diametrically opposed characteristics, he still could not store them within his body as his tendons and meridians would not be able to withstand it. Such a pity. I thought that I had gotten a life-saving skill. Thinking about that point, Little Shiba felt that he was quite laughable. He was an 8-year-old child, growing up in a remote village, but the thoughts in his mind were the same as those adventurers on the outside who wanted to have life-saving skills in their possession at all times. He did not know what kind of mentality that was. Was it because he had read too many martial arts novels? Of course, in 4 years, he had grasped clearly the nature of the Ignis Skill and the yin and yang heavenly sword. In those 4 years, as far as Little Shiba was concerned, the most useful thing was deciphering the Ignis Skill, and the most interesting thing was practicing the yin and yang heavenly sword. But what made those 4 years a real bumper harvest was his two fantastic eyes. After 4 years of training, he could already keep his eyes in their singular state for about half an hour without seriously weakening himself. Or at least, not weakening himself so much that he would be unable to flee from danger. Naturally, maintaining that state was still a big burden on his health, but after entering that state, his reflexes, vision, control over his body and internal chi, as well as his speed and strength all improved by leaps and bounds. His strength was improved by a factor of at least 5 or 6. But the only disappointment was that these, after all, were not the skill-copying eyes, and he did not have the ability to copy other people's martial arts techniques. He had always envied the bow and arrow skills of Wu Qinglong's family. He still had not studied to their level, although through careful observation he had noted every detail of how Wu Qinglong primed the bow and loaded the arrow, and had benefited considerably from it. So his skill in archery had also seen great improvement, although he still had not really trained to the level of the Wu family. I've already spent 7 years practicing Taiji Fist, so I suppose I've learned a few profound points, huh? When practicing my unusual strength Qigong, I found that Taiji can strengthen it. Now I can totally transform unusual strength Qigong into Ignis internal Qi. I had never thought it could be strengthened, not only in this way, but the strengthening effect of Taiji Fist on my body is greater and greater. It's a type of upgraded super punching skill. How strange, why had I never had this feeling in my previous life? After practicing Taiji Fist, Little Shiba's entire body was dripping with sweat. He felt that his body from top to bottom was bathed as if it were being cleansed by the heat of his internal chi. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Recently my father keeps worrying. It seems like I'm about to become an apprentice. Going out is a good idea, at least much better than being holed up in this remote and desolate place. Although I shall not think about how many achievements I'll reach in this world, I have a chance to look at this wondrous world. Staying in this place, there might not be many opportunities remaining. This was a true depiction of Little Shiba's thoughts. Although this mountain village was peaceful and quiet, and had already been made by Wang Tianlei into a place suitable for retirement, the 8-year-old Little Shiba did not want to live here any longer. He would not like to go into retirement so early. So, he was very much looking forward to going to Qingyang Market to become an apprentice. Of course, he was not yet to know exactly what kind of opportunity that his uncle had arranged for him. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Qingyang Market and the Wu Family. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. So, this is Qingyang Market, isn't it? Standing on the street of Qingyang Market and looking at the continuous flow of people, Little Shiba sighed with emotion. It had been a long time since he saw such a scene. Although this Qingyang Market was not even as good as a small town in his past life, he at least felt that he was in a civilized world. Qingyang Market was much better than the small village where he had been staying previously. 3 days ago, his uncle came to his family and mentioned again that he would like Boxer and Little Shiba to leave the family and start making their own living. Old Zhou agreed. Although the family already had been living quite well, he had to agree with what had been proposed since he had 4 sons after all. Houndy was already at the age of starting his own family, while Boxer and Little Shiba were also getting close to the age where their growing bodies would require more and more food. Boxer was fine, but Little Shiba could be trouble since he could not have meals without eating meat. The Zhous would definitely have become poor because of Little Shiba's appetite if they were not covered by Wang Tianlei's family. It was better to take this opportunity to send him away. Although the family would not require him to help support them, he should be able to at least support himself. With Qingyang Market being not far away, namely 20 to 25 kilometers of mountain roads away from the village, no one would worry too much. After a thorough discussion, Old Zhou agreed with their uncle to take Little Shiba away for him to start making his own living. This Qingyang Market is probably still under control of the Black Dragon Triad. The elder just passed away and the Black Dragon Triad's power was weakened greatly, so they probably have no intention to run this place. Looking toward that stretch of buildings in the dark on the southwest side, Little Shiba flashed a funny smile. Although he only carried some pieces of memories of Li Haoran, he clearly understood Li Haoran's feeling for the Black Dragon Triad, and this feeling also influenced him. So, he was very interested in the Black Dragon Triad. But with his current age and status, the Black Dragon Triad was still unattainable for him. It was also unnecessary for him to be involved in such a Jianghu gang at the moment. Little Shiba, that's the ironware shop of the Wu family over there. You'd better behave well and learn a skill after you arrive there. I've asked many influential people to set up the connections to get you in there, so you'd better not disappoint me. Little Shiba's head was about to blow up with his uncle's unremitting warnings on the way to the iron shop, but he was still being patient. Listening and nodding his head with modest smiles on his face, he had been well behaved, which was very satisfactory to his uncle. I almost forgot that you have a real name now, Zhou Bao. His uncle seemed to recall something and started laughing and touching Little Shiba's head. Your dad gave you a really nice name. I can't call you Little Shiba anymore. From now on, you'll be Junior Leopard. Little Shiba, no, Junior Leopard, gave a wry smile. He was fine with whatever name. However, he was not comfortable at all with people touching his head. The Wu's ironware shop was very famous in Qingyang Market. In fact, the entire Wu family were very famous in Yunzhou, Jin. The Wu family in Yunzhou were a family well known for iron making. A blacksmith was only an artisan, an ordinary handicraftsman who only had greater strength. However, there were various grades and ranks for handicraftsmen. When a blacksmith was able to forge sharp weapons, he would leave the handicraftsman level and be upgraded as a craftsman to live a decent life. When a craftsman was able to create wizard weapons, he would be called master and would no longer need to sweat with bare shoulders, or fight against others for iron bells, or hit metal alone in a shabby blacksmith shop like before. Those masters would be like Gonjiang and Moe in the ancient legends, becoming honored guests of high officials and noble lords, making specific weapons for particular groups of people using materials that were unimaginable for common blacksmiths. Maybe throughout their lives, they would only need to produce one or two more pieces that would spread their names to the later generations. Those were the so-called masters. Families like the Wu family that possessed a unique and secret technique would have one or two masters every several generations. Those families that were able to generate masters in batches surely had a higher status than regular families did. The Wu's ironware shop in Xingyang Market was only a tiny branch of its family. In Yunzhou, every town had an ironware shop attached to the Wu family. The Wu family monopolized 70% of the ironware business that covered from manufacturing swords, bows, and arrows to producing knives and spatulas. Moreover, it undertook 90% of the share of the military ironware in Yunzhou. Meanwhile, the Wu's ironware was also very popular and accounted for a certain percentage in markets outside of Yunzhou. Therefore, the Wu family was recognized as one of the four big smelting families in Jin. Although the Wu family were a well-known family, the blacksmiths in it were not entirely its clansmen. Thinking about it, it would be impossible if there were only the Wu's members that were manufacturing mass amounts of ironware and taking care of all those shops, including providing all of the military ironware. Even if the elders of the family over 70 were still working, the whole Wu family would probably be worked to death. Well-known iron-making families like the Wu family normally recruited disciples widely. For sure, the instructions that these disciples received were just regular smelting techniques. The real sophisticated and secret skills were taken care of by the Wu's core members and would only be received by a few disciples who were the elites of the entire family. At the moment, Zhou Bao was merely a common apprentice who worked in one of the most regular ironware shops of the Wu family. In Yunzhou, there were countless ironware shops like that where they cultivated regular blacksmiths. Occasionally, those apprentices who had an aptitude for making ironware were discovered and recommended to better ironware shops where they learned more sophisticated ways of making ironware and became real disciples of the Wu family. Becoming the Wu's disciple meant you had a great opportunity to become a craftsman, which was the highest pursuit of every apprentice in the Wu's ironware shop. But that was not what Zhou Bao pursued. He had no interest in making ironware and only cared about the remuneration in the Wu's ironware shop. As they say, those who practice writing are poor while those who practice martial arts are rich. He practiced martial arts and thus he needed lots of meat to supply energy for his practice. That was the reason why he could not have meals without having meat, and that caused big trouble for the Zhous. However, the iron-making job in the Wu's ironware shop also consumed humongous amounts of energy and required strong bodies. Thus, even for the small apprentices, there was meat served for every meal. In this way, his problem was solved. Most of Xingyang Market's workshops were in the south of the town, but the Wu's ironware shop was different. It was located in the center of the town, which was also the most prosperous part of the town. This ironware shop consisted of making ironware in the back of the shop and selling it in the front. It was the biggest shop in the entire Xingyang Market. Although it was the largest shop in the whole Xingyang Market was merely a small place, and so the shop was still not big enough for the Wu family. Standing outside of the ironware shop, Junior Leopard faintly heard the sound of people hitting iron from the back of the shop, and he even pictured a scene in his brain of those fellows sweating like pigs to hit iron in the back of the shop. "Hey, Butler Lin, this is my nephew. He may look young but he's as strong as an ox." Junior Leopard's uncle was awkwardly smiling in front of a nearly 60-year-old skinny old fellow, dragging Junior Leopard in front of him. "Well, not bad." Butler Lin took a long look at Little Shiba. "It's not bad to have such a body at your age, quite rare. Let's go, I think old Xing will not complain to me anymore." Butler Lin was talking to himself while dragging Zhou Bao behind him, and then looked up and said to Zhou Bao's uncle, "You go to Shaoyunzi to get a contract of apprenticeship and you're done here. I'm taking him to meet old Xing. That old fellow is quite grumpy, especially with strangers, so you'd better not come with us." "Right, right." Zhou Bao's uncle kept nodding his head and turned to Zhou Bao to warn him again. His warning simply was to ask him to behave well in the ironware shop and to study hard to achieve a promising future. Zhou Bao had gotten tired of these. As for Butler Lin, he could not stop smiling because he had seen many such scenes. Since there was still plenty of time, he had no need to rush, and so he waited for Little Shiba's uncle to finish his warning and then walked Little Shiba into the shop. Although the Wu family were a huge family with endless properties, Qingyang Market was a small place after all. Basically, the customers were the townspeople, who did not have strict requirements on ironware. They mainly needed kitchen knives for cutting ingredients, not to mention that they did not have much money or purchasing power for the Wu's ironware, whose prices were 10 or 20% higher than those of regular blacksmith shops. Therefore, business here was limited. Yet, its biggest source of business was the fighters who entered the mountains. Those fighters were using a small town like Qingyang Market as their filling station for a rest. The Wu family usually dealt with them. Of course, the Wu family also dealt with common customers, but not many shops received those common orders since most of those orders were for the apprentices to practice their skills. Following Butler Lin, Little Shiba entered the shop and walked straight to the back. The further back he went, the louder the hitting sound became. In the end, there were no other sounds in his ears except for the rattling sound of iron being hit. "Crap, this is just noise." Zhou Bao was inwardly deeply ashamed. He was a quiet person, and the Taiji fist he practiced was also a silent kung fu. Nobody would be able to guarantee that he could live in such a rattling environment all day. Butler Lin did not seem to care about what Zhou Bao was thinking. Seeing Zhou Bao slightly knitting his brows, he could not help laughing and asked, "What, are you scared, young boy? You know what, this job is not going to be easy for you. You have to pay a great effort before you find your place here." "Oh, I see." Zhou Bao was nodding his head seriously with a look of accepting instructions while his mind had traveled to somewhere else. "This is the apprentice you recruited this year?" After entering the backyard, a blast of strong alcohol smell rushed into Little Shiba's nose before he started to observe his surroundings. He looked up and happened to see an old fellow with a drunkard's nose who was holding an alcohol gourd in his hands and staring at him with eyes that were bloodshot. This old fellow was about the same age as Butler Lin, but his figure was much larger. Probably because of his age or not forging iron for a while, his muscles were a little loose and his qi and blood were not vigorous. Especially in his right hand, where there was an extremely clear-cut scar that started from his right wrist and ran down to his elbow. Is his hand disabled? Zhou Bao felt a flicker in his heart by having a look at that scar. Although it seemed that the wound had already recovered, it could be easy to figure out by the scar that this old fellow's tendons were cut off a long time ago and his strength in his hand had also been lost. He might not know how to make iron, but it was as plain as the nose on his face what it looked like when a blacksmith lost his right hand. This is Master Xing. He's a craftsman who will be in charge of teaching you. You'd better try your best and don't disappoint your uncle. Butler Lin softly said, patting Little Shiba's head. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, The Apprentice. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. It was boring and tiring being an apprentice, for the routine was repetitive and they had to get up at the crack of dawn every morning. First, they would have to practice horse riding steps for an hour, and then, most of them, had to help out inside the smelting room while the other older apprentices were forging some tools. Apprentices of a young age, such as Junior Leopard, also had to spend the afternoon learning some basic smelting skills, in addition to serving as helpers. They would have to work until evening, and then they would clean up the mess made from a busy day in the smelting room. Just as it is written in the book, an apprentice has no human rights. In the yard, Junior Leopard silently criticized this evil world as he hammered away on a pile of timber that was about the size of a bowl. This was the daily routine for every afternoon.
In front of the stone table on which there was a pile of bull-sized timber, they each held a hammer. That was right, a pile of bull-sized timber. What they were supposed to do was to knock on it with the hammer. Of course, there was also the requirement that you must knock at precisely the same point. That was to say, you must hit the exact same place over and over. It was not as easy as you'd think. The timber not only had some elasticity, but it was also shaped like a semicircle. As you could imagine, it was extraordinarily difficult to knock on. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. This sound spread over the yard like a dull thunder, interplaying with the clunking and chinking of the metals from the smelt.
Boys, more concentration please. As long as you pound out a hole during the afternoon, I can teach you what you should do next. If you do not complete it in the next 6 months, you then must go home.
Old Shing strolled in circles in the yard, keeping his eyes on these apprentices.
Finally, he noticed Junior Leopard.
This kid is young, but his ability to concentrate is impressive. Besides, he had practiced some martial arts before, and thus, has a good build.
He's very suitable for doing this job.
When compared to the other apprentices, Junior Leopard, who had arrived less than 10 days ago, was obviously far superior. The strength of his hammering was not too strong but under his control, so that when he hammered down, the hammer would not spring back. His other hand held the wood firmly, so even after a hit on it, he kept it as still as before. The only disappointment was that he could not knock it in precisely the same place, although he tried hard to. At last, he had also knocked a bull-size hole in the piece of wood.
Little boy, take it easy. When you hammer, your right hand is not stable. So no matter how steady your left hand is, you'll not be able to do it.
Old Shing suddenly said, after standing by Junior Leopard's side for a long time.
Thanks, teacher.
Junior Leopard gratefully cast his eyes to Old Shing.
At that moment, he began hammering slowly, and gradually he started to appreciate and feel the force of the hammer and the movements of his hand. What are you all looking at? If your wits are equal to his, then I'll also guide you. Practice, quickly now.
While Old Shing talked with Junior Leopard, the other apprentices could not help but stop and look over. However, before they could have a clear look, Old Shing scolded them and made them all continue their work silently. At times, Junior Leopard could feel the jealous and disgruntled glances they were casting on him, making him feel a little uncomfortable.
Damn it! Who cares what they think anyway?
Noticing his own emotional fluctuations, Junior Leopard burst into laughter. He, at about 40 years old, had lived 2 lives and experienced so much that he was already mature. Still, he was surprised to find such a stirring in his heart just now.
Nobody envied meant that you were a mediocrity.
In his former life, he was indeed mediocre. He had got a doctorate, but this alone was not enough to be enviable.
After graduation, he worked in an office, and before he had had the chance to make his fortune, that life was over. So, he had not experienced the feeling of being envied before. To his surprise, in this life, he would be receiving such envy at only 8 years old, and not only that but in a steady career like forging iron. I wish that these little boys would not bother me, it's such a pain to deal with. Junior Leopard smiled bitterly and silently.
Then he turned all of his attention back to his work.
There actually is a link between forging iron and my martial arts skills. The key point is of one's strength, that's what Old Shing had said anyway. How could this be the same as the punching skill, which Wang Tianlei had taught me? While thinking it over, he tried applying what he had learned from the punching skill while hammering at the piece of wood. Slowly, his spirit ascended into a mysterious phase. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Bang! Bang!
Bang! There was a subtle change in the sound of the hammering. The change was so subtle that the other apprentices did not catch it, however, Old Shing did. At that moment, he was standing by the side of an apprentice with a lower aptitude than Junior Leopard, and his back toward him. This apprentice's skill was no match for Junior Leopard, but, to some degree, he had potential. Old Shing was just about to guide him in the same way when an incredible sound rose to his ears.
At first, he thought he must have misheard. When he turned around, he found Junior Leopard focused on hammering down the piece of wood, one blow after another. At first, he was stunned, then next he was wildly joyful and hurried towards Junior Leopard. As he approached, he carefully watched him as Junior Leopard kept a straight face and a blank look. Old Xing consciously stepped back. He moved so quietly as if he was afraid of disrupting Junior Leopard. Old Xing's unusual actions attracted the attention of the other apprentices. They stopped their work and also cast their eyes upon Junior Leopard. This time, Old Xing did not scold them, even though their attention drifted from their work. Slowly, they started to realize the secret of Junior Leopard's hammering. They realized that even though his pace was slow and he had little strength, he kept every hit hammering down on the same exact point. After every hit, the point of impact would drop a little more. Above all, Junior Leopard kept every hit at the same frequency and his action became more and more deliberate. His rhythm became smooth and created a harmonious atmosphere. Junior Leopard hadn't noticed that the others were focused on him. Actually, he was totally unaware. His spirit was completely buried in his state of concentration. After some time, an unusual sound suddenly broke Junior Leopard's concentration. His movements suddenly paused, as if he had just awoken from a dream and his face was returning to normal. He found, to his amazement, that he had hammered all the way through the piece of wood, which now had a fist-sized hole in it. The unusual sound that had broken his trance was the sound of his hammer breaking through the wood and hitting the stone table. At that moment, he became aware of his surroundings and he was dumbfounded. This is Junior Leopard, follow me. Everyone else, get back to practice. Old Xing shouted, barely restraining his delight. Each of the other apprentices all miserably returned to their work. Junior Leopard's behavior indeed had something magical about it. In the eyes of the other apprentices, it was strange and magical. But this group of children, little more than 10 years old, could not understand the meaning. They just regarded it simply as magic. However, Old Xing was different from them. He understood what state Junior Leopard had ascended to. It was insight, insight, insight. All of a sudden, he had perfectly understood the general principle, and then his understanding of the entire field became adept. This was indeed insight. There was no connection between aptitude and insight, it only relied on luck. Some sages were unable to ever achieve insight, while some idiots obtained insight several times throughout their lives and they were able to reach high levels of achievement in some areas. Old Xing had never ascended into this kind of state. But, this term insight was very widespread, and it was just like the lucky chance in the historical records and stories. Although he had not actually experienced it, at least he could recognize it since he had heard of such things. And, the state that Junior Leopard had gone into was just like what he had heard of. Yes, it was insight for sure. While thinking about this, Old Xing's heart was full of ups and downs. Then, a look of tenderness came into his eyes, which frightened Junior Leopard. Does this old man have some peculiar tastes? Fortunately, this old man did not have any peculiar tastes and he just cherished the boy's talent. Come here and sit down. As they entered the room, Old Xing pointed amiably to a bench by his side. Junior Leopard wanted to sit, but after thinking for a moment he decided to stay standing. He said respectfully, in front of my teacher, how can I sit? Who'd have thought it, you're so courteous. Old Xing glanced at Junior Leopard with surprise. Not like a typical mountain villager. Junior Leopard smiled, although I came from the village, I've learned a little and naturally, I understand how to treat others, and how to behave. How long have you been studying? Old Xing said excitedly, can you read a few words? In this world, literate people were quite rare, just as in ancient times, there was a very high rate of illiteracy. Old Xing, standing there, could recognize about 100 characters at most and could only write his name. Being able to read a few characters was very good, especially considering the remote village Junior Leopard lived in. So, it was beyond his expectation that Junior Leopard could read. Junior Leopard smiled shyly. Yes, thanks to my brother-in-law, he said. Then he told Old Xing what Wang Tianlei did in the village. After hearing that, Old Xing felt great admiration for Wang Tianlei. I see, he has such foresight. No wonder, I recently heard that there's a village near Qingyang Market which is very prosperous. That must be your village. At that moment, he glanced over at Junior Leopard with a look of joy on his face, and asked, How do you feel? Was it magical? Huh? Oh, well, it was so strange. Junior Leopard was confused, but then he understood what Old Xing was asking, and said at once, But now it's difficult to get back to that state. You can't find that feeling again, can you? Yes. Junior Leopard nodded quickly. Don't look at me like that. I haven't had such luck, so I've never experienced insight before. I've only heard about it from others. Old Xing was embarrassed by Junior Leopard's hopeful eyes. But, after experiencing it, you'll now be adept at hammering. It's a pity that you're only just an apprentice here. I heard that you've also learned some martial arts, is this true? It's true, my brother-in-law was in the ranks of the military and I learned a punching skill and how to control my internal chi from him. He said with sincerity and a stir in his heart. You've practiced the internal chi before? Old Xing was surprised again. He had heard that Junior Leopard had done some martial arts, but he just thought that it was the normal external strength. However, the truth was that Junior Leopard had practiced them both. Were you able to practice your internal chi successfully? Yeah, but my practice time was short, so. Before he could get the last word out, Old Xing stretched out his left hand to grasp Junior Leopard's right hand. Suddenly, a stream of internal chi flowed into Junior Leopard's palm. Junior Leopard's expression suddenly changed. Before he realized what was happening, the Ignis internal chi in his body started to fight back. Oh, good boy, this must be the internal chi of fire. After Old Xing sensed the resistance from Junior Leopard's chi, he operated his own internal chi and broke Junior Leopard's, with a heavy force. But, Junior Leopard had deliberately restrained his internal chi. If not for this, he would have been able to resist. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, The Selection Contest. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. You said that your brother-in-law was one of the ranks. The ranks practiced the unified unusual strength Qigong, a most basic introduction to techniques. How could you own the fire property? These last words were spoken with a ray of solemnity. The unusual strength Qigong was where I started, but then my brother-in-law taught me the Ignis Skill after I had gained the sense of Qi. Ignis Skill? Old Xing became more serious upon hearing the two words. How can he understand this method? He said he got it as a trophy in the battlefield. He searched for it on the body of an enemy that he had killed. That makes sense. Old Xing nodded and thoughtfully said, The Ignis Skill, practiced by many disciples of the southern sect of Flame, is a basic mental cultivation method. The sect of Flame is the enemy of the court and there are constant conflicts between them. It's not strange that your brother-in-law got it. But your brother-in-law was so bold that he allowed you to practice it. Shallow as it might be, it's the basic mental cultivation method and internal chi of the fire after all. It's even widely known to absorb and transform the pneuma of the fire property, which unusual strength Qigong is incomparable to. Doesn't he worry that you're possessed by the devil and burned to death? After hearing Old Xing's words, Junior Leopard smiled more bitterly in his heart. It was not taught by Wang Tianlei, but he stole it. Such a thing could not be spoken out loud, so he just kept silent. Admittedly, that's good. What you practiced is suitable for our martial arts skills. You've built a solid foundation, which will save me lots of pain. Junior Leopard found a sense of delight from Old Xing's voice. The words he spoke were not like what a blacksmith should have said, but like that of an elder of a school. Junior Leopard raised his head, stunned. Don't be surprised. Now that your brother-in-law has taught you martial arts, might he have as well told you something about Jianghu? Well, yes, but not much, for he didn't know much after all. That's not surprising. Things related to Jianghu are so complicated, let alone that he was only among the ranks. It's normal that he knows little. Old Xing truly believed that. Teacher, aren't you actually a top expert? Junior Leopard asked in a low voice. His face was covered by a mysterious air, which amused old Xing. I'm not a top expert, I'm nothing but an ordinary disciple of the Wus. The Wus? Yeah, the Wus are the masters of the ironware shop, the Wus of Yunzhou. When he mentioned this, the vigor of his body suddenly changed and he straightened his bent waist. Well, let me share something about the Wus with you. The Wus of Yunzhou, a recognized family devoted to the smelting business, has iron businesses spread all over the realm, wealthier than the court. In fact, in order to protect their wealth, they need powerful martial artists and backers. They had both. It was necessary to mention the Wu's background. 500 years ago, the Wu's forefather was a common blacksmith. Owing to his good aptitude and savvy, he was chosen by the head of Tianlong Taoism to be his disciple at that time. Tianlong Taoism was one of the three major schools in Jin. It was one of the best schools in the world, where there were many masters of martial arts. Meanwhile, it was also a potent backer of Jin's court. After the Wu's forefather practiced arduously for years, he succeeded in advancing feats, and ascended as a rare level 9 expert. Later, he founded the Wus. Speaking of martial arts, the Wus had martial arts skills that their forefather passed down, and a person who practiced them would be an expert at level 9. While speaking of backers, Tianlong Taoism was their supporter. And some of the Wu's young but outstanding descendants were also sent to Tianlong Taoism. So who dared to offend them? Therefore, for these several hundred years, the Wu's businesses have grown bigger and bigger and gradually grew into their big house of today. Some people may wonder why Tianlong Taoism still served as the protector of the Wus today, as they were allies 500 years ago. The reason could be traced back to business, which was, in other words, money. Tianlong Taoism was a top school, where there were many people. Although they were experts of martial arts, they still needed money to buy things such as meals, magic drugs, and other resources. It was impossible for them to go downhill to find them every day. Even if they could, but the world was so vast that they could not walk through and find all these things. Therefore, the prestigious sects and schools, like Tianlong Taoism, had their own affiliate influences that could help them do it. Landlords owned much land and rented most of the land to tenants. However, by the end of every year, what they harvested was always much more than these tenants did. This was the same with Tianlong Taoism. The Wus was one of the largest affiliate influences and tenants of Tianlong Taoism on earth. On the surface, its business was very prosperous and its fortune was very impressive, but quite a big part of it would be given to Tianlong Taoism. In other words, it was just a disguised protection fee. Actually, Tianlong Taoism was solely a nominal backer of the Wus. It was unlikely that everything depended on Tianlong Taoism, otherwise, Tianlong Taoism would be extremely busy. Hence, the Wus developed their own armed force, which also was a strong one. The Wu's forefather came from Tianlong Taoism, and he practiced the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, which was naturally passed down. In addition to the fire technique, the Wus owned 81 movements of wild hammering skill, which were created by their forefather after an insight. In the legendary times, it was very mighty. Now, these two became the Wu's treasure. Though the Wu's influence was very tremendous, its population was small. The number of real descendants plus other related bloodlines was just about a few thousand. Some of them were not talented. By the way, with time passing by, contradiction and trouble followed close to one another, especially between the real descendants and those with related bloodlines. The war between them was likely to break out at any time. Hence, they needed fresh blood to relax the situation.
Gradually, they also accepted apprentices, similar to other schools. Therefore, to some degree, the Wus deserved to be called the boss of tenants. They farmed their own land, except for the land they rented to others. Nobody could be an apprentice all the time. By virtue of the Wu's fortune and influence, they accepted countless apprentices over the past several hundred years. Among these apprentices, they would pick some with good aptitude and savvy. The apprentices they had picked would practice introduction to techniques. After a period, they would pick some of the talented ones who had the potential to practice more advanced ones. Those so-called craftsmen were just apprentices who had practiced introduction to techniques but couldn't take the next step. After practicing 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique, they knew a bit about the firepower and practiced the first 9 movements of wild hammering skills. The Wu's forefather created them in the smelter, so the hammering skills were closely linked with smelting. As long as someone combined the two, even though his feats were not advanced, he would fare better than other ordinary blacksmiths in smelting. These people were the backbone of the Wu's family. After retirement, they undertook positions as teachers with another mission, to pick out the talented, like Old Xing, and inject them into the Wu's. Junior Leopard, standing in front of him, was a genius with rare talent. 8-year-old Junior Leopard had already developed internal chi, even internal chi of the fire, which was the same as the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique. When he practiced the basic hammering skill, he even ascended into the insight state. All these indicated that he had extremely high potential in hammering skill. If the Wu's missed such a talent, it would be their loss. Standing silently, Junior Leopard heard what Old Xing said, considering something in his mind. From Old Xing's words, he wants me to join the Wu's. Well, it's a good choice. Just as the old saying goes, the big tree is a good backer. Especially one like the Wu's, it's such a good place that I can learn martial arts freely. Wow. Do you understand what I said? As he pondered, the voice of Old Xing flew into his ears. Yes. Junior Leopard nodded quickly. Okay, what ideas do you have? It's up to you, my teacher. Junior Leopard quickly replied. At this moment, although he had other ideas, he couldn't say a single word. Excellent. Old Xing nodded contentedly. His face turned earnest and said, You've met my demand that the stake has been knocked through. Afterwards, you need not practice with them. You've practiced the Ignis skill and have successfully developed the Ignis internal chi. This saves me lots of pains. I'll teach you introduction to techniques of the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique and the 9-styled hammer method. By the way, your brother-in-law is from the ranks, so you should learn this killing army practice from him. This punching skill is heavily bloody. It's useful in the battle array, but its power will weaken sharply in one-on-one fighting. I'll teach you another punching skill. As for the punching skill used to build the body. Talking about it, Old Xing was in low spirits. You should continue practicing the dark bear fist. If in 2 years you pass the Wu's selection, you'll have the opportunity to practice the punching skill of bone forging. Punching skill of bone forging? Junior Leopard's eyes sparkled. Dark bear fist was the punching skill used to toughen the skin. He had arrived at the limits of what his body could bear. He was curious about the punching skill of bone forging, for he had never heard of it. Although Taiji could also forge bone, its effect was very slow. Teacher, as long as I pass the selection, can I learn the punching skill of bone forging? Well, as long as you pass it, you'll be a disciple of the inner door. Actually, you'll have the opportunity to practice the punching skill of bone forging. What's the selection contest? The selection contest is a contest that every Wu's apprentice who reaches 10 years old can take part in every year. Its purpose is to pick out elite apprentices. Well, the selection is very strict. Your base is very good, but you cannot be careless. In the next 2 years, you must practice harder. Do you understand? I get it, Junior Leopard said respectfully. Chapter 20.
Chapter 20, Bane, Dragon Grass. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. With each passing day, Junior Leopard's status in the Wu's ironware shop grew. While other apprentices still practiced hammering down the wooden stakes repeatedly, he had been a helper in the smelting room and attempted to forge some simple ironware. The Wu's wild hammering skill, with 81 movements, originated from the technique of iron forging. Therefore, all of the Wu's descendants and disciples were taught to forge iron first, including the Wu's youngest generation. Only in this way were they able to become adept at the hammering skill and increase their practice speed in cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring the other apprentices' envious glances, Junior Leopard wielded his hammer with bare arms. He was constantly pounding at the blade of a kitchen knife that was in front of him. Meanwhile, old Xing, who used to be a craftsman, was standing beside him. He was observing the position of where he hammered down, the frequency in which he wielded the hammer, and the strength of his hit. Old Xing's reactions varied. Sometimes he nodded, sometimes he shook his head, and sometimes he would teach Junior Leopard some new skills and tricks involving specific movements. Don't speak about the apprentices outside. Even young iron forging teachers in this smelting room cast envious glances. Old Xing, you're so overly partial. There are so many apprentices, but you only teach Junior Leopard. You know, people will have opinions. In this harmonious atmosphere of one hammering, another one teaching, a burst of disappointing sound came from behind. Junior Leopard kept forging iron as if nothing happened. Turning around, old Xing saw Butler Lin walking in, and showed a glimmer of discontent. It's none of your business. For those boys, I'll teach them someday, if they can be as good as Junior Leopard. Well, all these years, I've stuck to this principle all the time, haven't I? Right, right. Butler Lin smiled embarrassedly. Noticing Junior Leopard, who was solely focusing on the work, his eyes inevitably revealed a strand of admiration. Lu City's great steward Fong is coming. He's asking for you. Old Fong? Hearing that, old Xing frowned and muttered worriedly, I wonder why he arrived at such barren hills and turbulent rivers, rather than staying in Lu City. I don't know. From his mysterious appearance, there must be something important. You'd better go quickly. Okay. Old Xing nodded and followed. Before leaving the smelting room, he didn't forget to remind Junior Leopard, you should practice faithfully here, get it? You quite appreciate him. Walking a few steps along with old Xing, Butler Lin said to old Xing with a laugh. He's a rare genius. I believe he'll definitely pass the selection contest in 2 years. At that time, he'll still be a 10-year-old child. You had better wait another 2 years. Great Steward Lin frowned and said, just as you said, he's a genius. Every one of Wu's apprentices only has 3 chances to take part in the selection contest. If he should fail, it would be such a waste of an opportunity. I believe he won't fail. Old Xing was full of confidence. Don't tell me that, Butler Lin, you don't trust my judgment? No, of course, I believe you. Your duty is to select and teach apprentices. I only care about my business, I'll not interfere in anything else, said Butler Lin. Then they stopped talking. After a while, they arrived and greeted the anxious big man dressed in brocade. Old Fong, you're such a rare visitor. Old Xing said loudly. After seeing the man dressed in brocade, he finally smiled a little. Old Xing, you this old man, said the big man in brocade, smiling and coming forward. Great Steward Fong, sorry to keep you waiting, Butler Lin said, moving forward. It doesn't matter. Great Steward Fong said, giving Butler Lin a wink. Butler Lin understood, and dispatched the other people, including girls who were serving tea. Finally, the 3 of them were alone in the hall. After sitting still, old Xing asked directly, Old Fong, for a busy man like you must come for a reason. So why are you here today? It's about the second young master, said Great Steward Fong. I think you all know that second young master has reached 10 years old. He also has begun to use the medicinal bath for bone forging. Medicinal bath? Old Xing and Butler Lin nodded. Like the Wus, generally speaking, well-known families would collect various magic drugs used to produce drugs and soups. Only their own children had the possibility to use them. After a medicinal bath, the drug effect would permeate through their muscles, bones, tendons, and vessels. Its purpose was to wipe out foreign matter, improve the potential, and lay a solid foundation for future practice. If so, they would save half the effort to gain the same result when they practiced in the future. They would get results easier than ordinary people in both external strength and internal strength. But the medicinal bath was also very particular. There were various prescriptions with various effects for different people at different ages. Like martial arts skills, the drug prescriptions were also mastered by well-known families of all schools. It was the secret that common people could not reach. Even if they were lucky to have the access, they did not have the ability to collect all those precious herb materials. Second young master is blessed by the gods with excellent aptitude. Now it's the best time for him to have medicinal baths. What's wrong? Old Xing asked, puzzled. Originally there's no problem, however, the second madam wants to add a sort of drug. Adding a sort of drug? Old Xing and Butler Lin shockingly said. The drug could not be added casually. Through countless experiments and trials, forefathers created every drug prescription. It did not work when the amount of herb was more or less, let alone adding a new drug. How ridiculous it was to add a drug. Could it be, said Butler Lin. An idea occurred to him and his face turned weird. Yes, that's it. Great Steward Fong found that Butler Lin has already guessed right about the new drug. He nodded and said, dragon grass. Dragon grass, cried Old Xing shockingly. He then asked seriously, does second madam have news about the dragon grass? N. Great Steward Fong nodded and said, it's within the Misty Mountain. Of course there are dragon grass within the Misty Mountain, and there are also evil beasts. What you are saying is nonsense, replied Old Xing annoyingly after hearing Great Steward Fong's reply. Misty Mountain had vast amounts of countless valuable herbs and beasts. Everybody knew that. Was there a need for him to say that? Great Steward Fong neglected Old Xing's complaints and went on, saying, second madam receives the news that there are 3 stalks of dragon grass perching on the edge of Misty Mountain. Really? Old Xing and Great Steward Fong were startled and stood up at the same time. Dragon grass was a sort of well-known grass in the world. Its sole function was to enhance the effect of the drug. After blending it into the medicinal bath, the drug effect would be increased by 5 times. For this reason, for hundreds of years, dragon grass was almost extinct. Now, it only remained in some deep mountains and forests and isolated places, and was extremely difficult to locate. Hence, it was really unexpected to know the specific location of it. How did second madam get the location? Butler Lin asked. I don't know, however, you all should be aware that second madam is from Tianlong Taoism. She naturally has her secret sources. Great Steward Fong threw up his hands helplessly and said, your meaning is, we're asked to find dragon grass? Butler Lin asked hesitantly. He was a smart person and was working for second madam, but he knew he was not an important one. Where was Qingyang Market? It was just a sesame seed-sized place, whose officer had little power. Compared with the Wus, Qingyang Market was nothing, thus he was nobody. Otherwise, he would not be sent here. For today's thing, it obviously involved the struggle between first madam and second madam. It was a power fight among the Wu's core members, and it even affected the successor of the Wus. Such a complicated thing had no place for him. What would happen after he found dragon grass for second madam? If first madam knew it, her mere finger would squeeze him to death. At that moment, second madam would not fight against first madam over such a lowest-level butler. Coming around to this reason, Butler Lin's face immediately dropped. So did Old Xing's. Old Xing was a bore but not a fool, he also did not want to be a part of it. Noticing their faces, Great Steward Fang actually knew their misgivings. In fact, Great Steward Fang himself also did not want to be a part of it. But they had no choice. He lightly shook his head and said, "I know what you're thinking, but there's no alternative. It's crucial for our livelihood. The thing has gone too far and left us no choice." The hall fell into silence. Indeed, did they have another choice? That was all right when they did not know it before. But now, unfortunately, they knew it, that was to say, they were forced to make a choice between First Madam and Second Madam. It was impossible to keep neutral without offending both sides. Old Fang. Old Fang. "Damn, you put me in a bind," said Old Xing, who raised his head and stared angrily at Great Steward Fang after a long silence. "Do I have another choice?" Great Steward Fang's face was more bitter than theirs. "By the way, this fact is not as horrible as what you imagined. That's why I ask you too instead of others. Due to what fools we are?" Old Xing bluntly asked. "Bullshit, because till now, just 4 of us knew this thing in all of the entire woos." 4? Yeah, 4. We 3, plus Second Madam. Nobody knows except us. At this time, it appeared that I set off from Lu City and paid a visit to an old friend. But the real purpose lay somewhere else. Why us? For Qingyang Market is the nearest town to Dragon Grass. Your leaders here who happen to have a quite close relationship with Second Madam's party. So you're the best choice. Butler Lin and Old Xing were speechless and silent again. So, what time will we set out? As soon as possible. Great Steward Fang said. Just in case anything bad should happen. Second Madam has told me the specific location of Dragon Grass, which is not far away from here. As long as we cooperate together, we'll find it in 3 to 5 days. We'll definitely get it in our hands. How does Second Madam know about it? Butler Lin asked curiously. She's never been here before? Second Madam didn't tell me the details. But, don't forget her background. Great Steward Fang whispered. After hearing Great Steward Fang's words, Butler Lin and Old Xing both revealed expressions of understanding. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Tianlong Mystic Mountain. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. In Qianzhou of Great Jin, Tianlong Mystic Mountain was like a giant dragon splitting the entire region in half. Tianlong Mystic Mountain stretched thousands of miles. It was the birthplace of Tianlong Taoism, the top school in Jin, and the holy land of martial arts that everybody in Great Jin yearned for. The 3 main streams of martial arts in Jin were Tianlong Taoism, Ignis School, and the sect of Flame as the supreme. Among those sects, Ignis School was a strong supporter of Jin dynasty and had inextricable ties with the Jin royal family. There were even several Ignis schoolmasters who were descended from the royal family, thus making the sect the strongest backer of Jin royalty. Tianlong Taoism, on the other hand, had a history that stretched far into the past. Even though they were not as close to the Jin royalty, the sect was closely linked to the aristocratic families of Jin. The sect was considered to have the huge influence over the locals of Jin. Compared with the other two, the sect of Flame was a pain for the royal family. Their influence was rooted in the grassroots of rural Jin. In history, many rebellions against the Jin royalty were intricately linked with the sect of Flame. Hence, the royal family regarded it as a huge threat and constantly tried to suppress it with violence. On the surface, the sect seemed to suffer a heavy blow. But a single spark can start a prairie fire, as a sentence in a book said. In just 10 years, the sect would flourish again. It was a never-ending cycle. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless. A couple of birds occasionally soared over the blue sky. Everything appeared harmonious and peaceful. At the Sanju mountain of Tianlong Mystic Mountain, a green-robed young man sat on a protruding rock with a bloody lamb leg in one hand and a sharp knife in the other. He cut part of the bloody meat now and then, throwing it in front of him. A one-eyed wolf the size of a calf lay on the ground close to him. If Junior Leopard was here, he would have identified it as the one-eyed wolf of West Mountain and the legend spread in their village for hundreds of years. It was also the same West Mountain wolf he had once seen himself. The ferocious one-eyed wolf was now as well-behaved as a neighborhood dog. The wolf caught the meat the young man threw in its mouth. After chewing and swallowing the meat in huge gulps, the wolf looked at the young man again, eyes full of yearning. "What a gluttonous old dog," the young man scolded with a laugh, before throwing the lamb leg at the wolf. It swiftly caught the leg and relished in the remaining meat. A burst of fragrance came from behind the young man, followed by the sound of harsh and hurried footsteps. "Chief, news from Wu family is here." The newcomer was a sultrily dressed maiden. She wore a veil over her face, but it was so thin that it concealed little of her face. One could still faintly see her refined face, and the veil only added a misty sense of beauty to her. The maiden made light steps behind the young man and handed him a note with only a few words. After finishing reading the note, his face revealed an expression of smugness. "Good. You can go." With a flick of his hand, the paper disappeared into the white fog. The maiden bowed and turned around to leave. "Chief Lei?" Just as the maiden had turned around, taking just a few steps, she suddenly stopped. There was a man who had just appeared at the corner. She was visibly shocked to see that man and lowered her head. "N." The man was unconcerned about her blunder and just made a slight nod. He walked towards the younger man sitting on the rock. Without saying another word, the maiden left. Only when the maiden disappeared amid the woods did the man speak. "Your cultivation is getting better and better. I had been very careful, but you still noticed me. The bloody scent from your body is too thick. This time, you killed too many people. I can even sense their vengeful spirits clinging to you," the young man replied with a smile, unconcerned. "Oh, I did kill many people lately." The man nodded, looking somewhat unhappy. The man was tall and robust, looking about 26 or 27 of age. He had bushy eyebrows that framed his wide eyes. He was dressed in a thin practice uniform, with his two sturdy arms unclothed. There were visible beard strands that were not cleanly shaved. His body emitted a frank air that showed he was not one to follow the red tape. In contrast, the young man sitting on the rock had a cold, bleak air to him. His eyes were especially haunting, as if they were vipers hiding in the shadows. People can't help feeling uneasy seeing those eyes. When it came to such a gaze, the man called Chief Lei was not bothered about it. They had known each other for decades. If he could not even bear it, he would rather just smash his head into tofu until he died instead. "I think you will be interested in these things that I got from a branch altar of the sect of Flame." While speaking, he fished several things resembling books from his chest and handed them to the young man. The young man took the books and tucked them into his chest without taking a look. "Don't you think you're too obsessed with studying secret skills? Be careful that these secret skills will corrupt your true character." "I know my true character best," said the young man. "You shouldn't imitate those old fogies who like to act profoundly. How was it? Did you find anything interesting on your journey?" "There's nothing new at all." Chief Lei came up and sat directly on the muddy floor. "It was like the usual. Fought a battle, killed someone, then came back. But the people you killed weren't ordinary folks. Your name was spread so far that it reached Tianlong Mystic Mountain. The whole sect was discussing you a few days ago. This time, you really scored a big achievement. The next master of Tianlong Taoism can be no one but you." The young man replied coldly. Chief Lei was insusceptible to the young man's tactic. "Don't hold this issue against me. We both know the truth. I did have a little achievement, but it was those old fogies who were deliberately making a fuss about it. If you want the position, you can fight for it. If you don't want it, don't you dare mock me. Don't you think that's too heartless of you? Did you think I want that good-for-nothing position? Nevertheless, that good-for-nothing position must be filled, and it must be someone out of us three, the young man said. You know that's not my ambition. Neither of us wants it, but there are now people who want you in that seat and are helping you. I don't disagree. But I can't just let this issue affect me, can I? Oh, did it affect you? Chief Lei's expression changed. What did they do to you? Don't you notice that I'm staying too long on Sanju Mountain? I suggest you take a walk around the sect and see what the disciples are talking about me. Ah, and send a word to those old fogies for me. Tell them not to overdo it, or I wouldn't mind tearing down the plaque of Longyin Summit. Ha 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 ha. Chief Lei finally burst out into hearty laughter. Fine, fine. I'll tell them what you said. But I am curious. Since when a brat like you begin caring about your reputation? Did you perhaps found a girl and changed your character for her sake? Do you think I'm a womanizer like you? The young man rolled his eyes. I don't care about my reputation, but I don't want the people I hate to be happy either. I especially don't want those people who simply can't die of old age become smug over tarnishing my good name. I understand. I'll inform them. Chief Lei nodded and suddenly said, Right. We haven't seen each other for half a year, have we? How about it? Let's spar and see what kind of new secret skills you've studied. No. I've been under some stress lately. I'm not fit to fight, the young man answered plainly, turning down Chief Lei's suggestion. How interesting. This is the first time you've turned me down in a decade. It seems that the top genius of Tianlong Taoism has found an awesome new secret skill. Humph. The young man snorted. He stood up and disappeared into the thick woodlands with the one-eyed wolf, leaving Chief Lei sitting alone with a curious smile. A cool breeze rose out of the blue, scattering leaves on the ground. Oh, I really don't understand. If you're so obsessed with improving your strength, why aren't you researching special techniques that can communicate with the heaven and earth, but put all your focus into studying secret skills instead? Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Taiji Hammering Skill. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Taiji, the mother of yin and yang, is born from the infinite. It is about the association of activity and inertia, and although the movement is changeable, this principle is the same. Junior Leopard had never understood the secret of Taiji Fist. He was an ordinary civil servant in his previous life and naturally did not know martial arts. He learned Taiji just to keep fit and flatter his leader. He knew nothing about martial arts. But to flatter his leader, he had to recite the core punching technique of Taiji. It was as if a 4-year-old child memorized 3-character classic in the way of rote memorization, and he did not catch the meaning of the punching technique at all. When he came to this world, he met Wang Tianlei and learned some punching skills and internal strength techniques. He also discovered by chance the great benefits of Taiji. That was a huge stroke of luck, but it was just luck. This didn't mean that he knew Taiji. It was only because of the internal chi that made the real function of Taiji release. Though Wang Tianlei had good martial arts, he was equal to a level 2 fighter at most. In other words, a level 2 fighter meant that he had just touched the threshold of martial arts. What Junior Leopard obtained from Wang Tianlei was limited, such as the elementary internal strength, mental cultivation, and few sets of punching skills. He practiced confusedly and only achieved something significant till now, but the achievements were so superficial that they could be only showed in his strength. He knew how but did not know why. He did not grasp a punching technique. But now, he got the guidance of Old Xing. Although Old Xing did not pass the second selection of the Wu family to become an inner core disciple, he could still be considered as one of the disciples of the Wu family. In well-known families such as the Wu family, the strength of an excellent disciple was so high that Wang Tianlei, a dabbler from the ranks, couldn't compare with. Wang Tianlei had only learned several sets of punching skills, but he had never learned the theory behind them. In the Wu family, some people specialized in teaching punching skills to these excellent disciples.
One could say that old Xing could then be considered as someone who truly stepped through the doors of the pugilist world. 81 movements. Wild hammering skill was a rare martial art skill that the ancestors of the Wu family learned from iron striking and smelting. Old Xing only knew the first 9 styles. Though they were the most basic, they almost contained all the essence of wild hammering skill. In fact, no one would have thought when the wild hammering skill was practiced to the advanced level, it became the last one style, Sky Shatter Hammer. That was the most foundational of the first 9 styles. Of course, neither Junior Leopard nor the craftsman like old Xing knew of this right now. Now, 9-styled hammering skill brought Junior Leopard 2 benefits. One was his iron striking skill. The wild hammering skill was gleaned from iron forging and smelting, and it was natural that his iron striking skill was improved after practicing the technique. The second was his Taiji punching skill. Taiji fist includes 4 hammering skills. They were parry punch, the punch of draping over the body, punch under the elbow, a punch of hitting the ground, and punch of hitting crotch. In the past, Junior Leopard did not understand martial arts, not to say a hammering skill. The biggest benefit from Taiji fist was equal to those punching skills or the strengthening the body. Besides, it helped him purify the internal chi. But that was all. But things were different now. After combining the 9-styled hammering skill and Taiji fist, he could preliminarily attack. That was to say, Taiji fist was not only limited to exercise but also becoming a way of attack. Of course, the power was still small, however, it was enough for Junior Leopard. He slowly finished his practice. It seemed that Junior Leopard had just touched the surface carefully. He recalled the sensation that he had while he was practicing Taiji fist and the feeling that body and heart blended when practicing the hammering skill. He became a little excited. I see. The hammering skill of Taiji evolved from ordinary hammering skills. Therefore, some punching and foot skills of Taiji are also powerful. But I have not understood the fist intent deeply. After some days, if I can integrate the whole set of Taiji, I will improve my strength fast. Each time thinking of this, he couldn't help being happy. Who knows when old Xing returns? He said he would teach me punching skills of forging bone. It's no wonder that the Wu family is a renowned family. People at the rank of old Xing should have the qualification to practice punching skills of forging bone. Although the punching skills of forging bone that he practices are mediocre, it's better than nothing at all. What's more, there's also the punching skills of toughening skin that he grades higher than Dark Bear Fist. But it is a pity that my strength has reached the limit of this age period. It's useless for me now. He thought as he looked up his wet cloth and couldn't help laughing. Forget it, don't think so much. Just take a shower and go to sleep. I couldn't know what old Xing is thinking of. Those guys don't reach the standard at all, but he should accept them. Junior Leopard thought while walking towards the restroom of apprentices. He was the first to use a hammer to get through that pile, and therefore, he was also the first to move into the room that was specialized for apprentices. It was better than living in the shared house where 4 people shared a house and a table while each person had a bed. He had been living in the room for 2 months alone. Looking at the progress of the other apprentices, he thought, the room would still belong to him alone at least a year. But he did not expect that old Xing would accept 7 apprentices after leaving for more than 2 months. Although in this group of apprentices, the performance of the 7 apprentices was the best, they did not reach the standard that old Xing requested. After all, Junior Leopard was very puzzled. What happened next made him feel strange. When someone else was present, old Xing treated him equally, and even very strictly. Occasionally, old Xing found fault with him, but in private, old Xing often found him, asked him to practice, and guided him very responsibly. Junior Leopard felt a little uneasy about this. Why does he behave in this way? Does he get into trouble and want to distance himself from me? Only this reason can explain why old Xing treats me differently in public and private places. But old Xing is a very important person in the Wu's ironware shop and the whole Qingyang market. In Qingyang market, few people can find fault with him. Is it Butler Lin?
It's impossible. Butler Lin is number one of the Wu's ironware shop in name, but he was only responsible for selling, not the backyard. What's more, he is also as stressed as old Xing. Did the two guys get into trouble at the same time? The question had wrapped around his heart since old Xing and Butler Lin returned. But he was barely an open-minded person. He would not continue to think if he could not get it, so he just said a few words in his heart, then he no longer continued. After a few steps, he reached the door of the room and opened the door and found his three roommates were all asleep. Junior Leopard walked in quietly, fetched a bucket inside, went to the well in the center of the yard and began to take a shower. He used to practice Taiji in the house. But since the three men moved into the room, he had to seek another place and found a hidden place of fake rocks in the backyard of the ironware shop. During these days, he had grasped some tricks of the Taiji punching skill from wild hammering skill. He was quite relaxed and happy, especially when taking a shower. If he had not been afraid of breaking the night's silence, he would have been able to sing a song. Bang! It was when Junior Leopard, who had lost himself in taking a shower, heard a bang explode in his ear. He gave a quiver suddenly, looked up, shouted, threw off the bucket and turned to run. He ran while shouting, "Help, help, someone has been killed, someone has been killed." The shrill cry pierced the air and broke the silence of the whole Qingyang market. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Cover Up. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Butler Lin only wore a thin sleeping gown with his bloody body. His body was struck in the front yard, falling into the yard like an artillery shell and rolling 2 rolls on the ground with no sound. It was because of such scene that Junior Leopard screamed with his full strength. He was really scared. He didn't want to die for no reason here. He was screaming while darting into the room. He knew that there was a small rear window in the room. As long as he got out of the rear window, he would be freed from the big threat. However, the threat he imagined did not come. He awoke his 3 roommates when darting into the room, and then there was a great disorder. The fire was lit up, the ironware shop began to bustle. After a while, screams could be heard coming from the yard, and then it calmed down gradually. Junior Leopard did not jump out of the rear window eventually, because the killer was not interested in him at all. It was obvious that Butler Lin and Old Xing were targets of the killer, and now both of them were killed. Old Xing was more miserable than Butler Lin. Old Xing's corpse was broken into 2 pieces and he died with a dark iron hammer in his left hand, and his 2 eyes were wide opened. Although Junior Leopard had some bad ideas for the unusual performance of Old Xing in recent months, he had not thought of such a miserable result. Seeing Old Xing's corpse, Junior Leopard felt a rush of sadness into his heart. Although the time he got along with Old Xing was short, he had treated Old Xing as a mentor unknowingly. Old Xing, like a teacher, had taught him what he knew and learned with a hope that Junior Leopard could pass the selection of the Wu family and complete his wish. However, before the day came, he died. He died miserably, which made Junior Leopard grieved. As such, Junior Leopard hated the unknown killer. 10 years, within 10 years at most, I must find you out and cut you in half like what you did today. Junior Leopard swore in his heart. But then, what happened next made him dare not express his ideas, and he did not even reveal a trace of sadness. Butler Lin and Old Xing were spokesmen of the Wu family's ironware shop in the whole Qingyang market. Their death might be a hit in Qingyang market, and created a tremendous buzz. After all, they were members of the Wu family. It was natural that the local government dared not neglect the accident and took a full investigation. As the first witness on the spot, Junior Leopard was asked to go to the government several times as if they would catch the killer. But it was strange that the incident was suppressed quickly and clarified as the act of bandits when new housekeeper and craftsman occurred in Qingyang market. They even further found out pieces of evidence that Butler Lin and Old Xing embezzled money from the Wu family's ironware shop, which astonished people. After a period, no one would mention the incident except as after-dinner conversation. Such result made Junior Leopard have to be wary, and he smelled a hint of intrigue. Generally speaking, in such a well-known family, they would not let the incident go even if the bureaucrat in the local government had a little snub. If not, how to reveal the dignity of the well-known family? It was so abnormal that the Wu family should throw itself dirty water and push the incident down. Why? Only one reason could explain it. That was that the Wu family wanted to cover up the incident. But why would they want to cover it up? Junior Leopard did not know and also did not want to know. At least for now, before he could defend himself, he did not want to. After some period, the incident calmed down. Junior Leopard went back to quiet life as usual. Since old Xing had tried hard to distance him, he had no other trouble with the incident except for being asked to answer questions by the local government. In addition, due to good qualifications, he was quite outstanding among the apprentices. He gradually gained the confidence and reuse of the new craftsmen. Just like the schools of his previous life. Teachers always liked good students, whether it was head teacher or teacher. Therefore, Junior Leopard lived a quite comfortable life, different from old Xing whose right hand was disabled. The new craftsman Qin Xianlong was a real craftsman and fighter with level 3 cultivation. He was in prime and should be good at using hidden weapons and darts except for unusual martial arts. Junior Leopard had seen that just by shaking darts out, he nailed all 3 darts to the red heart 100 meters away. Junior Leopard couldn't help admiring him. The savvy of Junior Leopard was so high that the 9-styled hammering skill and sets of punching skills of toughening skin were too easy for him. Therefore, Qin Xianlong simply taught Junior Leopard the technique of hidden weapons and darts. After all, this technique was not rare. Do. 3 darts were tightly nailed to the red dot of the dart center. Yeah, good, that's great. Qin Xianlong stood aside, cheered and could not help showing admiration on his face. He had been teaching as a craftsman for over 10 years, but had never seen an apprentice with so high aptitude and savvy like Junior Leopard. For less than 3 months' exercise, he had been so familiar with all techniques of the dart. He shot with great accuracy and even could hit the bullseye when closing eyes at 30 feet. It made Qin Xianlong happy but also ashamed. It was because of only after a dozen years of exercise did he reach the phase of Junior Leopard. It is no wonder that old Xing treated him differently. Everyone will treat such an excellent apprentice differently. He is only 8 years old and it is certain that he will have a bright future. The selection will not be a problem for him. He may even be able to pass that final selection and make higher achievements than us. I had better give him some benefits now. When he is talented, I will enjoy a benefit forever as long as he slightly attends me. Thinking of this, Qin Xianlong taught Junior Leopard more diligently. He told him all he knew and taught him without reserve. Teacher, there are several kitchen knives I forged recently. I'm looking forward to your advice. After exercising for the whole day, Junior Leopard fetched several shiny and sharp kitchen knives from the smelting room and took them in front of Qin Xianlong as if taking treasures. After all, from a certain perspective for these apprentices, martial arts was secondary to smelting work. Oh! Qin Xianlong also realized this at this time and then took kitchen knives that Junior Leopard gave to him. Yeah? The unconcerned Qin Xianlong smeared a bright blade inadvertently and lightly, then the finger bounced suddenly, and a wisp of blood oozed out of his fingertips. What a sharp blade! Qin Xianlong was surprised, swung his 2 hands and tested the knife against the wood pile. Shwa! The wood pile was cut into 2 pieces instantly, making Qin Xianlong's eyebrows jump. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Days of Satisfaction. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. It was not a simple kitchen knife. It was obviously a lethal weapon. If he were to try to chop vegetables with it, he feared he would not only chop the vegetables but cut the table in half as well. He put the kitchen knife aside, and asked, "Did you make it?" "That's right." Junior Leopard nodded, with a self-satisfied smile on his face. Using materials designed to make kitchen knives to forge a high-quality weapon that was even sharper than a kitchen knife, was sufficient evidence to prove his natural talent for metal smelting.
The Wu's ironware shop traded in all kinds of metal goods, from hammers and pickaxes for farmers, to scissors and kitchen knives for city folk, and finally to weaponry and armor for the military. It provided civil as well as military service, bringing every metal utensil in the world together under one roof. Because of this, the blacksmiths working for the Wu family were categorized into 3 groups. One group specialized in the production of military hardware, and another group produced metal utensils for civilian use. The distinction between these 2 groups was clear, and the status of the military hardware group was much higher than that of the other group. After all, smelting military hardware was much more demanding than smelting household utensils, and each item of weaponry or armor that they made was responsible for the life of a soldier. Because of this, the Wu's ironware shop had to be prudent. The blacksmiths who specialized in military hardware needed to have at least 10 years of related experience, even if they were not fully qualified craftsmen. Weaponry was not only needed by the military, but also by people of the Jianghu, and so, the third category of blacksmiths crafted weapons for the Jianghu people. This group was different from the other 2 groups. Jianghu people were usually nonconformists who lived roaming lives and were not so particular about their weapons. Just so long as they were sharp and durable, this was enough. This type of weapon did not require an expert craftsman to smelt, just a regular blacksmith with sufficient skillful technique, and the Wus had no shortage of such persons. There were also some famous people who had high standards for their weaponry and wanted customized weapons with many demands. These demands were difficult for a regular blacksmith to fulfill, but luckily customers like this were few in number and the Wus had enough craftsmen to satisfy their requirements. The ironware shop at Qingyang Market was small, one of the Wu's lowest-ranked outlets. It had just one craftsman who also served as the instructor and often had little work to do. The ironware shop generally sold only ironware of 2 types, common household utensils and common Jianghu weaponry. Correspondingly, there were also 2 types of iron forging masters here. The requirements of forging weapons were much greater than those for kitchen knives, and because of this, their salaries were different. One who made weapons was paid almost twice as much as one who made household utensils. Apprentices like Junior Leopard were not paid wages at first because the ironware shop provided food, clothing, and education. Was this not enough? However, while there were no wages, there were prizes available. If you produced an exceptional piece of work, the ironware shop would reward you, and the amount of the reward corresponded to the value of what you had made. Of course, this also had the purpose of motivating apprentices to study diligently and forge quality goods. These quality goods they aimed to produce were normally household utensils for civilian use. As for weapons, these were made by apprentices who had already qualified. Weapons were only for true blacksmiths. There was a rule in the Wu's ironware shop: an apprentice could only graduate once he had been able to make a weapon which was fully up to standard, and only then could he become a blacksmith and receive wages. Generally speaking, it took an ordinary person at least 5 years of training to go from being an apprentice to being a blacksmith, yet Junior Leopard had reached this level in just half a year. Qin Shenlong was amazed. Looking at the kitchen knife in his hand, he could see that Junior Leopard's metal forging skill was already at the level of crafting weapons. He could also see that Junior Leopard's prospects were much brighter than his own. If he did a favor to him now, perhaps he would benefit from it in the future. As one of the supervisors of the Wu's ironware shop, he was naturally familiar with Junior Leopard's experience. He knew that this young lad came from a mountain village, and had come to the Wu's to serve as an apprentice because his family had too many boys and were not able to raise all of them. This was their reason for sending him here to act as an apprentice. At the time, nobody would have thought that this lad was blessed with genius. However, even if he was a genius, he was still just a child right now, and the achievements he would make were still ahead of him. For now, he was still a poor young boy. This was the opportune time for Qin Shenlong to lend him a hand. He made his decision. In Qin Shenlong's mind, the boy would certainly feel grateful to him. After all, he was only a child of 8. Junior Leopard was indeed grateful to him. However, the tears of gratitude that Qin Shenlong had been imagining did not make an appearance.
Naturally, Junior Leopard could have guessed what Qin Xuanlong's intention was. However, this was a situation in which everyone benefited, and he would have been crazy not to accept. The days flew by quickly, and it had been more than half a year since Junior Leopard had broken free of his apprentice status and become a fully qualified blacksmith. Junior Leopard had lived a comfortable life this past half year. The monthly wage of a blacksmith was amongst the best at Qingyang Market, and even though he used a large part of it for household essentials, the remainder was still enough for him to live comfortably, and on top of that he could also win prizes at the Wu's ironware shop. After half a year of settling into the career of metal forging, Junior Leopard had already integrated theory with practice in the art of crafting weaponry and was probably the best or second best among the whole Wu's ironware shop. Qin Xianlong was startled to see Junior Leopard's great progress, and so he made a decision similar to that of old Xing. After Junior Leopard reached 10 years of age, he would be sent to take part in the first stage of the Wu's selection process. He believed, based on Junior Leopard's current level, taking part in the selection process would give him a chance to shine. And together with his young age, he was sure to attract the respect of the Wus and became one of their core members. Junior Leopard understood why his performance had been outstanding. There were two main factors, and the most important one was the state of insight that he had reached while hammering the pieces of wood in the backyard. That moment of insight had helped him gain a perfect understanding of rhythm and force, and he had made countless attempts to enter that state since then, but each time he was unsuccessful. If it were not for him being able to maintain his eyes in that strange state, he would not even have been able to understand the knowledge he had gained from it completely. It's a good thing that my eyes are so extraordinary. Junior Leopard walked along the avenue, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the warm sunlight. The corners of his lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Another factor was the Ignis Skill. This mental cultivation was a skill derived from the fire. Although Junior Leopard's mastery of it was still at a low level, it had given him a good instinct for judging the temperature of the fire. Compared to a blacksmith who had a good understanding of fire through lengthy experience, Junior Leopard had an advantage. He could use his Ignis internal chi at any time to gauge the fire's temperature, which was a much more direct method than relying on experience. So, he was delighted with his present life. How could he not be satisfied? He had enough money to spend, a low workload, and he could study his favorite martial arts. Was there anything greater in this world? No, there was not. At least, that's what Junior Leopard believed at the time. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, The Market. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. The blacksmith at the Wu's ironware shop, who made weapons, didn't have a hefty workload. After all, weapons sales weren't exactly booming in this wretched ghost town. Each blacksmith only had a fixed amount of work every month. As long as you could just produce 10 passable weapons to hand in at the end of the month, then that was enough so the boss wouldn't give you any bother during the rest of the time. To Junior Leopard, this was quite a relaxing pace. He could not only have this work more or less finished in half a month, but the weapons that he made in this time would be of the highest quality too. As for his free time, he had it all to himself, so there was plenty of time for him to practice his martial arts. For the last 6 months, however, his thoughts had been mainly focused on understanding Taiji Fist and purifying the Ignis internal chi. After all, his body was still too young and couldn't handle anything more strenuous. After this year was up he would still only be 9 years old, and he didn't want to do any damage to his body through training too hard. Ah, if only I could do as they do in those books and legends, and just dip into some herbal bath and be fixed up right away. For the last half a year, apart from practicing his martial arts, the thing he had been doing most was going on a book-buying frenzy. He was not short of money here, and books were not expensive either. His purpose of buying books was simple: to understand this strange and mysterious world as much as possible. The old proverb puts it well: a scholar goes not out, and yet knows all under heaven. Based on what? Based on books. On the knowledge gained from books. Qingyang Market was a small place, and few people were literate. And so, there were even fewer people selling books, a trade which was a guaranteed loss. His only opportunities to buy books were on the 1st and 15th of each month when there was a fair held in Xingyang Market attracting people from villages from miles around. This time was the only chance he had to purchase some books. Although the books were few, it was still enough for him to gain some concrete understanding of the world around him. Oh, isn't it Junior Leopard? Back again to buy some more books, are you? The 15th had arrived again. Market day. Every street of Xingyang Market, without exception, was flanked on either side with traveling merchants setting up market stalls. Needless to say, this was also a time for the Xingyang local authorities and the Black Dragon Triad to line their own pockets. Ah, Brother Zhang, so it's you on duty today. Seeing this burly fellow grinning as he came to greet him, Junior Leopard smiled back. This was Zhang Yong, a minor leader of the Black Dragon Triad. Almost every month at this time, he appeared on this same street collecting his protection money, just as naturally as the local government collecting their taxes. Since Junior Leopard had also been running about these streets on this day every month for half a year now, he had, of course, made Zhang Yong's acquaintance. Zhang Yong also knew that, although Junior Leopard was young, he was a disciple of the Wu clan with great prospects ahead of him, and in all of Xingyang Market, only the local government wielded an influence more fearsome to provoke than that of the Wu clan. He would, therefore, dare not cause any offense. Upon encountering him on the street, he simply nodded his head and made a greeting. This was enough to count as friendly relations. After taking leave of Zhang Yong, Junior Leopard continued onwards. Walking along the street, he heard the shout of a familiar voice hawking their wares, and he couldn't stop the hint of a warm smile from flashing across his face. It was the voice of Wang Tianlei, who had brought a group of hunters to the market. Since the spoils of their hunting had been increasing, each family still had plenty left over, even after they had together sold some of their game in bulk to a trading firm. The hunters would then go to the market to sell their personal surplus, under Wang Tianlei's leadership, of course. But this was not the same as a large firm's trading. They each sell their own individually, and they merely gathered together to help avoid arriving at any misfortune. After they had sold all their goods, these lads would then take the chance to have a look around the market themselves and perhaps get a sentimental gift for their women back home. This was, after all, only human nature. Junior Leopard's elder brother was amongst them. During these last 6 months, Junior Leopard made sure his wages were taken back home to help subsidize the household expenses. He did so by finding his brother at this market and passing them on to him. So much? Little Shiba, will there be enough left for yourself? Junior Leopard's elder brother looked at the purse that Junior Leopard had passed to him. He thought for a second, and then a shocked look spread across his face. From the weight of this, it must be equal to almost half a year's wages of his. I have plenty left for myself. I had a lot of luck this month. I made a few weapons more than usual, and so the prize I took was greater too. Junior Leopard said nonchalantly. Ho ho, so now Little Shiba is a pillar of the family. The hunters standing by them were doing good business, so they were in a light-hearted mood. Upon hearing the two brothers' conversation, they began to joke around. That's right, Junior Leopard, out of our entire village it's you with the finest prospects. Never mind working here as a blacksmith, how about I do a little matchmaking for you? My uncle has a young lass about your age, a radiant and vivacious little thing. How about it, eh? Never mind your uncle's family. There's a young niece of my family who is not bad at all too. After some time, everyone had said their bit, and Junior Leopard was flushed red with embarrassment. There. Laughter rippled through the crowd, and then Wang Tianlei said, You are all fully grown men, but here you are now, still teasing this young lad. Elder brother Zhou, we're just having a joke, but what we say is true. Junior Leopard is indeed young, but he can still be betrothed. Yeah, that's right. The crowd chimed in with their agreement. Okay, elder brothers, brother-in-law, everyone, I won't disturb your business. With a look of resignation, Junior Leopard cupped his hands to bid farewell to this group of fellows. Little Shiba, do you have any free time lately? Seeing that Junior Leopard wanted to leave, Spiky promptly opened his mouth to ask him this question.
With him being away for half a year, Junior Leopard's family had rather missed him. He knew that an apprentice had to follow an apprentice's rule, and it was common for them to find that they were unable to return home. As New Year's was approaching, Spiky wanted to know if Junior Leopard still had to serve in the armory. Although Junior Leopard had now broken free from his apprenticeship and had a lot of free time, it was still, however, quite troublesome for him to leave the armory behind.
Oh, now let me see, perhaps next month I'll have time? I'll ask for leave when the time arrives, it shouldn't be a problem. Junior Leopard said, then hurried away. He had been reborn into this world and had a new identity and new parents, but in the end, it was still the memories of his previous life which occupied the dominant place in his thoughts. Although he held deep feelings towards his new family and new parents, he did not want to go back there and play the role of a child again. He walked down the road, around the corner, coasted along the well-trodden path, and finally arrived on a street corner where a middle-aged man was setting up an old bookstall. For the past half a year, Junior Leopard had basically bought all of his books from here. Just as he was approaching the bookstall, Junior Leopard heard the voice of someone cursing. "You damned wastrel, how dare you rob my stall? Don't you realize who it is you have crossed?" "Ha!" Junior Leopard's eyebrows jumped up in surprise. Without needing to look, he recognized the voice of the middle-aged man. This place isn't run by your family. If you can set up a stall, then why can't I set mine up?" A weak voice called out, and a man of thin stature picked himself up off the ground. Junior Leopard could see more clearly now. It was a youth of about 20 years old, who looked delicate yet handsome, although his face was smeared with a layer of dust, and had on it a large bruise, presumably from where he had just fallen. His robes, which originally would have been a pure white, were also now stained a grayish color. In his hands, he was holding something bundled in blue cloth, and it seemed like inside the bundle was a book. Based on this scene, it appeared that this boy must have wanted to set up a stall to sell books. But he did not know that, although this was a bustling market with all the stalls appearing to be chaotic and disorderly, they, in fact, each had a boss to answer to. Each and every stall had to give payment to the Black Dragon Triad. This payment was divided into two parts. One was protection money to the Triad, and the other was taxation for the local government, which the Triad collected on their behalf. Wang Tianlei and the others were also not exempt. These were the rules of Qingyang Market and were well established through common practice. It was obvious that the younger man had not understood these rules, and had just taken a few books to directly sell at a stall. All things considered, it would have been stranger if he hadn't been beaten. Just behind him stood the very same Zhang Yong of the Black Dragon Triad who Junior Leopard had bumped into on his way here. Zhang Yong's expression had darkened, and upon hearing the younger man speak these words, he exploded. "You accursed thing! If I don't run this place, then I suppose you think that you run it? Let me tell you, this place most certainly is run by me. The Black Dragon Triad runs this place. And you little scoundrel, you dare talk back to me?" As he spoke, he moved forward, raising a foot to kick the boy. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Prescription of the Elixir and Above Level 9 and the Mysterious Realm. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. "Brother Zhang, what's going on?" Junior Leopard said when seeing Zhang Yong kicking the boy, Su Hua. He used to belong to a well-known family of Qingyang Market, but his family had fallen into ruin in recent years. Sun Hua's father had run a small warehouse in Qingyang Market, but sadly, he died a few months ago, leaving behind his lazy and parasitic son who did not understand how to run the business. Sun Hua had to sell off the warehouse and all the valuables after being swiftly defrauded by a ruthless competitor. Finally, he was left with only a small room and relied on pawning the family's things to survive. Over a short time, there was nothing valuable left to sell. He would have no choice but to become a beggar. It seemed that this time he was so starving, and brought the only possession he had on this market day, aiming to exchange for some money. However, lacking knowledge about the rules of the market provoked his trouble. "Oh, it's Junior Leopard, here to buy books." Upon seeing Junior Leopard coming over, Zhang Yong immediately broke into a smile, and relaxed the foot that he had raised, softly treading it into Sun Hua's backside. "Now clear off. If I catch you here again, I'll give you an exceptional beating." Sun Hua fumed with rage, but he knew he was no match for Zhang Yang. He used a sleeve to wipe his face, which was stained with tears and mucus dribbled from his nostrils. All the onlookers burst out laughing at this theatrical display. "Forget it, Brother Zhang, he is just pitiful." Junior Leopard sighed and walked towards Sun Hua. "Elder brother Sun, did you come here to sell books?" Sun Hua sobbed a little and glanced at Junior Leopard. He could see that he was young, but couldn't make out anything else, and just nodded his head. "I will buy all of your books, here is some silver, please see whether it enough or not." Junior Leopard took out some pieces of silver and passed them into Sun Hua's hand. "It's enough, enough," Sun Hua said with a sob. Sun Hua had been extremely hungry. He'd only wanted to sell a few old books for some copper coins that he could exchange for some baked sesame cakes. Just one piece of silver that Junior Leopard gave him would be enough to buy several servings. He promptly passed the bundle of books into Junior Leopard's hands, took the silver, and hurried away before there could be any further incident. "Junior Leopard, you have a good heart. But that boy is merely a dissipate wastrel who has squandered his family fortune. That silver will do him no good. Soon the day will come when he has to sell his decrepit little room and beg on the streets." Zhang Yang said angrily upon seeing Junior Leopard buy the books. He walked off in another direction, continuing his patrol. "Ha!" Junior Leopard smiled, said nothing, and carried his pile of books to the front of the bookstall. "How is going? Elder brother Wang, do you have any new books?" The middle-aged man at the stall immediately forced his facial expression into a simple and honest smile. "This time, I have no shortage of good books," he said, patting the pile of old books on the front of the stall as if showing them off. Junior Leopard smiled, chose a few suitable books from the stall, and took out some money to pay for them. He then turned down the market street to buy something to eat and drink, before returning to the Wu family forge. He was now counted as a craftsman. Although he was young, it was recognized that his prospects were surely good, so he had been granted his own private room. At only about 20 square meters, this room was not big by modern standards, but it was enough for him to live by himself. The room was simply furnished. There was a bed, table, and chair, also a little cabinet, which by now was already stuffed full of books. These books were what he had been working on for the last 6 months. His books were many, and through them, he knew the world better. Strange Tales of Spirits and Devils was not as fascinating as Journey to the West, but one day, if he felt an interest, he could make some alterations to Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West. If he published them, there was a great chance that he could make some money. He flicked through one book, and then put it down to the side. He was no longer like he was at the beginning when he would buy every old book from the stall. These days he would just pick up a few he was interested in, and after he'd finished reading the pile kept at the head of the bed. He opened the bundle that Sun Hua had sold to him. Buying Sun Hua's book was just something he did on the spur of the moment, out of a sense of pity more than anything. It is said that a pitiful person must also have some detestable traits, but Junior Leopard saw no harm in making this very slight effort. The dual-form rhapsody of heaven and earth. Oh my, there is even such a book as this in this world. Maybe I will feel like reading it, several years from now. Junior Leopard looked at the cover of the first book, furrowed his brow and rammed the book into the last little space in his cabinet. The classic of the Green Emperor and the Girl. No wonder the Sun family had gone under. How could they have such books? Junior Leopard's eyebrows had already creased into a frown. Although he had often enjoyed such Japanese specialties in his former life, in this life he was too young, only 8 or 9 years. He feared this kind of book could turn him into a psycho, so he skipped to the third book, Medicinal Soup Recipes. My God, I'm a blacksmith, what do I need this for? Junior Leopard tossed the book disinterestedly to the side. Oh, what's this? He casually flicked through a few pages of medicinal soup recipes.
The first page had on it a mnemonic rhyme for the most basic soup recipe, something called Soup of Four Wise Men. The soup of 4 wise men is peaceful and just, blend tuckahoe and licorice is what you must. 6 noble names, stale from the summer's sun, will clear your phlegm, and boost your chi, add a yang bun. Pinnacle plant's power is strange, that's true, now add fragrant salts to cure stomach flu. There was also the gentian slimming concoction, slimming gentian with turtle shell, root of aster, and bones as well. Pinnacle, ginseng, radix, we should all be told, to mix these to cure a cold. Junior Leopard did not completely understand this kind of thing, however, he knew this was the sort of book used as a primer for physicians. When he was in the village, an old blind man had used this kind of book to teach them to read. Because of this, he looked through a few pages and then cast the book aside. When the book was in mid-air, a stream of air flipped the pages and an old yellowed page filled with writing gently floated out. Junior Leopard was a little curious and stretched out to grab the page. When he looked at what was on it, he was dumbfounded. The page was densely filled from top to bottom with someone's tiny, spidery writing. Anesthetic pill, bone-forging pill, tendon-changing pill, pulse-steadying pill, blood-changing pill, marrow-cleansing pill. His facial expression stiffened into a toothy grimace. At the corner of his mouth, a drop of saliva dripped out, and after he had finished reading he abruptly swallowed back a mouthful. He then discovered that without realizing, the saliva from his mouth had already dripped into a puddle on the floor. It was fortunate that nobody was around to see him, or he would have been relentlessly mocked. Could it be, this is a case of the good will get their reward, as in legend? No, it can't be. Junior Leopard gripped this page tightly in his fist. He wanted to keep it safe in his bosom, and then he wanted to rip open his bed sheets and hide it inside, and just at that moment, there was suddenly something happening without him knowing. This isn't a case of the good will get their reward, this is as if I am playing the leading role in a legend. How else could I so easily have come across such a treasure? Never mind the first anesthetic pill, but the other 5, to look upon them made Junior Leopard break out into a cold sweat. All these pills, it was really just too exciting. He was no longer the simple and crude leopard holed up in a mountain village, now he was a blacksmith for the Wu's ironware shop. Although his martial arts were still really nothing much, his understanding of the world of martial arts was much greater than it was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, he only knew from Wang Tianlei that all the true fighters under heaven knew how to balance the inner and outer cycles. This process was divided into 3 stages, or 3 realms: skin toughening, bone forging, and tendon changing. Wang Tianlei himself could just about be regarded as a skin toughening fighter, but nothing more. At the Wu family, his understanding had become much more detailed than before. At first, he knew the martial arts realm was divided into 3 phases, and these 3 phases were known as 3 realms. He, now, also knew that they could be further divided into 9 levels, 3 levels of skin toughening fighter, 3 levels of bone forging fighter, and 3 levels of tendon changing fighter. His own brother-in-law Wang Tianlei was only a level 1 fighter. He had merely stepped onto the threshold of martial arts. All those fighters under heaven who had reached level 9 could be counted on one's fingers. The largest scale schools and best-known families would only produce 1 or 2 in 1,000 years. At present this was a level that he could not even imagine achieving. For example, the strongest elder of the Wus had only cultivated himself to 7th class. Any family who had someone reached only level 3 already had a powerful deterrent against any attacks on their clan. Fighters above level 3 were very rare. First, this was because the road was so arduous, and walking it required such willpower, such wisdom, and such good fortune, that it was hard to persist. Second, the required potions were hard to find. In this world's martial arts, the key part of balancing the inner and outer cycles was mutual support between inner and outer. Using the inner to nourish the outer, and using the outer to bear the inner, both equally indispensable. But no matter what tricks you try, the speed of their mutual support is always very slow. For example, you want to use your internal chi to carefully nourish your tendons and vessels, and increase their toughness, strength, and capacity. This usually takes over 10 years, and sometimes even decades. Life is so short and bitter, who has time for such things? So, if you want to increase the efficiency of your practice, you must have some potions to assist in strengthening your physique. So, this is why medicinal bath potions emerged, but their effect is not so good, and they cannot utilize the full effect of the potion. Through bathing in the potion, one can only get about 30 to 40% of its effect. However, this 30 to 40% is still a great help towards strengthening one's physique, so the big families and martial arts schools would spare no effort searching all over for and plundering these potions to give to their disciples. And according to folk legends, in the martial arts circles long ago, it was not these medicinal bath potions which were prevalent, but rather these pills. The amount of potion wasted by the pills was far less than the bath potions, only about 10 to 20%, and they were also several times more effective. It could utilize about 70 to 80% of the potion's power, and if refined well, could even have up to 100% efficiency. But now, these pills belonged only to legend. It is not that the medicinal materials did not exist, but the technique of making the pills and distilling the potion had been lost. The discrepancy between the tablet form and the liquid form was huge. The thing about potions was that even if there was only a single hair wrong, if an ingredient was a bit too much, or a bit too little, that it would not only be ineffective but could also be lethal. Aside from that, the technique and procedure for distilling medicine into pills had long been lost. Of course, it had not been completely lost. In this world, there still existed one type of pill, the bone-forging pill. This was the only one that had not been lost. However, the method was kept under control by the number one sect under heaven. That is to say, it was in the hands of the Black Sky Orthodox, a sacred ground in martial arts circles. It was inaccessible to ordinary people of the martial arts milieu, and even in Black Sky Orthodox, it was passed down through a tight lineage apart from for use within the sect. Only very few were allowed to be circulated outside. Every bone-forging pill that did end up outside the sect was sold for sky-high prices. As for pills a level higher than the bone-forging pill, these had been totally lost. Not to mention that after the tendon-changing pill, there were still 3 more types of elixir. Pulse-steadying pill, blood-changing pill, marrow-cleansing pill. Could it be that this is above level 9, the legendary elixir of the mysterious realm? Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Captivating with One Elixir. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. This was only an assumption from Junior Leopard. Though there seemed to be one more phase over level 9 which in the legends was called Tongxian. But Tongxian was just a legend in the gathering of martial arts. And the best explanation of that legend was the phrase, being in neither the 3 realms nor the 5 elements. Being in neither 3 realms nor the 5 elements. Who were those men? They must be celestial beings. Only celestial beings could be in neither 3 realms nor the 5 elements. Junior Leopard didn't think too much about that. All he thought now was about the elixir prescription in his hand. 5 elixir prescriptions were all attached with particular refining techniques. It seemed like the reading notes of Junior Leopard in his previous life, which were elaborate, too. This elixir prescription has been in between the pages of the medicinal bath formula all this time. Manhwa must be a black sheep. Though he is literate, he seems to be only interested in the first 2 books. As to the book in my hand, I guess he has never read it. Hey! Junior Leopard sighed, together with continuing to recite the 6 elixir prescriptions and refining techniques in his mind. Reciting was a piece of cake for Junior Leopard, who had passed CT6 and majored in Chinese. Though this paper was filled with small and dense fonts, there was only 1 paper in all. Little time would be taken to recite it. What was more, he had already recited a complete set of Ignis Skill in his present life. He had experience in reciting cheats now. Instead of going out, he stayed at the Wu's ironware shop to forge iron the next day and continued to recite that elixir prescription. By doing so, he knew 5 elixir prescriptions and refining techniques thoroughly by heart in a few days. After affirming it many times, he finally burned that elixir prescription. Fascinated by that elixir prescription, he kept reciting even during the time he was forging these days.
He cared nothing about ruining several weapons. But Qin Shenlong, who had half of the responsibility of supervising, had realized Junior Leopard's absent-mindedness. Several days later Qin asked Junior Leopard whether he had worries during lunchtime, for he really destroyed too many weapons in a few days. Junior Leopard had already prepared for that question. He said that he was in a poor state these days and wanted to have a few days off. Qin Shenlong outright approved Junior Leopard to have 3 days off on hearing his words. After all, according to Junior Leopard's capability now, there still was abundant time left for him to finish his monthly target. After bidding farewell to Qin Shenlong, Junior Leopard went out of the Wu's ironware shop. He strolled in the street and went back to the shop several hours later with a number of packets. People in the shop who saw him with a number of packets were all confused. Junior Leopard explained to them that those medicines were bought for his parents, therefore people cared no more. Ouch! I am exhausted. Junior Leopard couldn't wait to throw all the packets in bed as soon as he got in his house. These packets were medicine for sure, but they were not bought for his parents, but for refining anesthetic pills. The elixir prescription seemed to be amazing. He had recited it all, too. But the accuracy remained uncertain. He needed to check. But how? The most proper way to check the accuracy certainly was to refine them out. But he could neither acquire materials for bone-forging pills nor materials for tendon-changing pills at present. He definitely recited the medicinal bath formula fluently and there were lots of medicinal books at home, also. But the materials to refine those 2 pills were beyond Junior Leopard's imagination. Junior Leopard had read lots of medicinal books and he could recite the medicinal bath formula. So he was sure that he knew quite a lot of kinds of medicinal materials in the world. But among those 6 elixir prescriptions, medicinal materials that were needed for refining bone-forging pills, tendon-changing pills, pulse-settling pills, blood-exchanging pills, and marrow-cleansing pills were extremely strange, and only medicinal materials for the anesthetic pill were common. Actually, he was not a stranger to most of bone-forging pills' medicinal materials. Except 2, Junior Leopard had heard about the rest and all of them were precious. According to his property, Junior Leopard couldn't afford them even if he wiped out all his fortune. But it was better than the tendon-changing pill, which needed lots of medicinal materials that he never even heard about except a few. As for the pulse-settling pill, he had heard about poor kinds which were treasures, even unmatched in this world, let alone blood-exchanging pills and marrow-cleansing pills. He had no hope for the last 2 pills. Though the medicinal materials for bone-forging pill were precious, there was a possibility to refine them. But Junior Leopard had to confirm the accuracy before he refined the bone-forging pill, or else it would be a huge loss if he found all the medicinal materials with tremendous effort but the prescription was fictitious. Therefore, the anesthetic pill on the same elixir prescription, which had medicinal materials that were easy to find, turned out to be his first choice. Medicinal materials for the anesthetic pill were not precious. As a matter of fact, he had bought most of the medicinal materials easily, except one, called Q, which made him search a few more drugstores. He also bought a small crockpot to boil herbs in. On the elixir prescription, there was not only medicinal material that was needed in refining pills, but also particular refining methods, and the true order of putting in medicinal materials. Actually, so many things needed to be paid attention to. For example, whether the material needed to be crushed, which material needed to keep fresh, to what degree another material could be put in, when and how much water should be added, when to make conflagration and when to make soft fire, what degree the conflagration and soft fire should reach, and so on. It was really intricate. Each process must maintain veracity or else the efficacy would be affected. Refining pills were not the same as that in immortality cultivation novels, which needed things like an oven. To refine this anesthetic pill, a crockpot was enough. First, put medicinal materials according to the order on the elixir prescription, and add water and make fire and boil them to a paste. Then twist the paste to grains of pills, which are as big as soybeans, and dry in the sun. Then it's done. Most pills in this world were made like this. Things like ovens were used to burn incense in the temple but not refining medicines. Refining with the first trail, Junior Leopard was not skilled. As he was wasting all the medicinal material after several times refining, finally achievements were obtained. He decocted a big bowl of gray plaster and then twisted the plaster into pills, which were as big as soybeans. Though those pills were not shaped in standard balls, they looked very good with several dozens put together. After being dried in the sun, they became grains of pills. In all, there were 34 granules. It was true that pills were made successfully. But they still needed testing. The elixir prescription said that the anesthetic pill was very powerful. But practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Thanks to so many gatekeeping wolf dogs in the Wu's ironware shop, Junior Leopard secretly mixed 5 anesthetic pills in the tank which was used to provide water for dogs. In fact, that tank was a huge size and the anesthetic pill seemed so small. For fear of lacking efficacy, Junior Leopard put in 5 pills in all. As a result, Junior Leopard was shocked. The anesthetic pill was pretty easy to be melted in water after drying. They became colorless and odorless after melting. Even those wolf dogs, which were famous for their sensitive nose, had realized nothing unusual. After drinking water, dozens of wolf dogs at the ironware shop all fell into a deep sleep soon. Not one could be awakened. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, a huge gap between skin toughening phase and bone forging phase. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. Thus the matter became significant. All wolf dogs fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be awakened. People could easily discern that there was something wrong. Those wolf dogs were raised to guard the entrance. Why would they be dazed? Was there anyone harboring unkind thoughts toward the Wus? Therefore the Wu family came into a state of extreme nervousness at their fainting. The Wu family had carried out a double check on the origin of the fainting. As the resource of drinking water, the tank had already been investigated many times. But half a month went by with no evidence being found. During the investigation, people learned that Junior Leopard had bought medicinal materials outside. But lately, they figured out that all Junior Leopard brought were normal medicinal materials which seemed not to be able to cause such a huge effect. Thus, suspicion of Junior Leopard was quelled. Such an investigation lasted half a month. And those dogs slept for half a month and thus died. It was not because the anesthetic pill was poisonous but because they hadn't eaten or drunk for half a month and their bodies couldn't support them anymore. The strong efficacy was totally beyond Junior Leopard's expectation. The wolf dogs were dead. The investigation lasted half a month with no result. Finally, the Wu family ironware shop came back to quiet down little by little as nothing was stolen. Though it was very strange, they were truly helpless. After those dogs' death, the Wu family brought in other dozens of wolf dogs, which were more savage and robust. Junior Leopard, the initiator of evil and the biggest beneficiary, was extremely delighted for the next 1 or 2 months. His handcrafts that were made recently were more elaborate than before. He even forged several excellent weapons which earned him much praise. Junior Leopard laughed off the praise. He paid no attention to that. The anesthetic pill can be melted into the water immediately. With the characteristics of colorlessness and transparency, I can use it to play tricks without being detected. Bravo! Junior Leopard ground the rest pills into powder and put it in a china bottle. Then the bottle was carried with him all the time. Life returned to peace again. The event of the wolf dog's death was of no more significance than being a topic of conversation during people's leisure. Junior Leopard lived as usual, too. Every day he either forged iron or practiced martial arts. He was satisfied with his present life. Each month, Junior Leopard could hand in iron wares that pleased Qin Shenlong very much. So Qin Shenlong felt very relieved. At the same time, however, he supervised Junior Leopard quite strictly. He had the same thought as old Xing of hoping that Junior Leopard would attend the selection contest of the Wu family after he was 10. As long as Junior Leopard was chosen, his status would be promoted as carps jumping over the Dragon Gate. Especially as smart as Junior Leopard was, there was no doubt the leaders of the Wu family would pay attention to him. What was more, Junior Leopard was very likely to be accepted as an elder's disciple and then enter into the high ranks of the Wu family. Therefore Qin Xianlong cared little about Junior Leopard's monthly task. On the contrary, he paid more attention to Junior Leopard's martial arts skills, especially to the practice of Nine Dragons' heavenly fire technique and the hammering skill of Nine-styled hammering skill. Qin Xianlong would even stand aside to remind Junior Leopard from time to time that he should taste the essence of Nine-styled hammering skill with his heart while Junior Leopard was forging irons. In regards to this, Junior Leopard needed few aids, for he had had one insight before and integrated the hammering skill into Tai Chi, but Qin Xianlong felt disappointed because this bloke was so smart that he had become obsolete. How amazing! In this way, half a year went by. A half year was neither too long nor too short. Junior Leopard became more and more accustomed to living in the Wu family ironware shop. With his strength and technique progress, Junior Leopard now could forge objects with higher quality. Your technique is on a par with common craftsmen now. Holding a yataghan which was forged by Junior Leopard just now, Qin Xianlong split an iron bar, which was as wide as a bowl, into two parts with an arc of the sword. He brought the sword in front of him, and seeing a small gap had appeared in the edge of the blade, said with his brows furrowed, "It seems to be the highest level you can reach such a young age. There still is a year and a half left and you need to practice Nine Dragons' heavenly fire technique patiently. You'd better reach a wonderful phase of the level 1 of the fighters or even to the edge of the level 2 of the fighter. In this way, you are very likely to be chosen by the elders." Very likely to be chosen by an elders? Those words were truly attractive. Being a well-known family in forging irons, the Wu family were much more than a simple family. It was similar to a school-like structure, and the only difference from a school was that each generation's master was surnamed Wu. While in the Wu family, there were also numbers of people with other surnames. Those people lived in the Wu family from the very beginning. Their progenitors were the three disciples of the Wu family ancestor, who initiated the family property. They were the Ma family, the Lin family, and the Su family. In the evolution of several hundreds of years, the Ma's disappeared, the Lins declined, while the Su family gradually became powerful and prosperous. In this way, masters and the elders couldn't limit their disciples to their offspring, for people with other surnames were also brilliant. Those experts who had other surnames but rendered their service to the Wu family were the elders. To be an elder of the Wu family was neither simple nor difficult. As long as you achieved a cultivation of the level 4, then you had the primary qualification. The level 4 meant one would break through the skin toughening realm to the bone forging realm. The bone forging realm in 3 realms. It sounded not difficult. But among quantities of men in the gathering of martial arts, people who could break through the skin toughening realm to the bone forging realm were less than 1%. On the one hand, proper techniques were hard to find, on the other hand, magic drugs were in short supply. Only top-level legendary techniques could practice internal chi that could nourish one's body. In such a way one could be able to break through with punching skill of bone forging and nourish internal chi but not resort to magic drugs. But how could normal people afford such amazing techniques? Therefore, most of the fighters needed not only great efforts but also a countless accumulation of magic drugs to practice to the bone forging realm. Or else, at least 50 years was needed if one only practiced punching skill of bone forging. Time could bring a great change in the world. Who knew whether you were too old to practice after 50 years? Actually, it was nearly impossible for common people to obtain magic drugs. Wang Tianlei, for example, had talent in practice. He could practice to the phase of the level 1 according to the popular and basic martial arts in the army. With some more decades, he could easily reach the level 2 or 3, but that was all. There was a huge gap between the level 3 and the level 4. And it was the first threshold which all fighters had to face. At the same time, their power could be quite different between the level 3 and the level 4 because of the huge gap. Even those who newly reached the bone-forging realm were 10 times stronger in skeleton intensity and tenacity. Thus they could strike out with more strength without using internal chi than those who struck with internal chi. Once they use internal chi, their destructive power would unquestionably be beyond the level 3 fighter's imagination. So even a fighter who was in the wonderful phase of the level 3 couldn't bear a fist of a fighter in the bone-forging realm. Ashes to ashes with one fist. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, When the Blade Master Met the Dark Lord. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. If he wanted to reach the bone-forging realm, was it easier said than done? He was afraid that the only way was just as Qin Shenlong said. If you were chosen by an elder of the Wu family to become their disciple, then you would a chance to encounter the skill of bone forging. Now is still a good time to practice the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique. Junior Leopard said to himself upon arriving at his dwelling. Although the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique and the Ignis Skill were not exercises of common origin, they were both skills with properties of flame. The spiritual energy one must take in and transform was basically the same for both. The main difference was that the spiritual energy needed by the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique had to be purer, and the process of transformation was more delicate. All of this was no problem for Junior Leopard, especially the delicate control and transformation of internal chi. Even if he had not learned how to activate his fantastical eyes, in the half-year he had spent training he had gotten a good grasp on his internal chi. The difference, therefore, between the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique and the Ignis Skill was no problem for him. He was even looking forward to getting a greater understanding of his internal chi by exploring the fine details of their differences. The process of transforming Ignis internal chi into that which could be used for the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique wasn't complicated. As for its power, although everything he had learned about it was still quite basic, it was still stronger than the internal chi from the Ignis Skill. That is not to say that the Ignis Skill used by the Sect of Flame was no good. On the contrary, as a comprehensive system of cultivating internal chi, it was still stronger than the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique, but Junior Leopard had only been able to get a hold of the introductory notes of a mere disciple of the Sect of the Flame. The notes contained only an incomplete outline of the basics. As for what he had studied of the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique, it was more complete, if still elementary. Additionally, upon consideration of the future, his opportunities to practice the blaze technique would be greater than his opportunities to practice the Ignis Skill. With this in mind, he had no hesitation to choose the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique for practice. He sat quietly in the room, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual chi from heaven and earth, taking in wisps of elemental flame into his body, and using the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique to transform this chi into his own internal strength. The spiritual chi in this room was not strong, but relative to Junior Leopard's present ability to absorb chi it was more than enough. As Junior Leopard circulated his internal chi, a thin layer of red light began to enshroud his surroundings. He was covered completely in this red light, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he took a sharp intake of breath. The red light wrapped inside his body and split into 2 separate rays through his nostrils. His eyesight flickered softly for a moment, and then everything returned to normal. This 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique is not bad. If I have the chance to study this in its entirety, that would be perfect. Junior Leopard could feel the full power of fire within his body, and a satisfied expression appeared upon his face. A level 1 fighter. He was now already a level 1 fighter. Even though within the 3 realms and 9 classes, first class was the lowest, he was still satisfied. In the skin toughening realm, the mark of a level 1 fighter was just like what he had just done. He had assimilated his entire body's internal chi with his skin and flesh and then shot it out. Wang Tianlei was also a fighter, and he could concentrate his internal chi's powerful Jingang into any blade, giving the sword in his hand extra lethal force. Such were the characteristics of fighters. Although a level 1 fighter could link up his internal chi with his skin and flesh, they could not control it outside of their body. They could disperse it, but were not able to concentrate it. It was limited to this form. Even though it could strengthen the force of their attack, this also had limits,
only by training to second class would he be able to fire out the internal chi he had linked up with his skin and flesh at will. By combining the strength of his body and internal chi, he could command at will this powerful force, and by the stage of a level 3 fighter, he could concentrate the strength of his entire body to its very limit, and with easy, graceful movements link up his internal chi and keep it restrained beneath his skin. Linking it up like this, into this state, his internal chi could not only be used to kill enemies and nourish flesh and blood but at the same time could have a nourishing effect on his skeleton. If he wanted to really reach the bone forging state, he still needed to combine his bone forging fighting technique with a potion bath. It is not only that the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique needs to be comprehensive, it also needs the bone forging technique. Otherwise, even if you master the comprehensive system of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, there will be no way to perfect it. Junior Leopard got out of his bed, pushed the window open, and gazed out at the sky filled with stars, and the reddish full moon. I don't know where I am now, and the stars in the sky above must also include the earth beneath my feet. He thought for a moment, and then he laughed at this foolishness and nodded his head. It is impossible to see the earth, but so long as I can see the sun, that is good enough. Gazing at the stars and thinking of the earth, his mind slowly drifted towards a scene from his previous life, and he quickly fell into a sorrowful train of thought. Junior Leopard, what's on your mind? He had been in a trance, when suddenly a voice came from behind him, making him jump in surprise. Hello, Master Qin. Seeing Qin Xianlong come in, Junior Leopard was a little surprised. What was he doing barging into his home at so late an hour, without so much as knocking at the door? Was this not poor manners? I've been knocking at your door for ages, and after seeing no response I thought something may have happened to you. Oh, I was just thinking about something, I got a bit lost in thought. Junior Leopard replied promptly, but his heart blushed in shame. It wasn't that Master Qin was impolite, and it was that he himself had gone into a trance. Thinking about martial arts, eh? Qin Xianlong said with a smile and sat down. What he was thinking of, Junior Leopard naturally could not tell Qin Xianlong. He just smiled and nodded. I know that you are very hard-working, especially in martial arts. You do not merely have an extraordinary aptitude, but you give it all of your efforts. Your future achievements will be unlimited. Master Qin, you exaggerate. Junior Leopard replied cautiously. You needn't feel nervous. I've come today to tell you something. Over these next few days, please do not leave the house, stay in your room and practice in safety. Why? Junior Leopard asked, confused. What's going on? It has nothing to do with us, but as the saying goes, when the city gates burn, the fish in the moat suffer. I am merely afraid of you getting caught up in it. Qin Xianlong smiled bitterly. I have just received news. Shuewe, 7th Dark Lord of the Dark Sect, has been pursued thousands of miles by the White Blade Master Lu Xiaoyu, and they have already entered the limits of Yunzhou district. From their route, it seems like Shuewe aims to hide within the Misty Mountains. These are close to Qingyang Market. If by any chance they pass through here, there may be big trouble. Shuewe, the 7th Dark Lord of the Dark Sect. Junior Leopard was shocked. This name reverberated like thunder in his ears. As a matter of fact, as Junior Leopard stepped through the main gate of the Wu's ironware shop, he could just about count as someone part of the martial arts circle, although belonging to the very lowest level. To all of those belonging to the lowest level of the martial arts world, it was tough to come across a true expert, but they were all very clear on all the information, anecdotes, and rumors of these experts. Just as ordinary people in Junior Leopard's previous life treated celebrities. Even if they had never seen them in person, they would still know a lot about this person's background, perhaps even more than their own. There was a logic to this. Even if what they know is not completely true, this didn't influence their understanding of the legends of the martial arts experts. Shuewe was the best killer of the Dark Sect and the Blood River Sect. He was the 7th Dark Lord of the Dark Sect, and at 48 years old. He was a strong level 8 fighter. He had already mastered the Dark Sect's secret methods, as well as the blood firepower of the Blood River Sect. Relying on the secret skills and special techniques of the Dark Sect,
he was regarded as strong even within the ranks of level 8 experts. The White Blade Master Lu Xiaoyu was the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Mingyi school, and one of the few level 8 experts under all of the heavens. He also had the most outstanding reputation of the last 50 years in martial arts circles. Only at the age of 32, his skill in fencing was sublime. He was acknowledged as one of the under 50s most likely to reach level 9. It is said that his current strength was already at the peak of level 8 when Xue Wuya bumped into him, and with the two of them, both at the heights of level 8, a battle of the titans was inevitable. Listening to Qin Xianlong explain carefully, Junior Leopard understood the situation. This time, Xue Wuya was out of luck, and on the way to Yangzhou West Country had been overcome by a fit of madness and slaughtered an entire family. After the massacre was over, he came across Lu Xiaoyu, who was in Yangzhou West Country visiting a friend. Lu Xiaoyu, outraged at witnessing such brutal conduct, drew his sword from its sheath and engaged in battle with Xue Wuya, who finally fled, only to be relentlessly pursued for thousands of miles, from the nation of Jin's hinterlands of Yangzhou all the way here to remote Yunzhou, all the way with no easing of his rage. Although Lu Xiaoyu was a level 8 expert unmatched anywhere in this world, Xue Wuya was highly proficient in the art of stealth. With a heavy heart in his bosom, he had killed countless unfortunate people along the way. Anyone who came across his path was torn to shreds as he vented the rage in his belly. If it had not been for the fear that Lu Xiaoyu may be too hot on his heels, the road from Yangzhou all the way to Yunzhou would have been a river of blood. This news had already reached Qingyang Market, and it seemed like Xue Wuya was heading in this direction toward the Misty Mountains. So, Qin Xianlong had come to find Junior Leopard and make sure that he would stay in the Wu's forge and not leave, lest he would come across a mishap. In fact, aside from the Wu's ironware shop, the local government of Qingyang Market, as well as the Black Dragon Gang, had also scampered away upon hearing this news for fear of encountering this angel of death, Xue Wuya. Hearing Qin Xianlong talk, Junior Leopard's heart cursed Lu Xiaoyu. It was unwise to provoke anyone, but what was he doing provoking an angel of death like Xue Wuya? Yes, that's right, he cursed Lu Xiaoyu. If it had not been for Lu Xiaoyu meddling in other people's business, Xue Wuya would not have run all this way to Yunzhou, and would not have carried out such massacres on the way. Of course, it was understandable to get involved when arriving at the scene of Xue Wuya's slaughter, but if he failed to kill him, then that should have been the end of it. Why the need to pursue him all this way? Unable to accomplish anything, but liable to spoil everything. It was best not to provoke a man like Xue Wuya, and if you did provoke him, you should eliminate him completely. What on earth was Lu Xiaoyu doing chasing him like this? Junior Leopard cursed Lu Xiaoyu silently. Coming across an injustice and raising your sword to help, that was called standing up for justice. But wiping your ass and not wiping it clean, that was called idiocy. Alright then, you rest early and remember what I told you, and for these next few days do not leave the Wu clan's forge. Although Xue Wuya's massacring rampantly, he will not cause trouble with the Wu family without good cause. It is best that you don't leave our compound, that way you shouldn't have any trouble. But my home is within the boundaries of the Misty Mountains, will my families really not have trouble? Junior Leopard asked, face full of concern. There shouldn't be any trouble. Xue Wuya is desperate to escape from Lu Xiaoyu and intent on hiding in the Misty Mountains. Your home is in this village on the boundary of the mountains, there is no chance that he will stop here. Qin Xianlong spoke with total certainty. Good, good. Junior Leopard said, patting the pit of his stomach. And who knows, perhaps Lu Xiaoyu may catch up to Xue Wuya. Although Lu Xiaoyu is very formidable, he is not a god. The Misty Mountains stretch for thousands of miles and are covered with thick forest. If Xue Wuya can get the chance, he will delve deep into the old forest, then no matter how exceptional Lu Xiaoyu's methods are, he will never be able to find him. Then that means, all those unfortunate people killed by Xue Wuya on the way died for nothing. Junior Leopard thought to himself, but his lips dared not say this out loud. He just showed a face of concern. No need to worry, worrying is no use. Qin Xianlong said reassuringly, seeing Junior Leopard's apparently worried face. I understand, thank you, Master Qin. Qin Shenlong nodded his head, sighed softly, and departed. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Weapons. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Holy crap, that's the White Blade Master Lu Xiaoyu, said Junior Leopard. Seeing Qin Shenlong disappeared at the corner of the street, Junior Leopard's face flashed a trace of anger. What was written in the books of the past life was indeed correct. Those guys who practiced martial arts thought they were all masters, having a strong sense of justice and ready to help the weak or doing whatever they thought was right. They had no idea at all that how their behavior would enormously affect the common people. Chasing or escaping, Lu Xiaoyu had been responsible for half of the deaths killed by Shui Wuya to vent his anger on the way. Of course, Junior Leopard was no judge, nor was he an upright gentleman that had excessive sense of righteousness. The reason why he was resentful was that Shui Wuya might also be a tremendous threat to his family or himself. It was exactly because they infringed on his personal interest that he detested Lu Xiaoyu and Shui Wuya so much. Although Junior Leopard greatly despised Lu Xiaoyu's thankless chivalrous acts of conduct, he just kept it to himself. In some way, it had nothing to do with him at all. In the next days, he could just stay in the ironware shop, practicing martial arts or hitting iron every day. He started to get obsessed with making anesthetic pill when he was bored. Since he found out the magical power of anesthetic pill, he was also interested in the business of making pills. After all, the ingredients for anesthetic pill were not expensive and several portions of them could be obtained from circling the streets. Moreover, he got familiar with the technique of making pills by making an anesthetic pill, which prepared him for refining bone-forging pill in the future. As the ingredients needed for refining bone-forging pill were much more precious than those of anesthetic pill, there was no room to waste materials. He wasted almost half of the ingredients when he first made anesthetic pill, but now he could make as many anesthetic pills as the given amount of ingredients. Shortly 10 days later, he already stored 10 full small porcelain bottles of drowsy drug. The so-called drowsy drug was the powder ground from the completed anesthetic pill. Whenever he looked at these porcelain bottles, he always felt like a successful thief. As time flew by gradually, the White Blade Man and Shui Wuya, who were said to be the level 8 masters, still only existed in the legends and rumors in Qingyang Market. Just like the rumors of the end of days that existed on Earth, legends are always legends. Even if they were real, common people like Junior Leopard could hardly have the chance to get involved with. Legends were nothing but legends after all. After some chaos in Qingyang Market, people realized that nothing had actually happened. The days gradually turned peaceful. The nervous atmosphere that originally shrouded all of Qingyang Market dissipated gradually. Junior Leopard's life was peaceful as usual. In these days, he had a free and unfettered life with weapon forging or pill refinement. There were some lonely moments when he sat in front of the windows and stared at the moon, recalling this and that in the past life. It was just like a dream. Today, he finished practicing a set of Taiji fist. After a set of breathing exercises, he picked up a dart beside him and gave a ruminative look. My martial arts cultivation has reached its bottleneck and it seems that it's time to forge a handy weapon. After such a long period of practicing, his martial arts had reached his age's extreme. Certainly, it would not be a problem to force himself to improve. However, as a child who hadn't entered his adolescence, it surely affected his growth or even his potentials in the future if he forced himself to improve his power and the strength of his body in that way. Therefore, at this moment, he just needed to make sure that he maintained his current level and pursued no more unnecessary strengthening. He was indeed a child in other people's eyes and he was not in danger either, so there was no need to force anything. But if there was a handy weapon for him, he could enhance his current fighting power to its maximum, even though at present, he felt that it did not have much effect on him whether he enhanced his fighting power or not. As a blacksmith, he had been forging weapons for a long time and thus he was very familiar with weapons. He also hesitated once about what kind of weapon would be suitable for him at the moment, but now he had made up his mind. It would be too eye-catching for my age to have a broadsword or a regular size of a sword. My old man may beat me up if I took such a thing back home. It would be better for me to have a small but exquisite one since I have accomplished some achievements in using concealed weapons. This dart may not aim at the target with 100% accuracy, but 90% can be assured. Just its function is too simple, and myself is not Dagger Lee who can solve all his problems with his fly cutter. How about forging 2 kunais? As a fan of Naruto in the past life, he studied quite a lot about kunai, which was the most popular and most frequently shown weapon in Naruto. Kunais were approximately 18 centimeters long and it looked like darts but had a lot more functions. Except for the most basic function of throwing, it also had other basic functions of the 4 long weapons: horizontal cleaving, vertical chopping, slant cutting and straight stabbing. This suited Junior Leopard very well for the moment. Therefore, he decided to make himself 2 kunais to carry with, for it was indeed useful and could be a memento of his past life. Although he worked as a blacksmith in the Wu's ironware shop, the weapons he made were for the Wu's and for selling. If he wanted to make his own weapon, he needed to find another way to do it. Of course, he can also forge his kunais in the Wu's ironware shop once paying an additional material fee. This was the rule. Yet, the material fee was quite reasonable for those blacksmiths who were working in the Wu's ironware shop. They could directly take materials from the storage room and get a bill from old Zhang, who was responsible for watching the material storage room. After paying the bill at the counter, they came back to old Zhang again to verify the payment. The yard of the Wu's ironware shop was not very big and thus the storage room was not far away. After lunch, Junior Leopard went straight to the storage room without delay. What? You want to buy materials for forging weapons? Old Zhang looked a little bit surprised after knowing Junior Leopard's purpose. He still opened the storage room's door without any hesitation. He knew that Junior Leopard needed weapons because he was learning martial arts from Qin Xianlong now. In the Wu's ironware shop, there was no such thing as the shortage of weapons. As long as you kept the weapons in the ironware shop, you could use whatever weapons you like and there was no need to forge one for yourself unless you wanted to use it in Jianghu. Of course, he didn't speak to Junior Leopard about that since he was just an old man who was in charge of the storage room, and surely Junior Leopard had his own reason for making his own weapons. As long as he paid, he could take anything he liked. This was not the first time Junior Leopard entered the storage room, and thus the superb collection of various materials in the room were not that attractive to him. He merely walked to piles of materials as he was familiar with the room and started to pick the materials he needed. After he finished picking what he needed and was to leave the storage room, old Zhang, however, looked surprised and said, "This amount of material doesn't look like enough for even a dagger. I'm not going to make something big. I just want to make a few darts for fun since I have been learning how to use darts recently from Master Qin." Junior Leopard smiled and said, "Well." Old Zhang showed a look of understanding and then he took out a blank receipt, quickly wrote on it and put the receipt in Junior Leopard's hand and said, "Go and pay before claiming your materials, no arrears." Understood. Junior Leopard took the receipt and left the storage room smiling. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Forging Kunai and Hammering and Refining. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. In the next 2 days, Junior Leopard almost spent nearly all his time in the smelting room. Forging kunai could not daunt Junior Leopard. At his current level of smelting and forging iron, he completed 2 kunai just within half a day rather than 2 days. The reason why he took 2 days to forge them was that he attempted to wield the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique to control fire while in the process of refining and forging. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique was the Wu's treasure, which Junior Leopard did not fully learn. Both Old Xing and Qin Xianlong appreciated Junior Leopard and thought that he would have a promising prospect, so they had taught him that technique, but their position at the Wu's was not high. Actually, what they have learned was just the basics of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. Nevertheless, craftsmen like Old Xing and Qin Xianlong, although they only learned the basic technique, they understood how to use it in the process of refining weapon. In fact, the reason why the Wu's were so famous in refining weapons, only using 500 years to carve out a great reputation, it was thanks to the added effect of 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique on refining weapon. What the technique practiced was internal chi of the fire, as well as what the technique absorbed was spiritual chi of the fire between the heaven and earth. The fire made by the ordinary coal was not comparable to it. Despite being one of the best coal in the world, the fire made by it was also heterogeneous and impure. How could it be better than spiritual chi of the fire absorbing from the heaven and earth? Although it was easy to practice the internal chi of the fire, wielding it to refine weapon was an awesome yet insignificant method. Why was it awesome? Because whatever weapons were refined by that way, their foreign matters were far less than the weapons made by ordinary fire, and not only strength but also tenacity were far better than the weapons made by ordinary fire. Why was it insignificant? Because that way was magical, but the people who really practiced the advanced internal chi of the fire did not research it. People who practiced internal chi of martial arts skills must concentrate on it. Their desire to break their extremity and achieve more advanced cultivation, so they did not have time to research the knowledge of refining weapon. On the contrary, people who practiced common skills had enough time to research the way of refining weapon, but the internal chi they practiced was heterogeneous, impure, and just a bit better than ordinary fire, so it was in vain though they had an insight into that way. But 500 years ago, the Wu's forefather was a genius. He not only reached level 9 but had an insight into the way to remove foreign matters and improved the quality of weapons by 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique. Hence, the Wu's existed until now. However, the intricacy of that way was not inferior to advanced martial arts skills. It was not easy to comprehend that way. What old Xing and Qin Xianlong learned was very little. Like what they taught, Junior Leopard had just learned the superficial introduction to 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique. So some time ago, Junior Leopard wore out some weapons, which was related to him applying such way to the smelting process. Although he failed a few times, the experience he gained was equal to the cost he paid. Ding! As the crisp sound made by the hammer burst out, Junior Leopard became exhausted as if he had used up all of his efforts. He inhaled deeply and clamped the forged kunai over the fire of the hot stove. When he saw the surface of kunai turning red, he drew it out. Then his another hand slowly stretched 1 inch away from kunai and sensed the heat of the kunai. Meanwhile, he operated the internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique to his left hand and attempted to blend it with the surrounding heat, in line with what he learned from the way of refining weapon. In contrast, the surrounding heat was far more than the internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique Junior Leopard practiced, but far impurer than his internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique. After the internal chi and the surrounding heat communicated, the heat flow shook slightly. Later, his internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique was slowly led into the hot kunai. Wow! When he felt where the internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique had gone to, he was very delighted. He knew that his present skills could not send out the internal chi, though he used up all of his efforts. What he could do was just to emit hot air on the fist, which only increased strength and lethality. At least level 4 fighters would be able to send the internal chi out. That was the reason why he failed many times. Although he researched that way a lot, he still prepared to fail. But unexpectedly, he was smoothly successful at this time. As Junior Leopard sent the internal chi into kunai, the original flame gradually turned dim. At the same time, he received the endless heat power through the internal chi of 9 Dragons' heavenly fire technique within the kunai. Hiss! The precipitated heat power made Junior Leopard feel as if his left hand was torn by the hot soldering iron. He nearly pulled his hand back at that moment. Good Lord, I was lucky that it was only a feeling, not a real heat power. Otherwise, my left hand will not work, he said to himself. When he prepared to send his last Ignis internal chi into kunai, only to find that whatever efforts he made was in vain. Is it full? Junior Leopard's heart moved, and he suddenly understood and withdrew his left hand. At that moment, the kunai did not flash the gleaming rays but dark red with devilish light instead. Without any hesitation, Junior Leopard directly inserted the kunai into a barrel filled with cold water. Hiss! A huge rime fog surged out of the barrel, quickly permeating in the smelting room. Amid the rime fog, a delighted smile flashed on the junior leopard's face. Weapon forgery was a manual labor as well as a technical work. Just as the saying from his last life went, it was the combination of strength and wisdom. It was not like alchemy that just needed the technical one. What was the basis for forging a set of weapons? Previously, he did not know. But now, his confident answer to the question was 4 words, namely 1,000 hammering and 100 smelting. No matter what sharp and magic weapons they all were related to the 4 words. Its shorter one was 2 words, hammered and smelted. The word hammered meant knocked by the hammer, the word smelted meant putting weapons into the stove fire. Combining them, it was the basis of refining weapon. If we took refining weapon as a tree, the 2 words were the stem. Such were the ways of refining weapon as molding shape, forging edge, blood sacrifice, spirit speak and inhibition just were its branches and leaves. Being the stem of refining weapon, hammered and smelted was also methodical. Hammered did not mean you randomly hammered a material. If so, you would waste a good material. Of course, if you were lucky, you were likely to forge a wizard and sharp weapon though you randomly hammered it. However, such a luck generally only fell onto people like Hongjun ancestry. It was impossible to fall onto ordinary people. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, A Long Way Back Home. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. The hammering skill is all about frequency, power, and speed. In this respect, Junior Leopard had some experience. He had a good grasp of the hammering skill. As for the 9-style wild hammering skill which he had learned, although it was a martial art skill, one could only comprehend it through the hitting of metal. From his insights, he was now able to fold and forge 9 times after each fire, each time in between breaths. After striking 9 hammers in succession, each hammer had the same strength. After that it would pass through the fire 9 times, striking the hammer a total of 721 times. The weapons forged in this manner were finely composed in structure and the material was evenly spread. The impurities were few, and it extremely sharp. Of course, the 729 hits were the most that he could manage in one day. It must be known, although the time needed to hammer to 729 times was not long, however, it was 81 breaths, and it was sufficient to squeeze dry all of his strength within his body. Adding on to the process of going through the fire each time, which was the smelting process, the method needed to control the fire and the energy spent were equivalent to striking the hammer. Although in total only 4 to 6 hours of time was spent, after this 4 to 6 hours, all his energy was sapped up, and couldn't even lift up a hammer. He was so meticulous because he was forging the weapons for himself. It wasn't the case when he was forging other people's weapons, such as the weapons displayed at the Wu's ironware shop for sale. In other people's eyes, the weapons looked extremely sharp and the quality superior, but for him all the hammering and striking to forge those weapons was merely just for fun. Of course, it was not his fault. Whoever heard of a real authentic master forging many excellent pieces of works? Generally speaking, it would be great if an authentic master could forge a dozen excellent works in their whole lifetime. This was because forging weaponry would severely consume energy and strength. Junior Leopard forged 2 9-forges kunais and he was already extremely exhausted. For these wizard weapons to forge dozens or even hundreds of them, creators would need a very long time to recover their pneuma. Overall, Junior Leopard was very satisfied with the 2 kunais that he had forged himself. This was especially the case when he successfully used the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire technique to direct his pneuma. Even though he did not know how this directing of pneuma would impact the 2 kunais which he had forged, he was still very happy about it. On the second afternoon, Junior Leopard packed up the 2nd kunai which he had finished smelting. He left the smelting room with a face full of excessive desire. "Are you heading home?" Qin Xianlong looked at Junior Leopard somewhat surprisingly. However, he realized it very quickly. He was just but a 9-year-old kid. He had come to the Wu family for about a year and hadn't returned home once. It would be just the same for anyone else, as it was normal for those who became apprentices to not go home for 4 to 5 years. However, Junior Leopard was not normal. He was no longer an apprentice, but a blacksmith who could earn money in the ironware shop. Other blacksmiths who lived nearby had a day or two off each month, so for Junior Leopard to stay here for an entire year only went to show that he was a fairly patient guy. Thinking about it, he said without hesitating, "Well, the new year will be here in 2 months' time anyhow. You can go home and come back after the new year. Do not forget what you have learned." Junior Leopard was very happy and thanked him a lot. It was very nice to have a 2-month holiday and celebrate the new year with his family. He did not go home right away. Anyway, in a few days' time, it would be the new year. It was also Qingyang Market's market day. By then he could go back with those hunters who came over from the village to the market. This could save him some trouble. The main reason why he asked to go home was that there had always been one thing on his mind. That was, the last scene that Li Haoren had left in his memory. In fact, Li Haoren left him only a few memories. Apart from the training method for the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword, it was his fear of the cyan-clothed young man who took his life away. Another thing was why his soul had left his body. Junior Leopard thought one reason was that he practiced Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword, so his soul was refined by the sword's qi. The other reason was the weird wind blowing suddenly at the West Mountain Pass at that time. The chilly wind gathered his soul together. Otherwise, based on the strength of his soul, it would have long been blown away by the mountain wind. Junior Leopard had always suspected that the gust of strange wind was a kind of evil qi. There were all kinds of evil qi between heaven and earth, but it did not mean that an evil qi was easy to find. You can compare it to there being so many beautiful women in the world, but you may not be able to sleep with a beautiful woman in this life. It requires on to have a good moral standing to find evil qi. Junior Leopard had desired to practice the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword for a long time, but it was difficult for him. It was hard for ordinary people to find an evil qi, let alone two opposite kinds of evil qi with extreme properties that the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword needed. Actually, although evil qi really existed at the West Mountain Pass, according to Junior Leopard's current cultivation, he was unable to collect it or practice it. He merely wanted to be prepared for practice in the future. Living in the Wus for so long, he naturally knew a lot of things in the martial arts world. Of course, he now understood better some special techniques such as Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. As for this kind of method that could condense the heaven and earth evil qi that the body was unable to absorb, he was extremely looking forward to it. Hence, no matter what, he wanted to go to the West Mountain and see the evil qi there, to actually look at what it was. The sky gradually dampened. Raindrops also started to fall. The chilly wind carried the humid air and blew it in his face. This caused Junior Leopard to somewhat have a chilly mood as well. It was a rainy market day. Very few people went to the market. Junior Leopard went to where villagers usually sold things, only to find that none of the villagers were there. Don't tell me I have to go home alone? Junior Leopard's facial muscles twitched slightly. To be honest, the mountainous village where he lived was not far from Qingyang Market and only a 25,000-meter distance. In his previous world, it would only take 20 to 30 minutes by car. However, this current world was totally different. There were no cars but endless mountains. What's worse, the road was muddy due to the rain. Junior Leopard could imagine how he would look like when he got home. After some hesitation, Junior Leopard decided to go. After all, he had asked for leave and also knew that staying at that remote village was much safer than Qingyang Market. Therefore, putting on his core raincoat and renting a little donkey from the carriages and horses shop of the Dings, he left. On such a rainy day it was better to ride than to walk. Because he could not ride a horse, he had no choice but to rent a little donkey that looked like a strong one. Riding on the donkey and wearing a core raincoat, he went towards the mountain village. Walking under the drizzle, he felt free without a care in the world. Unexpectedly, the surrounding scenery on such a rainy day is actually very beautiful. Seen from afar, the outside of Qingyang Market was enveloped by the undulating mountains.
The mountains were not high, but amid this misty rain, they became more appealing to the beauty of obscurity. Junior Leopard on the donkey looked at them with a carefree mood.
At that moment, with a burst of lightning and thunder, a fierce gale sprang up and soybean-sized raindrops blew down.
It was so violent that the core cap on Junior Leopard's head was blown off. Without his core cap, Junior Leopard's head was exposed to the heavy rains. The rain was too heavy to even open his eyes.
Come on. Be quick. Junior Leopard dared not wonder anymore.
There was no shelter all around. Junior Leopard had no choice but to whip his donkey. Naturally, the donkey felt the pain and rushed out randomly. After a quarter of an hour, it gradually stopped raining. The donkey then stopped at a mountain stream. The original mountain stream was a mere trickle, which Junior Leopard had to pass through when he went home. In the past, it was easy for people to leap over that mere trickle, and even more so for a donkey. But now, after the heavy rains, the flood currents on the mountain came down and the river banks rose up. The mere trickle stream had turned into a great river, about 10 to 13 meters wide. Because the flood currents rushed down from the top of the mountain, sometimes trunks and animals would be carried downstream, which caused obstacles for him on the way home. It can't get any worse than this. Looking at the flowing mountain stream, Junior Leopard sighed. Junior Leopard was worriedly pondering how to pass the river, when he heard a light shout over his head. He raised his head and saw a light blood shadow galloping from the southwest. The blood shadow moved so swiftly that it arrived over Junior Leopard's head in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Junior Leopard saw it clearly. It was a light of mournful blood. When Junior Leopard turned his head, he caught a whiff of evil blood. Junior Leopard felt the back of his neck tighten and then he was lifted up about hundreds of meters high by a force. The donkey rushed into the mountain stream. After struggling for some time, the donkey sank to the bottom of the river and completely vanished.
Ah!
Junior Leopard uttered a brief sound and stopped abruptly.
A wave of hot strength entered into his neck and closed all acupoints of his body off.
He was forced to watch the raindrops and smoke in the air with eyes wide open, only to find that his body did not belong to him. It was as if he became a ghost that couldn't feel anything. At that moment, although Junior Leopard could not utter a single word, the senses of his eyes and ears remained normal. After the wave of hot strength went through his body, Junior Leopard clearly heard a sound of shock. The sound was short but clear.
Soon it was silent.
The force lifted Junior Leopard's neck and flew towards the deep ends of the misty mountain. Even, during the flying process, the little village he lived in flashed away and disappeared quickly in front of his eyes.
Am I flying? Junior Leopard had finally managed to regain his composure.
He could not move anymore, so he was not able to see who had lifted him up.
Shit, isn't this the world of a wuxia? How can he fly? Are those legends about Gang Chi real? Is Gang Chi able to really make people fly?
Full of questions, he did not feel as though he was in a crisis at all.
Rather, Junior Leopard felt a sense of excitement. After flying for a while, Junior Leopard could see an expanse of green.
Junior Leopard knew that they were heading deep into the Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain stretched on for tens of thousands of miles. At this time he was lifted up by someone and flying in the sky, yet he saw the routes below, and it was composed of tall mountains and great rivers. A few mountains formed the ridges, as if it was an undulating wave, flying past him as if it was retreating back. Sometimes they would penetrate the cloud area. Surrounding him were fine clouds which were smashed apart by the gang wind. Slowly the soul became dense, it started flying, becoming a ball and being able to be caught by hand. It was clearer than the airplanes in his previous life. The surrounding clouds shaped like rolls and strips of cotton.
What a pity! I can't move, otherwise, I could stretch myself out.
Junior Leopard was pitying himself secretly, when he felt his body sinking down. Soon with a heavy fall, he felt that all the inhibitors in his whole body were being released suddenly. He looked only to find that he was approaching the steep cliffs. A cluster of sharp rocks at the bottom,
like the tip of a sword, were facing Junior Leopard. If he fell down, he would definitely die. Soon he was panicking and uttered a weird sound. Ha 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 ha. When he made the strange sound, he perceived the strong blood evil energy again. Then, there was a pause and he was held by a big hand and fell down slowly. I thought that you were unafraid of anything. I never thought that you would be afraid of death. He heard someone speaking in his ears ruggedly with a thick sense of taunting. When this man flew in the air, lifting Junior Leopard, he was curious about why Junior Leopard was not scared. Generally speaking, no matter who met this thing, he or she would be greatly frantic, but this guy who he lifted was abnormal. Hence, the man released Junior Leopard to test his reaction. Only fools are not afraid of death. Junior Leopard realized that this time he could speak, hence he shouted, "Even the old man in the heavens fears death." Right. Right. Even the old man in heaven fears death. The man roared with laughter and rushed into the depths of the mountain forest while carrying Junior Leopard. When Junior Leopard was about to land, the man released him. Junior Leopard found that all his strength came back. He was about 7 to 8 feet above the earth. After a strong breath, Junior Leopard threw his body into reverse, which was just what he had learned in PE in the previous world. After several reverses, he stood steadily, with his feet on the ground and stabilized himself. He found that he did not get injured at all. He raised his head, delighted. Looking at the place that he fell down, he found that it was a little road in the valley. Along the roadside of both cliffs, there were towering trees and old vines. With fine rains and steaming mist, the valley looked like a fairyland. Seeing Junior Leopard being intoxicated by the beauty of the valley, the man did not know whether he should be angry or happy. It seemed that this guy did not fear him at all. "Little fella, have you seen enough?" Junior Leopard was aware that he was in a crisis and turned around immediately. Oh, my God. How can I have such bad luck? Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Take Shuewoya as a teacher. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. The man was tall, about 2 meters tall. He wore a scarlet robe that had many holes left by a sharp blade. Behind every hole had cut after cut, some of which had not stopped bleeding and blood were still oozing out. His face was rough and his chin bristled with stubble like a needle. It seemed like he had not shaved for a long time, nor did he care, so he appeared messy. He had a random bun on his head that was held in place with a red wooden hairpin. At the beginning, his face wore an unhealthy blush. But now, his face turned ghastly pale. Although he was still tall and sturdy, he gave one the sense that he was on the verge of collapsing. The most eye-catching thing was a very deep sword wound that ran from his right shoulder all the way down to his left rib. The wound was not fully healed, and the blood seeped through the scarlet robe and stained it, making it look even bloodier. Junior Leopard thought of the legend of Jianghu that he had recently heard in the Wu's ironware shop. Looking at the man again, Junior Leopard realized he had met a troublemaker. I just wanted to go home and pay a visit to my parents. How could I have encountered such circumstances? Was it my personality, or was it just my bad luck? You seem like you are not in the least bit scared. I am scared. In the beginning, I was so scared to the point of death. Junior Leopard said, but Junior Leopard had no trace of fear on his face. Later on, I figured if you wanted to kill me, you would have simply thrown me down, there was no need to do anything else. When the man heard this, there was a twinkle in his eye and the man said, looks like you are still young, firmly composed, and I still do not know who your teacher is. Through your internal chi and your approach, you must be from the Wu family. You discern well. I am indeed of the Wus, however, I am just a beginner blacksmith, said Junior Leopard. Although the Wus were still big predators in Yunzhou, when faced by such a fierce person as Shuewoya, still there was no deterrence. I see. No wonder you only practiced the basic 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. If you are a green hand, you are not a real Wu's disciple. Little guy, are you willing to be my apprentice? Eh? The leap is really too big. Should I acknowledge him as my teacher? Is it possible that I was born with a spiritual root, gathering all spiritual chi between heaven and earth, a genius born in 1,000 years? So when these great men see me, they want to make me their apprentice so that they can finally close the gate? Junior Leopard said to himself secretly. I think you have a flexible mind, a calm disposition, and you are a rare talent. It would be a pity to kill you. Presently, I am seriously injured and I need a person around. After hearing the man's words, Junior Leopard had no choice but to accept his proposal. Could he really disagree with the man, acting like the character in the story, with the hope that the man would beg him to agree? According to the man's personality, he feared that if he said no, he would be killed. So he had to meet the man's demands. He bowed before the man and addressed him as his teacher. The man was very satisfied to see that Junior Leopard was so well informed and said, Since you have taken me as your teacher, I can't treat you unfairly. This cold dagger is my gift to you. After saying that, he raised his hand and tossed Junior Leopard the cold dagger. It is a cold dagger. As soon as the dagger landed in his hand, Junior Leopard felt his hand sink, and the slippery coldness of the dagger in his hand made him stare, and he drew out the dagger and wiped the thin blade carefully. It is a fine blade, worthy of being called a wizard's weapon. Junior Leopard knew that he was not capable of forging that superior weapon, but as a blacksmith, he still had the basic ability to discern a product. When he saw it, he was sure that this small dagger in his hand was still undergoing at least a couple of more refinements. Otherwise, it would not have this kind of texture. The style of the dagger in his hand was common. It was only 0.33 meter long, black and shiny, with a sharp edge between the blade and metallic handle. Its handle was made of metal materials, different from other parts of the dagger. His hand was so small that he could not grasp the dagger completely. Waving the dagger randomly, he was shocked by the tiny and sharp sound the dagger made. What a sharp thing! Don't show it off, put it away. Yes, sir. Junior Leopard said hurriedly, putting the sword into the sheath. The sheath was extraordinary, made of a kind of unknown hide. The spotted lines on the scabbard looked like crocodile skin, but were much finer than the skin of a crocodile. Teacher, you. The man seemed to know what Junior Leopard wanted to ask, but before he had finished, the man said, I'm Shuewoya, the master of the Dark Sect, deputy suzerain of the Sea of Blood, known as the 7th Dark Lord of the Dark Sect. Now I am your teacher, so you are the 3rd generation disciple of the Dark Sect. In our Dark Sect, you only need to be loyal to the master's home gate. If you are, you can do what you want to do, and nobody will restrain you. Do you understand? Yes. Junior Leopard, with a broad grin, secretly thought, it's really Shuewoya. It seems that Jianghu's legend is true. Indeed, he is being hunted. I wonder where the White Blade Master, Lu Xiaoyu, is now. But now, although Lu Xiaoyu runs into Misty Mountain, he may not find Shuewoya. In this way, I am at least safer. Shuewoya did not know what Junior Leopard was thinking now, and said, well, now I'm ready to recuperate. You go outside and help me find some living creatures. Living creatures? Junior Leopard looked up, puzzled. What kind of living creatures does the teacher want? Any kind of bird or beast, as long as it is alive, it will do. Shuewoya said, with a paler face. He was so weak that his tall body wobbled. Then, without saying a word, he sat down on the ground and regulated his breathing. Now, Junior Leopard dared not utter a sound but walked straight out of the valley, not thinking of escaping. He was deep in Misty Mountain. Where could he possibly run to? It was better to obediently remain at the master's side. That was a much safer choice. The diameter of the valley was not large. Out of the valley, there was a cluster of a jungle, in which spread towering trees, about 9.9 to 16.5 meters high. It was the time when spring and summer met and fine rains blew. There were numerous branches and leaves interweaving together. It was so thick that people here could not tell whether or not it was daytime. Junior Leopard did not dare to go deep. He walked around the periphery of the jungle. Maybe it was his good luck that he met a few rabbits. He was a hunter by nature, and although he had never hunted wild beasts before, from an early age catching rabbits was his specialty. Now that he practiced martial arts, he was able to catch one of those unfortunate rabbits with little effort and brought it to the valley. Shuewoya still sat cross-legged down in the valley. After recuperating, he looked much better than before. Shuewoya looked at the rabbits Junior Leopard held and frowned, but he did not say anything. He raised the 4 fingers of his right hand, and Junior Leopard only saw that a bloody light from Shuewoya's fingertips cut the rabbit's necks directly. Shuewoya sucked the blood of the rabbits into his mouth, just like a whale sucking water. Not enough. When the blood came into his mouth, he glanced at Junior Leopard and said, "I need more fresh living animals." Junior Leopard dared not ask any more questions. He went back into the thicket, a little deeper than before, and this time he was so lucky that he caught an adult white deer. This white deer was indeed unlucky and, although it ran at a good speed, it still got caught by Junior Leopard's kunai indiscriminate eyes while in the thick familiar forest. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Gang. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Seeing the white deer dragged over to his side by Junior Leopard, Shuewoya's eyes showed a look of pleasant surprise for the first time before he drained the deer's blood as usual. Junior Leopard stayed by the side and did not dare to disturb him. Shuewoya began to regulate his breathing and activate his chi after draining the deer. After a little while, he was shrouded in a lurid mist, going up and down and giving off a smell of blood. Junior Leopard could hear the blood rolling like a flowing river inside Shuewoya's body. Before long, the lurid mist fluttering around Shuewoya transformed into 2 bloody stripes that was inhaled by him, before his complexion changed from pallid to flush. The dying look from before had gone. "You've done a good job this time." Shuewoya opened his eyes, showing a satisfaction on his face while looking at Junior Leopard, who was well behaved. "Just doing my job." Junior Leopard seemed a little cautious. "Do not be afraid, this time I was seriously injured by that man, Lu Xiaoyu, when he broke up my blood fire power. What I need are a great amount of living animals to enhance my blood level so that I can recover. So you must bring me fresh living animals during my convalescence, as many as possible." "Understood." Junior Leopard replied affirmatively, and did not dare to say more. He had figured out that the reason Shuewoya kidnapped him was because he was badly needed someone to search for living animals. Making him an apprentice was just a way of setting his mind at ease. Perhaps he will teach me some martial arts and give me something of benefit during his convalescence. But once he recovers, that would be my time to die. A man of the dark sect was not as righteous as those in the novels. Shuewoya, because of some trivial thing, exterminated an entire family, including old women and infants. How could he be a good person? A disciple of a martial arts master was always handpicked, but not Junior Leopard. He was grabbed to be a coolie during the escape. To make Junior Leopard less vigilant towards, and more dedicated to Shuewoya, he had given Junior Leopard some benefits to grease his palm. If Junior Leopard were really a 10-year-old child, he would not think about it, but deep in his heart he was an adult, tactful and crafty. Shuewoya's tricks could not fool him. If things go on like this, I will have no chance at all, especially once Shuewoya has rejuvenated himself. Junior Leopard thought to himself. As Shuewoya said, he had been badly injured by Lu Xiaoyu. His blood fire power, which had taken a decade of hard training to master, was lost at the same time. There was no possibility that such a heavy injury would heal in a day or two by just drinking the blood of deer. Color had indeed returned to his face, but his faltering footsteps and faint cough from time to time had given away that he was just trying to suppress his injury. Just then, his body moved away from the earth to the air, which was different from the grabbing of the collar by Shuewoya. This time Shuewoya had done nothing to him. Junior Leopard also figured out what had raised him up. It was a sanguine stripe. When making a closer look, he found that the stripe was condensed by a thick layer of blood, sinking of a bloody evil chi. This is my blood fire power, the best way to condensing evil to gang. At this point, Junior Leopard was drawn into the blood fire power. Of course, there was no hiding his look of surprise. But Shui Wuya was unwilling to say any more words. After flying with Junior Leopard for a little while, Shui Wuya seemed to find something and then after making a surprised sound, descended. From the sky, Junior Leopard could see a small valley looming. Before getting a clear look at it, he was thrown down by Shui Wuya. A gentle power bounced beneath his body and propped him up before he hit the earth. When getting to his feet, Junior Leopard took a second glance, but only to find a dead valley. The dead valley was like a bottleneck with cliffs on all sides, shading the valley from sunshine all year round. This soil here was softened by moisture. Upon it was wild smashed peaches and apricots that had fallen into the valley. All of these had made the valley absolutely reek, enough to make people feel like vomiting. Close to the demon hole, there was a cave of about 10 feet, leaning against the cliff and rising abruptly out of the ground for 10,000 feet. The cave was bottomless, emitting a black flow. Just then, Junior Leopard saw a wisp of 5-colored smoke and heard a sound of snoring. He was dizzy and almost fell on the ground when he took a breath due to the stench that felt as though something was drilling into his forehead. There should be such an insidious place with blood evil that is proper for my rehabilitation. But for you, it is highly toxic. I am thoughtless. Shui Wuya's words struck Junior Leopard's ears. Again, he felt his body rising off the ground and rolling out of the valley, moved by the blood fire power. This is... Junior Leopard looked at the scenery and was in a daze for a moment. The surrounding was all high mountains and lofty hills. The flying waterfall fell and merged into a limpid stream. Adjacent to the cliff was a large nan tree, dozens of feet high and a dozen feet wide, with the lower branches covering about 3 or 4 mu of land in shade. The cliff was crawling with tendrils and overgrown with unknown exotic flowers and herbs. There appeared to be a small cave hidden behind the moss, about 30 feet above the earth. This is a good place. Looking around, Shui Wuya was fascinated by the scenery. Junior Leopard looked back and was astonished. Shui Wuya's complexion should be so pale again in such a short time. But he seemed to feel better than before. Junior Leopard thought. You have practiced the Wu's 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, which was derived from Tianlong Taoism and is one of its high-ranking martial arts skills. But you just have a smattering of knowledge about it. That is really a pity. Being an ordinary blacksmith, I am lucky enough to have an opportunity to practice the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. Junior Leopard said, his mind was perturbed. What does he mean? Could it be possible that he wants to pass on martial arts to me? He thought. As expected, Shui Wuya continued. But you have laid a solid foundation and practiced martial arts in fire property. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, the progenitor of Wu family, when practiced to an extreme extent can be combined with earth fire, thus condensing 9 heavenly dragons, namely the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire gang. Now, it's here, and I can give it to you. While talking, he took out a book, throwing it to Junior Leopard. Thank you so much, teacher. Hearing this, though he was terrified of Shui Wuya, Junior Leopard was wild with joy. That was 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. When combined with earth fire, it could practice 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire gang. Even the lowest level of disciple had heard many times from Qin Shenlong that 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique was the family treasure of Wu family, mysterious and unconquerable. Even the inner core disciples had no access to the complete technique, except the direct descendant, who was the only one to get the opportunity and be the family head of Wu family. He had never thought he could get the whole set of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, but now he had got it from Shui Wuya. Yes, he had passed the entirety of this technique to Junior Leopard, including the method of condensing 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire gang. Because people like him could not lie to a child, whether it was true or not was immaterial to Junior Leopard.
Besides, Junior Leopard was fully aware of the origin of Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Gang, so were the people in Jianghu. 13 years ago, when Shui Wuya's cultivation had reached only level 7, he ran afoul of Tianlong Taoism. The elder of Tianlong Taoism, who had a high proficiency of Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Gang, had reached level 8 for many years and came into a firm state. Normally, the outcome would be obvious. However, unexpectedly, Shui Wuya had killed the elder of Tianlong Taoism. The news spread across Jianghu. Shui Wuya also won a name in Jianghu and soon became the 7th Dark Lord of the Dark Sect. Rumors about Shui Wuya were buzzing around Jianghu, saying that Shui Wuya must have mastered a formidable secret skill or special technique, otherwise, it was impossible for him to beat such a master in level 8. After that, Tianlong Taoism and Blood River Sect had a good fight. Finally, Blood River Sect returned the 3 scriptures to Tianlong Taoism, but only after they made copies. And the one in Shui Wuya's hand was the original copy. Though they had suffered a loss, Tianlong Taoism couldn't speak out about their grievances, and as a result, their good name was tarnished. But a few years later, a talented younger in Tianlong Taoism popped up, wiping the whole Blood River Sect in Jin out with only another 2 people. They even challenged the progenitor of the Blood River Sect. After that, Blood River Sect continued to exist. The 3 young men emerged unscathed from the fight. Nobody knew who the winner was and who the loser was. Soon the shocking news spread that the copies of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Technique in Blood River Sect had been destroyed. Besides, Blood River Sect had promised not to leak out this technique, and never again would anyone in Blood River Sect practice it. Since then, people in the Jianghu all remembered these 3 names: Lei Su, Wang Shi, and Yan Wushuang. Suddenly, Junior Leopard seemed to realize something. His body came to a halt. Blood River Sect had promised never to pass the technique on to anyone. But Shui Wuya passed it to me without hesitation. He must be ill-disposed, thought Junior Leopard. Do not be afraid, the old fellow did promise not to pass it to others. Anyway, it was none of my business. He had declared that he would destroy all the copies, but there was one left. Shui Wuya shot a glance at Junior Leopard as if he could read his mind and said, "You are so young. Don't make things so complicated. It's better if only I had thought too much." Junior Leopard whispered. But he pretended to be obsequious and dared not reveal his doubts. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Top Skills, Technique of Cultivating Gang and Flying. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Now that I'm hurt, I'll need a daily supply of living animals for my recovery, so you must bring me 10 white deer or other living animals on a daily basis. 10? That was a real shocker for Junior Leopard. The danger was creeping at every moment around the misty mountain. God knew what danger was waiting deep in the ancient woods. It was true that Junior Leopard got the secret book of Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Technique from him, but how could he count on a little boy to be a level 7 fighter overnight and hunt 10 living animals a day? He was nothing but a 10-year-old kid. I know this is not that easy, but I have no time waiting for you. As followers of Dark Sect, we worship no gods. We have the guts to challenge impossible missions and rise from ashes like a phoenix. You are my apprentice now, which means you have to pass the test of Dark Sect. You'd better be killed if you can't do such little things like hunting 10 stupid animals. Junior Leopard said with a sad face, "I'll give my life to fulfill the missions my master assigned, but should your injury got worse because of me, I can't afford the consequences even if I had 1,000 lives. You sure got a sweet tongue, but I knew what I was doing the moment I gave you the mission. It's not possible for you to learn the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Fire Technique overnight. It'll take some time, so I'll teach you a mental cultivation method of Ignis Skill. In addition, I'll teach you a set of moves of concealed weapons because I noticed that you have 2 darts, so I assumed that you are good with concealed weapons. Those 2 techniques and the dagger I gave you are enough for you to finish the mission. Don't bother to come back to me if you still can't do your job well." Junior Leopard said silently, "I wish."
Then, Shuaiwoya gave Junior Leopard a detailed lecture on a set of mental cultivation method of Ignis Skill and concealed weapons technique for 2 hours. Shuaiwoya, whose face turned as pale as death, rushed to the steep valley to heal himself until Junior Leopard said that he had remembered them all. "Oh, that's it. I have no choice." Junior Leopard sighed as Shuaiwoya walked away. As if accepted his fate, he looked around, walked to a big tree, climbed to the top of the tree with all his hands and feet, and reached the edge of the mountain alongside a branch. There, in the middle of the cliff, hidden a small cave. He climbed into the cave, sighed again. At least he had found a place to protect himself from rough wind and heavy rain now. It was not a big cave, about 10 feet high and 35 feet deep, enough for Junior Leopard to get some rest. It was damp, the earth covered by a thick layer of moss, but none of these stopped Junior Leopard. He put his butt on the floor, legs crossed, and then started to practice the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. He spent the past year studying the basics of 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique at the Woos. Although now had access to the whole version of the practice method, he still had to take baby steps, kept practicing the basics, which was way more sophisticated than what he had learned at the Woos. He benefited a great deal from the precious lessons given by the master of martial arts, Shuaiwoya, who taught him the fine parts which a level 3 fighter like Qin Shenlong could never understand. Junior Leopard thought Ignis Skill and 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique, which are the same by the very nature, are both the foundations of the fire property internal strength. The difference lies in the former emphasizes the quality of internal chi while the latter emphasizes the quantity, which needs accumulating instead of purifying like needed in the Ignis Skill. Each of the two techniques has its unique strength, which probably means unexpected great effects if the purifying process used in the Ignis Skill were combined with the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. But then he could not help laughing at himself. What was I thinking? Ignis Skill is not difficult to find, especially for big families like Tianlong Taoism and the Woos. If the combination is possible, they would have done it already. Who am I to dream about a big pie? I'm not one of those prodigies in fantasy novels who were born with wisdom. Then, he managed to forget about the idea. It was not easy to know oneself. He might not have realized it yet, but he did know what he was capable of and what he wasn't. Someday in the future, when the same thought came to his mind again, it would help him a lot in his growth. After several full days of practicing the internal chi, all of the moss beneath Junior Leopard's but was evaporated by his Ignis internal chi, and the cave was also drier than before. Junior Leopard read the secret book of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique through after he finished practicing his internal chi. The more he read, the more he liked it. The small booklet not only included the whole set of the blaze technique, but also Shuaiwoya's comments and understanding written at the margin of the pages, which recorded his own thoughts after studying the difference between the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique and the Blood Fire Gang. Junior Leopard had benefited a lot from it. Condensing evil to gang. That's it. No wonder he could fly, because gang chi could be used in this way. After finished roughly scanning the Ignis mysterious gang, Junior Leopard had answers to all of his doubts. Junior Leopard had heard so many rumors about gang chi among the Jianghu, which said it meant the lost flying skill and invincibility. In fantasy novels, those level 7 masters were basically almighty gods, who were too good to be real in Junior Leopard's opinion. What he didn't know was that level 7 masters could condense the evil chi in the universe and blend it into the internal chi, to refine a new kind of chi called gang chi, by means of some secret methods. Such gang chi, produced by masters of martial arts, was used to practice the lost flying skill, just like the cloud or fog by which the gods and monsters used to fly. The fantasies that Junior Leopard once read about had come true. The blood rainbow that Shuaiwoya made was the effect of his blood fire gang. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Gang was refined by 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique. Once succeed, the blood rainbow could help Shuaiwoya to fly in the sky. Of course, apart from flying, gang chi could be used in many other ways. So, condensing evil to gang is like gods forging their unique magic weapons. It has the magic effect of attacking, defending, and most importantly, flying. Maybe that's what makes it popular among the Jianghu. It didn't betray its title, the best of all special techniques. Junior Leopard closed his booklet of 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Technique, heaving a deep sigh. Shui Wuya was being awfully generous to me. It's true that he needs me, but he didn't have to offer me such a big favor. The booklet recorded the refining method of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Gang and secrets of his cultivation. If the booklet was leaked and fell into the wrong hands, it is likely that Shui Wuya will be easily killed by his enemy who has found his Achilles heel. He would be a fool to trust something of vital importance like this to another, but now, it was in Junior Leopard's hands. Unless. Apparently, instead of recruiting an apprentice, Shui Wuya's real intention is to take advantage of me. The day I no longer have any value to him will be the day I die. At first, Junior Leopard was taking his chances, hoping that Shui Wuya meant no harm. But now, he was 100% sure that Shui Wuya wanted him dead. Such clarity of thoughts put him in a complex mood, which winded up with a helpless sigh. That's it. Now that Shui Wuya was terribly hurt, he has to stay put until he gets better even if he wanted to kill me. I'd better bring some living animals to him first, in case that he was dissatisfied and decided to take my life right away. Junior Leopard stood up on his feet, practiced the mental cultivation method of Ignis Skill taught by Shui Wuya, and jumped out of the cave by the cliff. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Hunting. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. He fell onto the ground slowly and softly, like falling leaves. How useful Yanfu inner strength is. Junior Leopard smiled when he touched the ground. He knew nothing about Ignis Skill when he was staying at the Wu's. In Wu family's ironware shop, people were good at hammering skills as well as internal and external strength, but they were not experts on Ignis Skill. Because of this, his knowledge about Ignis Skill was limited to rumors from the Jianghu. He knew only that Ignis Skill was a general term, and that there were 4 different types of Ignis Skill. They are Qing, Ling, Zong, and Hung. Yanfu Inner Strength was a type of Ignis Skill that belonged to the Qing branch, which used the mental cultivation methods of internal qi to make the body as light as a swallow. Through this method, one could fall softly to the ground like a falling leaf, suffering no injuries. Ling emphasized body movements, guiding the person to evade attacks. The simplest explanation of Zong was that it was powerful and strong, like picking up grass from the dry ground. 8 movements chasing toad and the floating technique were kinds of Hong Lightness Skill. The Lightness Skill he learned from Wu family's ironware shop was the most common one, called the floating technique. As for the Yanfu Inner Strength he got from Shui Wuya, it was one of the best mental cultivation methods in the Qing branch. This was why he had been able to jump from such a high cliff with no problems, despite still only being a novice in this technique. I have to admit, the scenery here is quite beautiful. If only I wasn't being a hostage. My martial arts skills progress far more quickly if I could practice here instead of practicing outside the mountains. Junior Leopard greedily took a deep breath and felt intoxicated by the fresh mountain air. Suddenly, excitement flashed on his face as his eyes fixed upon the stream. To his great surprise, there were about a dozen wild beasts below the waterfall and all along the stream, young and old alike. The most eye-catching one was the big wild boar. It was as huge as ordinary cattle, but its body was covered with black fur which was thin like needles and tough like steel. The snow-white fangs sticking out from the corners of its mouth were curly, sharp and shining softly like metal. Perhaps because the other wild beasts knew how fearsome it was, all of them seemed to keep their distance from this wild boar. But the wild boar was not careless at all. Although it was drinking water with its head down, its eyes were looking around vigilantly on the lookout for any incident. Maybe this was the instinct of all creatures living in Misty Mountain. On seeing the wild boar, Junior Leopard had begun to wonder if Shui Wuya would agree that this wild boar could be counted as 2 animals when he presented it to him, as nobody could deny that it was a rather good prey. But on second thought, he dropped the idea. Since Shui Wuya had ordered him to bring back 10 animals, Junior Leopard would indeed bring back 10 animals before midnight. It was not for Shuewoya's sake, but rather for the sake of Junior Leopard himself. In his previous life, it had become an instinct of him to fulfill the tasks of the leader. Although he had been reborn into a new world, the instincts from his previous life would serve him well in this particular situation too. Shuewoya was his leader now, and it is widely acknowledged that all leaders love obedient subordinates. Even though Shuewoya had revealed his murderous motives, the relationship thus far had been mutually beneficial. He had only met Shuewoya for one day, and had already gotten great benefits from him. Shuewoya was a strong level 8 expert. If he could stay with him for a bit longer, the benefits he could get would no doubt be beyond his imagination. That was if Shuewoya didn't kill him. And naturally, to keep himself from getting killed, he must try his best to please Shuewoya. It might be difficult for some people to butter a leader up. However, in Junior Leopard's previous life, he had been a civil servant working in the new century, and thus pleasing leaders was as natural as eating and drinking. So what was the purpose of buttering a leader up? Obviously, the most important thing was to ensure his satisfaction. Then how to ensure that he was satisfied? It was his first day working with Shuewoya, and he had to make a good impression. To leave a good impression, he had to ensure that the assigned task was accomplished perfectly. Or even better, he could exceed expectations. Junior Leopard did not dare to be lazy anymore. He shook his hands and took out 2 kunais from up his sleeves and gripped them tightly in his hands. Now he was about 10 feet away from the wild boar. 100 feet, 30 meters, it was within his reach. Judging from his accuracy and the size of that wild boar, it would be quite easy for him to take it down. For whatever reason, he lost concentration just when he was throwing out his kunais. The kunais slipped away from his hands with a weird curve, which was exactly the concealed weapons technique that he had learned from Shuewoya a short time ago. Then things became complicated. The kunais left his hands and began to buzz around aimlessly like headless flies, not flying toward the wild boar at all. The only thing he had succeeded in was frightening away the wild beasts that were drinking water along the river. Doo-doo! The sound of 2 kunais slamming into 2 tree trunks echoed back. Shit! Junior Leopard cursed in disappointment. He took out the coal dagger he had gotten from Shuewoya and rushed to the wild boar. The wild boar noticed the danger, but it didn't turn to flee. On the contrary, it bared its 2 sharp fangs at Junior Leopard and dashed to him, focusing on the place where he would fall on the ground when he lost his strength. Bravo! Junior Leopard sped up on seeing the wild boar dashing nearby. He began to use Yinfu inner strength. Suddenly, he jumped up to float in midair like a leaf in the wind. The wild boar's attack failed, but it couldn't stop immediately. The wild boar stumbled a couple more steps forward, and before it could stand firm it saw the flash of Junior Leopard's coal dagger. Clang! With one dagger, both fangs of the wild boar were broken and a sound of metal clanging echoed. Ow! The wild boar cried out as its fangs were cut off. Its charge came to a halt and it suddenly turned to flee. Within a second, it had disappeared from Junior Leopard's sight. Good boy! Junior Leopard was expecting the wild boar to fight for its life against him, but to his great surprise, it had turned around and ran immediately. From dashing towards him to escaping, the contrast was so sharp that he was still shocked. It took him a few moments to react, and then he delved into the woods without further hesitation to pursue the wild boar. Beast though it is, it still thinks and acts swiftly. The wild boar was racing ahead. There was no path in this dense forest for the wild boar to follow, but it managed to create a road through the shrubbery using its iron skin and huge frame. As for Junior Leopard, this only made his hunt easier. He followed the road that it had created without his feet even touching the ground. The coal dagger shone faintly in his hand, giving it an uncanny appearance in these dark woods. Quick as the wild boar was, it still had to clear the barriers while running, but the only thing Junior Leopard had to do was to follow its path. Moreover, he was not flying slowly. With the wild boar slowly fleeing and Junior Leopard flying quickly, he was edging ever closer to the wild boar. Suddenly, the wild boar's body tumbled forward through the air as if it had stumbled over something on the ground. Junior Leopard felt a bound of joy as the wild boar fell down. Although he was getting closer and closer to it, he had spent much of his strength and internal force on the way. Who knows how much longer he could fly for? Now that the wild boar had fallen down, he was naturally thrilled. But joy begets sorrow. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in the air, blocked his way. He was moving too quickly to stop in time and fell with his head down too. What's this? A fishy smell wafted in the air as he fell down. Junior Leopard was terrified. He shielded himself without hesitation, the cold dagger in his hand. Pooh! The dagger stabbed into something thick and soft like old leather. Then a hot flow of blood burst out and sprayed all over Junior Leopard's face. Only then did he find that a white-scale python that was longer than 10 feet was lying in front of him. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, The Monster Toad. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Lying just ahead of Junior Leopard was a white-scaled python over 100 feet long. His greasy scales concealed a dim light which shone out ever so slightly. His hideous head had already been sliced open by Junior Leopard's sword, and looked even more terrifying with the blood pouring out from its wound. Hiss! The snake's head had been severely wounded by Junior Leopard's blade. This was clear that it was not the outcome the white-scale python had been expecting. The force of the impact of Junior Leopard's sword on his upper body sent shockwaves reverberating all the way down to the tip of its tail. This was Junior Leopard's chance. After quickly assessing the situation, he inhaled sharply and forced his Yenfu inner strength into a reverse flow. He succeeded in ceasing advancing. Arg! Although Junior Leopard's tendons and vessels had been strengthened by practicing Taiji Fist, reversing his internal chi produced a reaction which made them flare up with incredible pain. It felt like millions of ants were all biting at his insides at the same time. Fortunately, this pain went as quickly as it came. After the sudden burst of agony, he opened his mouth, coughed out a thin cloud of blood, and flipped his body through the air. He landed on the ground and hopped back a few steps, stopping just a few feet away from the white-scale python. Noticing he landed unsteadily, the python arched its body back before pouncing forwards viciously like an arrow fired from a bow. Its body twisted, and the air was thick with the chilling scent of blood and murderous intent. Junior Leopard's forehead and back had broken out in a cold sweat. He longed to turn and run, but he knew he could not run, or even turn around. In this deep forest, there would be no chance of outrunning the python. If he turned to run, it was a one-way ticket to the grave. Trying to keep his surging blood levels under control, Junior Leopard struggled with the snake as it coiled around him. Though the white python was very agile, it was not able to stretch out completely within this dense forest. Junior Leopard took advantage of his own nimbler frame to hide in a small space, now and again jumping out to stab at the snake with his cold dagger. The cold dagger was extremely sharp, and each time he slashed at the white python, another bloody gash would appear on its body. The white scales which densely covered it seemed not to make any difference. After suffering several of these blows, the white python soon became totally terrified of the dagger in Junior Leopard's hands, and every time he lashed out with it, the python instinctively shrank back, buying Junior Leopard a bit of time. After several rounds of this battle between man and snake in the dense forest, the victor had yet to be determined when suddenly, the white python looked at Junior Leopard with an expression of abject helplessness. Suddenly, the scar on the head of the white python, strained by all of this fierce motion, split asunder. Blood oozed horrifyingly out of the wound, and the snake felt an urge to retreat. Before disappearing without a trace into the shadows, it sneezed out a puff of white mist towards Junior Leopard and shrank back into the forest. When seeing this strange white mist that the python had sneezed, Junior Leopard backed away, not daring to let any of it touch his body. Sure enough, everything that the mist touched, all the surrounding tendrils and trees, emitted a sizzling noise as though they had been doused with strong sulfuric acid. The vegetation shriveled and decayed, and when the white mist had cleared, the white-scale python was nowhere to be seen. Even so, Junior Leopard did not dare to let his guard down, and slowly activated his mysterious eyes. He scanned the area with the faint and flickering eyes and made sure that there were only him and the sleeping wild pig ahead in the surrounding area. After he had made sure it was safe, he finally relaxed. The wild beasts in these misty mountains really are strange. Cunning and wicked demons. Whenever things go wrong, they turn their heads and run, much more cowardly than the animals around our village. Junior Leopard furrowed his brow and went around the area that had just been enshrouded in the white mist, walking towards the unconscious wild pig. "You damned thing, I've finally caught you," said Junior Leopard angrily, while looking at the pig. In one swift motion, he cut down some vines and then used them to bind the pig's 4 limbs. The wild pig began to stir and awoke from its slumber. It snorted a little, but Junior Leopard ignored it. The sky was already beginning to get dark, and he did not have the courage to stay in the forest for much longer. After tying up the wild pig, he traced back the route he had come in by, dragging the pig all the way until he was out of the forest, standing by a crystal-clear stream. He put his dagger back in its sheath and used the water of the stream to wash his body clean of bloodstains. After resting for a few moments, he looked at the sky, and saw it was already completely dark, and then looked again at the snorting pig lying by his side. He suddenly felt irritated. Curses, this is only the first, there are still 9 more to go. He did not dare to rest for much longer, for he feared being delayed. After this very short rest, he pulled the 2 kunai down from the tree, and grasping them in his hand followed the boundary of the forest, searching. This time, he did not dare to risk trying any new techniques with the kunai, and instead earnestly set out to use the kunai according to the techniques that he had already practiced. Everything was going smoothly, and before 2 hours passed, he had caught 4 deer, 2 river deer, a mountain goat, and 2 beasts that he did not know the name of. He tied them all up and put them on the pig. By the time everything was ready, it was already midnight. Junior Leopard didn't dare to delay and dragged these live animals one by one to the entrance of the steep valley. Just as he was about to enter, the sound of cursing reached his ears. Junior Leopard was shocked, and listened carefully. That was Shuewuya's voice. He wondered to himself if the legendary White Blade Master Lu Xiaoyu had caught up to him. He quickly dropped the animals he was carrying and crept quietly into the valley. He peered ahead and was startled by what he saw. Beneath the moonlight, Shuewuya appeared like a crimson ribbon, whizzing around the caves of this valley, locked in battle with a huge and grotesque toad-like creature. This grotesque toad was wrapped in a layer of bronze scales and had 6 feet. Each foot had sharp claws, and each claw was barbed. A faint blue light flashed, and with a glance, you could see that this toad was highly toxic. The terrifying thing was countless warts protruding from its back that every now and then would shoot out a turbid and highly corrosive milky white liquid. Junior Leopard watched as this white liquid sprayed onto a pile of rocks and burned a bull-sized hole into them. But the most terrible object was its tongue, which was lightning, fast and very sharp. Each time it sprung out, Shuewuya was forced to step backward. It seemed that he was terrified of the toad's tongue. "Oh, what on earth is this monster?" Seeing the man and the monster embroiled in battle, Junior Leopard felt cautious. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound and saw the figure of Shuewuya leaping up, seemingly as if he wanted to escape. But the toad showed no sign of giving up, and with its 2 sturdy back legs, it also leaped upwards while warts on its back fired out that turbid white liquid like a vast net heading towards Shuewuya. "Vile spawn!" Shuewuya's voice bellowed out, and his body's blood level suddenly surged, and as it surged, it absorbed the toxic liquid fired by the toad. Then, a clear ray of blood blasted its way downwards at the toad, crashing into its tongue. Although the toad's tongue was as formidable and tight as King Kong, it was made up only of flesh and blood. What Shuewuya had cast down at it was a sharp weapon, and as soon as it made contact, dark black blood immediately started spraying out from the toad's mouth. The toad let out a pitiful groan as its body tumbled down from mid-air, falling within the caves of the valley, never to re-emerge. Shuewuya hit the ground and staggered a little, and peered into the cave. With a single motion of his hand, he beckoned towards his strange-shaped sword and it flew back into his sleeve. "What are you doing hiding over there? Come out at once." Chapter 38. Chapter 38, A Sword Technique and a Thief. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Shui Wuya abruptly turned his head, and with a quick sweep, maliciously faced Junior Leopard at his hiding place. Junior Leopard was both startled and terrified, but he did not dare to stop. He ran into the valley, all the while dragging the creatures with him. "Master, this is..." Before he could finish speaking, he felt an invisible force pushing him out of the way. Soon afterward, he saw Shui Wuya's fingertip take 10 preys and kill them all at once. He then inhaled a mouthful of fresh blood and sat down to catch his breath. Junior Leopard did not dare to utter a word. He dutifully waited for 2 hours when Shui Wuya finally opened his eyes. After 2 hours of regulating breathing, Shui Wuya recovered a bit and his pale face got some color. With bloodshot eyes, he glanced at Junior Leopard and nodded. "Well, you have done well. In such a short period of time you managed to get enough living animals and promptly brought them to me. You have helped an awful lot. All this is the master's great fortune." Junior Leopard quickly replied and caught on that Shui Wuya's mood did not appear bad, therefore, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Master, what is this monster?" "How should I know? There are too many monsters in this world. This time around, had I not woken up in time, I am afraid the waste would have been beyond words." Shui Wuya appeared rather gloomy. "Master, how about changing locations for self-cultivation?" "That's not necessary." Shui Wuya shook his head and said, "The monster has been deeply injured by me. Its pneuma has already been sapped out. It has to go underground for a while to recover its strength before it can come out again. For the time being there is no threat at all, moreover." After saying that, he became conscious of something, but only shook his head and spoke to Junior Leopard. "Today I am worn out. From tomorrow onwards, increase the amount of living animals. Do you understand?" "Your disciple understands." Junior Leopard dared not say more. He lowered his head, but in his mind thoughts were tossing and turning. "Is that sword handy?" Shui Wuya asked suddenly. As if in deep thought, he glanced at the big black pig that Junior Leopard had sheared its long, sharp, protruding teeth. "Very handy indeed. Had it not been for the sword, I would never have been able to get so many living animals so fast." Junior Leopard said repeatedly. "Handy. That is great." Shui Wuya nodded his head and said, "I see you have some bruises on your body. How is it that when you were looking for living animals, you had no problem?" Junior Leopard's bodily outlook was overall neat. Only that when he was fighting the big white-scaled python to dodge its attack, he got scratches from tree branches all over his body. Although he wasn't badly hurt, nevertheless, he had a lot of cuts all over his body. Some of the blood had already solidified, some cuts were rather deep, and still had a bit of blood flowing out of them. He was covered with blood from head to toe, looking as if he had come from the battlefield. "The sword that you gave me has a sharpness that is unparalleled. Naturally I would not have encountered any problems. It was an oversight on my part. Yesterday I was anxious and I needed medical attention, therefore, I did not have a serious talk with you but only gave you this cold dagger. Although you used it well, you did not seem to understand sword skills. I have here a sword skill, its movement is powerful, a formidable force made by a stranger. I have time now and I will teach you the movement of the sword so that you will not have to exert yourself too much when you go hunting. However, its skill is mysterious, even I cannot fully understand it. You have to practice diligently if you are to master the skill of the sword," Shui Wuya said as he stared at Junior Leopard with shimmering eyes. "Thank you, Master." Junior Leopard was overjoyed, as if something good had fallen from heaven. There was nothing he had to lose to learn an additional skill. At least Shui Wuya, at the moment, no matter what insidious thoughts he had, Junior Leopard wouldn't meddle too much. Judging from the current situation, he didn't need to put too much effort nor take so many turns to kill himself. Shui Wuya was also a straightforward person. Now that he had decided, he was unwilling to delay even one moment. He would immediately give the sword skill and mental cultivation methods to Junior Leopard. Unfortunately, the sword skill was just as what he told Junior Leopard, its movements were quite abstruse. Junior Leopard was no fool, but when faced with such mastery of movement, he who knew nothing about sword skills could not understand any at all. It was like mumbo jumbo. Shui Wuya continuously taught him for more than an hour. But it was of no use, he understood nothing. Shui Wuya was so enraged that he wanted to slap Junior Leopard to death, but in the end, he had no choice. Shui Wuya took 2 hours to let Junior Leopard cram the movements and mental cultivation methods. He also took some of his experiences and let Junior Leopard recite them to memory. Afterwards, before he broke out, he drove him out of the valley. Add more living animals, saying is easy, how about you come and try? Junior Leopard muttered to himself as he came out of the valley. It was true that an order from a leader would take the apprentice great efforts to fulfill it. 5 living animals were miraculously added once he opened his mouth. Was it that Shui Wuya thought it had been particularly easy for him to hunt for living animals? While he was upset, a strange noise came from his belly. In the end, he was overcome by weariness, and he walked with a kind of unsteadiness. Junior Leopard took hold of the wall beside him and took a breath. Forget it, I will not think too much. Let's first go back and rest. It's been a long day and I've put in too much effort. Indeed, this day had been longer than usual, longer than a normal day of the year. First, he had braved the rain and, halfway up the road, he was abducted by Shui Wuya. He had been in a tense state throughout, until Shui Wuya took him as his disciple in martial arts. He helped him hunt for living animals, and it wasn't until in the afternoon that he got time to regulate breathing when he was learning the blaze technique of the Heavenly 9 Dragons in a small opening on the cliff. He had continually been on edge. Hunting was draining and he had not eaten one morsel of solid food, not to mention taken a sip of water. Right now, the day's work was done and at the same time there was no danger to speak of. To relax and let loose was only natural. Once he relaxed, an immeasurable weariness overwhelmed him. If he continued as he was afraid his body would cave in. Better to go and get some rest, eat some solid food, drink some water, and get enough sleep. Junior Leopard summoned up his energy and crawled back to the small opening on the half-cliff. He took some dry provisions and sat along the stream. He ate his food hastily with water from the stream, and once his belly was full, he crawled back up the cliff. He sat with his legs crossed and quietly began to meditate. His meditation lasted through the entire night. When he woke up again, it was already daytime. When Junior Leopard woke up, he looked refreshed. A whole night in meditation had dispelled the exhaustion of yesterday, and all was left in its place was an empty stomach, and he was hungry once more. He walked to the mouth of the cave, and all around him he saw branches swaying. The distant hills were filled with howling roars of beasts and the flying birds up in the skies passing by from time to time. He had his feet in the stream, and the next moment, a flock of wild beasts came to the stream to drink water. Had he looked at them, he would have seen a perfectly beautiful landscape painting, a perfect harmony of nature right before his eyes. Sadly, such harmonious scenery could not last long. Out of the thicket darted out a panther who rushed to the stream, grabbing a wild goat by the neck and scattering all the wild beasts who were drinking water. The animals then all took flight in fear. Junior Leopard did not stop to think but raised his hand. With one dart, he hit the panther directly in the middle of its left eye. The panther howled loudly, put the wild goat down, and turned back. Junior Leopard was not going to give the panther a chance to run away, and he hit it on one of its legs. The panther wailed and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, but it wasn't easy. Junior Leopard fell down from the cliff and the tip of his foot missed the panther by an inch. He pulled out the nail that was inflicting so much pain from the panther's eye and cut its throat. When he looked at the goat that had just been seized by the panther, its throat was already gnawed, and although it wasn't broken, it lay twitching on the ground. It did not have much time left. Saved me the effort. Junior Leopard smiled. He took both carcasses and put them under the big sycamore tree. He threw the panther aside, tore the goat open, washed it, lit a fire, and set it on top of the rack. It was the technique he learnt in the village from Wang Tianlei and other hunters. When he used the same technique today, he thought it was very convenient. His only regret was the lack of salt. He lifted up the wild goat and gently controlled the temperature of the fire. Gradually, a faint aroma from the goat roasting on the rack drifted around. Looking at the roasting goat and smelling the sweet aroma, the smile on Junior Leopard's face gradually spread out. He was imagining what it would be like once the goat was done roasting and ready to eat when he suddenly felt as if there was something curving him under his foot. He lowered his head and was dumbfounded. What is this thing? A squirrel? A chipmunk? Or some other thing? At that moment, beneath his feet, a fist-sized, stout thing was trying to arch his feet. On closer inspection, it was a chipmunk-like creature. This little monster was covered in grayish-brown fur, with a furry tail dragging behind it and bending itself hard against his feet. He didn't know what it was arching. Junior Leopard frowned, put out a hand, and by its tail, he lifted it upside down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Junior Leopard lifted it and the little monster was very uncomfortable. His mouth creaked and squeaked. His 4 claws were scratching in the air. He struggled and struggled to free himself from Junior Leopard's grasp. What a bold fellow! Junior Leopard's heart jolted. After 2 days of contact, Junior Leopard knew something of the wild beasts in the mountain. They were sneaky and clever, vigilant, and extremely wary of strange things. Whenever there was something amiss, they would scatter and run. Wherever would you encounter such a creature whose size was smaller than Junior Leopard's fist, seemingly without strength, yet to one's surprise audacious enough to run up to his foot and arch him? At this point, Junior Leopard had brought the little monster before him and had finally seen its face. It was a little chipmunk. The only difference from the chipmunks on Earth was the silvery fluff on this little one's forehead. It was very conspicuous and in the sun it had a silvery gleam. Interesting. Looking at the chipmunk's eye bone, the little chipmunk's eyes turned continuously. Its mouth was wide open, its big teeth were bright and white, and it squeaked. Maybe it had moved too much, and its body was spinning in midair. Junior Leopard looked at this little monster in fascination and did not let go. After a few spins, the little monster stopped struggling. Well, why is it not moving? Junior Leopard was stunned, and at that moment, the little monster was facing him with its back. Suddenly, poof! A strange smell from the chipmunk's body spurted out. What the fuck? By the time Junior Leopard realized that something was wrong, he had already inhaled a bit of the smell. This odor. Although Junior Leopard had a bit of resistance, the smell got into his nose and his stomach began to squirm. The acid in his stomach shot up, which led him to relax his grip, and the little monster fell to the ground. Blarg! Junior Leopard turned, held his breath, and bent facing towards the stream. He vomited the acid from his stomach in the stream. Had he not held his breath in time, who knew what would have happened? Phew, phew, phew. After Junior Leopard had finished throwing up, he didn't dare to breathe in that spot. Only after climbing several meters did he take a big breath and waited until he exhaled out all the air. On turning his head, his lungs were within an inch of exploding. It is said that the rat pulls the turtle, and now the chipmunk was dragging away his half-roasted goat. Toot, toot, toot. It went off straight to the woods. He didn't know how so much energy could come from such a small body. Junior Leopard looked back only to see the half-cooked goat. On the edge of the thick forest, it shook for a moment, then it was dragged by the little monster. What the fuck? Junior Leopard flew into a rage. He leaped 30 feet high and rushed straight into the woods, vowing to take the thief by force. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, An Odd Little Monster. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Feeling that his own mouth stank, Junior Leopard spat hard at the air. He made his body float, and dashed forth into woods, at a speed that was quicker than the little chipmunk. He caught up to it quickly, but didn't pounce on it. After all, the chipmunk had a special technique which had already got him once. He wasn't planning to fall for it again. He followed closely the little monster through the woods. However, before long his face had turned livid with rage. The meatball-like little creature looked incredibly fat, yet was surprisingly agile. Its chubby legs were moving at a rapid pace while its tail pulled the grilled mutton behind. Yes, it had two short legs standing upright and running forward, while its 2 forefeet were waving like human hands. If it were not so small and so clearly a chipmunk, Junior Leopard would have thought the little creature carrying the grilled mutton with its tail was a human.